Why, hello there, everyone. So, Capturing Christianity made a video that was called Over 100 Arguments for the Existence of God. The video is 4 hours and 15 minutes and 48 seconds. So, I thought, may as well respond to the over 100 arguments for God. We'll see. Maybe my headphones will die before then. Maybe I'll run out of voice before then. Maybe the 100+ arguments for the existence of God will convince me by that time. But whatever the case, we'll see how it gets. So let's see these 100+ arguments for the existence of God. Okay. All right. Let's start.
With me today, we're giving you 100+, actually it's about 150. No, I think it is exactly 150 arguments for God's existence. We have been working, and by we I mean you, Dr. McIntosh, you've been working on compiling this list of arguments for a long time. We've been working on the string for what it feels like months.
It's not hard to find 100 crappy arguments for any position. The fact that there are 100 arguments, it's not very good evidence for something. I mean, I could, I think, pretty easily come up with 100 arguments for utilitarianism. I think some of them are good, but the 100, I could probably not find 100 good arguments for utilitarianism. And the same thing with God. Well, I have a cumulative case against God where all things in the universe provide evidence against God. So the claim that God does not exist is the same as the claim that all existing things are non-God things. And so seeing an existing thing that's a non-God thing would provide evidence for the claim that all existing things are non-God things. And so every time we see a thing, that's a little bit of evidence against God. So we have just quadrillions of arguments against God.
At this point, and we were just talking about the fact that we could have even, been preparing for another month. Like there's so much to do and so much out there and so much to cover.
Yeah,
and this is also
it felt like I was back in college cramming for an exam.
Yeah, it is. So just to set you guys up what to expect today, if you're just starting this video and you're kind of like, okay, what's going to happen in this video? Basically, we're going to run through an overall outline of 150 arguments for God's existence, and then we're also going to provide resources on what you can do if you want to learn more about that argument. So this is going to be a very kind of an overview picture of each of these arguments. We're not going into detail into how the premises are going to be defended or anything like that. We're just basically outlining the arguments, giving you resources if you're interested and you want to research any further. And that's basically the overview. So we're going to start with some comments.
Yes, because that's a productive way of doing apologetics. Just provide a whirlwind overview of 100 arguments and then just dip and not defend any of them.
Dr. McIntosh has some comments that he wants to make before we get started, and he also has some really interesting things.
Yeah, no, the argument that I gave earlier was terrible, right? But it's just that, like, it's a terrible argument against God, but it doesn't quite work, but it is just a funny trick. And if it worked, it would mean that every single thing that we see is just a teeny bit of evidence against God.
Things to say at the very end of this, but I'm expecting us to go. I mean, this is gonna be a marathon, so it could be 3 to 4 hours long. This entire video, because that's a lot of things to cover. We've got 370 slides to get through. So there's a lot for us to get through. All right, well, Chad, tell me what
370 slides. Oh no,
got you interested in the first place in theistic arguments?
It actually is pretty tied into how I became a Christian, how it came to believe in God. So if you kind of permit me a little bit of a personal story, is growing up, I had a very loving family. Despite having a very loving family, I caused them a lot of grief and a lot of trouble. And by middle school, I was what they would say, or what they would call as a troubled youth, right? Yeah, I was a troubled youth. So maybe when I was around 4th or 5th grade, I remember thinking that if God is real, then he wouldn't let so many people suffer so terribly. And by high school, I was thoroughly convinced that life was meaningless. I was depressed, and frankly, I was suicidal. And I was out walking one night, feeling particularly miserable, and I just felt compelled to cry out to the stars that I needed change in my life, because I couldn't go on being as miserable and depressed as I was. Well, not long after that, my life did change pretty dramatically. I got kicked out of my high school for getting into a nasty fight, and so I was sent to a local Christian high school to finish out my freshman year. And not having grown up in church, it was a major culture shock to me. Talking about Jesus, going to chapel, singing songs, it was all so weird. Most amusing to me actually was the practice of praying before tests. Students would pray before tests. I thought that was so stupid. It's like, either you studied or you didn't. What are we praying for? Well, it must have been pretty obvious that I was a fish out of water in the schools. So because before long, some of the other students started to evangelize to me, started to witness to me. And I remember saying to one girl in response, I said, "Life sucks, and then you die." And then she I'll never remember.
So edgy, bro.
Yeah, I remember she responded very quickly. I'll never forget what she said. She says, "Yeah, life does suck, but Jesus helps." So I was like, oh. So in response to these students evangelizing to me, I wanted to return the favor. So that's how I started studying philosophy. And I found this little book called The Atheist Debater's Handbook at a local bookstore. And I went to work. I studied this, and I put these arguments to work with the students. And my favorite was actually debating the guidance counselor at this school. There was a policy at the school that you could get out of class no questions asked if you just said you needed to talk to the guidance counselor. So I took advantage of that, and I was always in there debating the guidance counselor about the existence of God. And
you know, that sounds like a lovely role. I wish I could get out of many of my classes by debating with the guidance counselor about whether or not God existed. You know, discussing the ontological argument and other arguments for and against the existence of God just seems way more fun than most of my classes. But yeah.
and so forth. And one day he cut me off and said, Chad, you know, we could debate back and forth all day long, but just do me a favor. Will you read Psalm 42? And I said, yeah, sure. But I quickly forgot about it. And not long later, it turns out that my best friend's sister had been attending a youth group where the youth pastor had a degree in philosophy. So I was persuaded to go meet with him, thinking that it would turn out to be like these meetings I was having with the guidance counselor, just debating back and forth about God's existence, me using all these cheap arguments from the Atheist Debater's Handbook. Well, not surprisingly, he was a bit less impressed with the arguments that I was giving than my guidance counselor was, and he just patiently and systematically dismantled each one until I was just speechless. And he was kind enough to send me home with 2 books. One was J.P. Moreland's Scaling the Secular City, and the other was Craig's Reasonable Faith. And I read these books, and honestly, I didn't know what to think. The theistic arguments in these books were much more impressive than the atheistic arguments that I'd encountered. But I still really didn't know what to make of the whole situation. Well, back at my friend's house, my best friend's house, his sister's Bible happened to be close to where I was sitting one day. So I grabbed it, and I flipped it open, found Psalm 42. It was actually the first time I'd ever really opened the Bible myself. And when I read Psalm 42...
Yeah, I kind of wish that I had started out a theist just so I could have a sort of dramatic tale
I was just blown away.
Of how I went back from being a theist to an atheist. But, you know, I was never really much of a theist.
Here was this guy wrestling with God's seeming absence, and he was reflecting on why he's so depressed all the time, and why God doesn't seem to be there in the middle of our suffering. And that blew me away. I was like, it totally changed the way I think about the Bible, about religion. But I was still kind of stuck in limbo, I guess. But not long after that, one cold February night, I was lying on the top of my brother's car outside, looking at the stars again. And in the same way I felt compelled to cry out for change before, I just felt compelled to blurt out, God, if you're real, then show yourself to me, and I'll follow you. I'll believe in you. And no sooner than I finished uttering those words, the biggest shooting star I'd ever seen went across the sky. And as overwhelming as that was, and still processing what just happened, I was just still incredulous that God could have just communicated with me. And so I was just this little skeptic inside me was still saying, it could have been a coincidence. So after I got up and I was going inside.
But what about the lots of people who, you know, want to have a relationship with God and no shooting star happens? It does not seem like, you know, God is causing shooting stars in response to individuals' whims.
I had my hand on the door handle to go back inside, and I thought, just a coincidence. I don't want to believe in God for just a stupid emotional reason. And I looked up at the sky one more time, and as I did, another shooting star went across the sky. It's a true story. So that was it for me. And
then 100 more shot across. And then that symbolized that there must be 100 good arguments for the existence of God.
After I came to believe in God as a result of that, I reflected back and saw how important those theistic arguments were to me, and sort of neutralizing the atheistic arguments that I was memorizing and was using in debates. And so I resolved to study philosophy more. And as I did, my interest in theistic arguments never really waned. When I would come across a new argument I hadn't encountered before, I'd file it away until the list grew so big that I imposed some order on it and put it up on my blog. And I've been adding to it ever since. And it's really the research that is behind this video.
Okay, as much as I don't like these 100+ arguments for the existence of God, I do really like the story of just he kept coming across theistic arguments and he wrote them down and he came across 100. That's just really cool. You know, I've definitely written down lots of arguments for things that I agree with and have long lists of them. So yeah, this Chad McIntosh guy sounds pretty cool, but I disagree with him on whether God exists, of course.
This presentation.
Wow, I did not know that about your experience with the shooting stars. That's crazy. I also like the fact that you were like after the first one, you're like, okay, no, I'm not gonna believe in God for some stupid emotional reason. You're like, yeah. And then another one, right? That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's.
But 2 shooting stars. Now that was a good argument for the existence of God. Just 1 shooting star. That would be insufficient evidence. But if there are 2, then God must exist. Who else would have sent the 2 shooting stars?
Is there anything else that you want to say before we start to get into the arguments? Do you have any other caveats or?
Yes, there's some stage setting that's required. And, you know, before we talk about theistic arguments, we need to know what a theistic argument is. So let's say a theistic argument is an argument for the conclusion that God exists, or the conclusion that Christianity is true because that entails God exists, or it's an argument for the rationality of belief in God or practical commitment to God's existence, or it's an argument that increases the probability that God exists. So I'm calling a theistic argument that satisfies any of those 3 criteria.
Okay.
Now, what is God? Let's say God is a personal being that has one or more attributes traditionally associated with God. So the first slide. Yeah.
Okay, so I haven't pulled up any of the slides. Maybe I should just pull up.
I see
what you're saying.
I just skipped a bit of the interlude because it was getting.
Right, let me just pull it up.
The very first
slide here. Here's the very first one. So maybe talk about this first, and then we'll get to the Dixie one.
So, my research, you need the literature on arguments for God's existence is so vast that you need to impose some sort of order on it. And the order that I like is dividing traditional arguments from God's existence from non-traditional arguments. The traditional arguments are the more common arguments that you see in the literature and definitive literature and in debates. And then the non-traditional arguments are a little less common, but have sophisticated defenses no less. So in total, I think there are 14 categories of theistic arguments, 7 in traditional and 7 in non-traditional. And we're
Is the speed good for everyone? I'm watching it at 2 times speed, but if people have trouble with that, it could slow it down to like 1.25 or something. Hi, Tyler M. I can see you're adding me in the chat. Okay.
going to go through as many arguments in each of those categories as I could find. Actually, my OCD tendencies got the better of me, and I had to just start leaving arguments out, which bothers me. But I think 150, 155 or so is enough.
I wanted to say though that also like these arguments are not just like random arguments that you're finding on Facebook, you know, in random Facebook groups. These are peer-reviewed, published.
That's right.
Arguments
And
that have been defended by some of the smartest people ever.
That goes to the point I was going to make is, you know, it's hard to say what
Lots of the smartest people ever were atheists.
a good argument is. So if we have, I think it's the very next
Arguably
slide,
most
consider
of
this
them.
theistic argument. It's a novel argument. Let's call it the Dixie argument. Either my cat is named Lucifer or God exists. My cat is not named Lucifer, so God exists. Okay, look, I think that's a sound argument for God's existence because I think both of the premises are true. I think God exists, and my cat is not named Lucifer. Her name is Dixie. The problem is that's not an argument that any rational person would take seriously. By contrast, all of the arguments that we'll look at are arguments that
We get it.
view. Okay? So just for to get a handle on what is a good argument, let's just say an argument that a rational person can take seriously. Okay, so the list we're going to look at, categories. Most of the outlines are my own. I tried my best to, and heard back from most of them. When just dismissing it, it's like, oh, that's a dumb argument or something like that.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, look, if you come up with an objection on the spot to one of these arguments, it's very likely that this objection is dealt with or wrestled with in the paper that we're going to be referencing. Okay, in the publication the argument comes from. So this is more. You can think of this more as, like you said, an overview of the vast terrain of theistic arguments. This is not our endorsements of any of these arguments, and this is not an apologetic per se. This is not a cumulative case per se. Now, when I was sharing the link to this video,
It's just sort of a abstractly referencing that there is a cumulative case out there of arguments that people find compelling. Of course, they're also for atheism, and I think that actually a lot of the arguments for atheism that are often thought of as just one argument are really lots of related arguments. So the problem of evil, well, that can be thought of as just, it's thought of as one argument, but really there are lots of related evils that are hard to explain. So one of those evils is just the sheer extent to which our human mind is capable of experiencing suffering. It seems very possible to make it so that the sheer unendurable agony that people experience when they're set on fire, as so many people have been throughout history, or when they're brutally tortured by some horrific government, such that the most extreme of that suffering is less great than what it is now. But so that seems like an imminently plausible thing. Does God really need to make it so that when people are subject to the most horrendous misery imaginable, that they experience every iota of the misery that they experience now, that the human capacity for pain is as immense as it is now? I mean, there have been people who've been tortured for weeks or months or years on end. Could God not make it so that their horrendous misery throughout those weeks and months on end is just a little bit less? But that's just one of the problems of evil. Another problem is disease. For most diseases, it's hard to give an account of why God would bring diseases like those into the world. There are also other problems, like why didn't God just make our lives better? It seems imminently possible for God to make our sort of standard hedonic tone just be higher so that we're happy most of the time. There's also the argument from mental health problems. Why are so many people depressed? That doesn't seem like a good design. There's also the problem for there's also the problem of why do people have sort of strong proclivities to do horrendous things? So, for example, why did God make it so that lots of people experience strong sexual attraction to children? That doesn't seem like a very good design. Is the world better because some people want to have sex with children? Surely not. Why does God make it so that some people have a strong sexual desire to do things like necrophilia, kill people, etc.? That doesn't seem like a very good design by a perfect God. Another example of evil. I mean, this isn't that evil, but it seems like one just obvious improvement you would make if you were designing the world is why not just make food taste better, right? I mean, there's lots of food that doesn't taste very good. It just seems like a world would be better if food tasted better. Also, why design hunger in the first place? Why make it so that people starve to death in horrendous agony? There are just so many related problems of evil. And it's not clear that many of the theodicies, like the free will theodicy, are very good at accounting them. There's also the problem of natural evil. And so I think that lots of the atheist arguments that are thought of as just one argument really comprise very much of a cumulative case for things. But yeah, let's see.
I saw a comment, the top comment on the right. It was by M. Jordan. It said this: What's the point of this video? Over 98% are not good arguments for God. In my opinion, there's only like 3 good arguments for God, but those good ones still don't mean God exists. Now, I want to respond to that because it prefaces what we're doing here very nicely. What's the point of this video? Well, it's a semi-comprehensive survey of theistic arguments outlined as teasers, pointing to resources.
Wait, sorry, I got distracted for a moment.
I saw a comment referencing, okay, in the publication the argument comes from. So this is more, you can think of this more as, like you said, an overview of the vast terrain of theistic arguments. This is not our endorsements of any of these arguments, and this is not an apologetic per se. This is not a cumulative case per se. Now, when I was sharing the link to this video, I saw a comment, the top comment on the right. It was by M. Jordan. It said this: what's the point of this video? Over 98% are not good arguments for God. In my opinion, there's only like 3 good arguments for God, but those good ones still don't mean God exists. Now, I want to respond to that because it prefaces what we're doing here very nicely. What's the point of this video? Well, it's a semi-comprehensive survey of theistic arguments outlined as teasers, pointing to resources for you to go deeper on the arguments that pique your interest. Okay. That said, at the very end, I do want to play around with the numbers a bit because a recent paper by Ted Poston called "The Argument from So Many Arguments" lays out. He gives a method for calculating the cumulative evidential force of many arguments put together. So what I want to do is give estimates on the force of these arguments at the end, where we can have bad arguments which are just unsound, they have a false premise. We have weak arguments that are arguments that have premises that aren't obviously false but don't obviously seem true either. Maybe they're just slightly more plausible than not. We have strong arguments which have premises which are quite plausibly true, more plausibly true than not. And then we have decent arguments that fall somewhere within that range of weak and strong arguments.
You know, this might put me in disagreement with lots of atheists. But I would actually say that I think that the arguments for the existence of God are very good. I just think that the arguments against the existence of God are much better. Now, the reason why I say that I think the arguments for the existence of God are very good is that I don't think that this is particularly surprising, given that if you have any phenomena, then that is a grand overarching claim about the world, well, lots of things in the world are going to be much more likely on that hypothesis than not on that hypothesis. So an analogy that I've used is, imagine that we're arguing about whether or not it would be good if the world ended. Just to press a button that would painlessly eliminate all life on Earth. Well, I think that doing that would be seriously wrong. But I think that there are very good arguments for doing that, just because it's such a sweeping claim. It has so many costs and benefits that, you know, every single instance of suffering that will ever be experienced is part of the cumulative case for doing it. But just the case against it is every single piece of well-being that would be experienced. And so I think that a similar thing is true of God, that God is such a sweeping and overarching claim that there's a ton of evidence for God. But I think the evidence against God is considerably stronger. So I think that there are lots of things like, you know, it seems like there are the existence of normativity, the fact that things exist at all, fine-tuning, all these things seem to point towards God to some degree. But there seem to be much better arguments against God and alternative hypotheses that are able to explain away all of the data, but that don't run afoul of many of the arguments against God.
So at the end, we'll put numbers to these and compare, we'll calculate how many strong arguments do we need to be justified in believing God exists? How many weak arguments do we need
33
to be justified in believing God exists, or to have
16
good evidence for God's existence? So that actually is probably the most important aspect of this whole thing, is the calculations that we're going to do at the end. So I know it's going to be a long video, but stick around because the end's going to be the most fun when we get to tinker and toy with the numbers. Okay.
The ends justify the means.
Cameron, I know you had some ideas about how to make this fun. So did you come up with any?
Yeah, this 4-hour stream presenting 100 arguments for God. This does seem like
ideas on that.
No, I've been planning this stream and dealing with some other YouTube drama, so I haven't really been able to put a whole lot of thought into like what we can do to make it.
I saw someone say you should do push-up after every argument. I'm like, well, that's gonna be 150 push-ups. I mean, back in my day, I could do that, but I don't want to be presenting these arguments and be out of breath at this point. So no, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, I think that we can try to break it up by like each of us just like maybe reading the arguments and then just whatever comes to mind. I don't know. I'm gonna try to make it fun and interesting, especially for everyone watching. So we'll do what we can. But
wait, should I try to, after every argument against God, should I try to give an argument for God just to see if I can? No, that seems.
I think the
difficult.
most important thing is that we just get this content out there, regardless of what kind of
Yeah.
psychological benefit or breaks that we can give people. I think they're probably most going to be interested in the arguments. It's already, given that it's already been 20 minutes, let's go ahead and get into the the first one. So here is the screen. So we're going to start with cosmological arguments.
All right. Well, cosmological arguments are arguments for the conclusion that God is the ultimate cause, ground, or explanation of the universe, or all contingent or dependent reality. And there's no better argument to start with than Aquinas' first way, the argument from the Unmoved Mover. So we have Aquinas' first way. Premise 1, some things are moved. 2, whatever is moved by another. 3, there cannot be an infinite series of movers, and so the conclusion is there must be an
Well, okay, a few things. 1, It's not clear why whatever is moved by another. It seems like things, that there can just be an unmoved mover, as the conclusion says. It's not clear why this would have to be God. It seems like movement could be an emergent property of non-movement things. Like, I don't know, there could be forces that, like, the universe could be a sort of four-dimensional plane with different things in the four-dimensional system, including throughout time, and so they have different spatiotemporal locations. Nothing about that seems that implausible. Yeah, I don't know why we would accept either that the unmoved mover is God, or that movement cannot just be an emergent property from something that's non-movement.
Unmoved mover. And Aquinas' stock phrase was, and this is what all men mean by God. Now, important for understanding this argument and other arguments which reject an infinite series is the distinction between a series ordered.
I mean, like, there are lots of cases where movement is emergent from other non-movement things. So, when you, if you set a time bomb, it'll do nothing for a while, and then it'll go poof, and it'll produce movement after time. I don't understand why that's any different with God.
Per se, and a series ordered per accidens. Okay, so let me illustrate the difference. A series ordered per se would be like this. Here's an example. This is the example Thomas gives. Thomas Aquinas. A hand moves a stick, which moves a stick.
I like that he's on a first name basis with Thomas Aquinas.
So, another example would be dominoes. You flick one domino and it starts this chain reaction where all the dominoes fall. Another example would be Rube Goldberg machines. Have you seen like Rube Goldberg machines, where
yeah, of course,
it's this insanely complicated device where one thing just sets off this chain reaction that ends in all these interesting series of things happening.
Yeah.
And then there's the famous example of the turtles all the way down that you might recall. Legend has it that it was.
I mean, why can't there just be laws of physics that make it so that some atoms move around, or not atoms, like the laws of physics govern more fundamental things, but so that there's a wave function that does things and produces movement?
Either Bertrand Russell or Max Planck were giving a lecture on the theory of gravity and how that explains why the Earth doesn't just fall in empty space. And an impatient old lady in the audience balks at the idea that the Earth could just be floating there in space. And then Russell or Max Planck asks the lady, says, well, what is the Earth resting on then? And then she says, well, it's resting on the shell of a big turtle. And he says, well, what is that turtle resting on? And she says, another turtle. And he says, well, what's that one resting on? And she says, well, it's turtles all the way down. So that's, again, a classic example of a series ordered per se. Now, the problem with that is that it seems to just push explanation back indefinitely. You don't really get an explanation for why anything in the series is happening if it just goes on indefinitely.
I forgot the name of the speaker, but I am finding him to be quite likable.
Now, contrast that with a series ordered per accidens. So example here would be one person begetting another, and then that person begets another. Another would be, actually, my favorite example would be, have you seen the movie Pay It Forward?
No, I haven't.
Well, the idea there is you do one act of kindness to someone, and then that will inspire them to do an act of kindness to someone else. And in the movie, this young boy's simple act of kindness winds up going viral and triggers this global chain reaction of acts of kindness. That would be a good example of a series ordered per accidens. Now, each member in a series ordered per accidens, it doesn't have to pass on what it received, right? The series could just stop with one person, right? Each member plays an active role to continue the series. They're not automatically passing along what they received in the way that members in a series ordered per se do. In a series ordered per se, each member plays a passive role, automatically passing along something that they got from an original source. So I know that's a bit much for the first argument, but when other arguments reject the possibility of an infinite series, most of them are going to be rejecting the possibility of an infinite series ordered per se, but not per accidens, if that makes sense.
All right, should we move on to the resources for this one?
Sure. I give a few resources on this distinction.
Also, like, yeah, it seems like you could just have an infinite series of movers that move the next mover, which move the next mover, and sort of the way that for the Coulomb people talk about an infinite succession of events
between these two kinds of regresses. So Patterson-Brown's paper there is very influential, and Caleb Gaho has some good stuff written on this recently.
All right, so let's move on to argument number 2, Aquinas' second way.
Second way for the existence of an uncaused cause. Some things are caused. Whatever is caused by another. There cannot be an infinite series of causes. Again, that's a series.
Okay, premise 1 is obviously true. Well, some questions about causality, but you can grant that it's true. Whatever is caused by another. Well, then what causes God? I mean, the way that it's formulated, this seems problematic. Now, I think the better version say whatever begins to exist has a cause, but okay, it seems like, then what caused God? Seems like premise 2 would have to be false. So then there would have to be some. So it seems like either there's either an uncaused cause, or there could be an infinite regress of causes. Both of those seem possible. Premise 3, I don't know why there can't be an infinite series of causes. I don't think that the paradoxes of an infinite series of causes end up working. And to the extent that we think that the universe is just a four-dimensional thing where it just exists at different points in time, and sort of what we think of as time is really an illusion or an emergent property of non-time things, then I don't know why we would accept this. It's also not clear why the uncaused cause would have to be God. Seems like it could just be some primordial laws of physics.
Series ordered per se, so there must be an uncaused cause. Pretty straightforward.
Okay, do you want to say anything else about that one, or should we move on?
Let's just move on.
Okay, I like that. All right, Aquinas' third way. Why don't I read this one, because there's a lot to read here.
Yeah,
And actually, let me take this off the screen so that people can see.
Okay, whatever is contingent at one, or actually, let's see. Okay,
all of the text here. All right, so premise number 1: whatever is contingent at one time did not exist.
I don't know why that's true. It seems like you could have so if we think that the first thing is a brute fact, then it could be both contingent and that it didn't have to exist, but there was no time at which it didn't exist, if time is an emergent property from that primordial thing.
If everything is contingent, then at one time nothing existed.
If everything is contingent, then at one time nothing existed. Well, no, to the extent that we think that time is an emergent property of things, then that doesn't make sense. Also, if we think that time just goes infinitely far back, and there's an actually infinite number of things going into the past, that seems fine.
If at one time nothing existed, then nothing would exist now.
No, I don't know why we can't have things that come from nothing.
Something does exist now.
True.
So not every being is contingent. So
well, so I would reject that premise for the reasons that were given before. I don't it seems like the first thing could just be a brute fact. Time and space could be emergent properties from it.
Oh, there is a necessary being.
Well, I don't know why it would have to be a being. It just seems like it would follow that there would have to be a necessary thing. I'm not sure why it couldn't just be the laws of physics.
Premise 7: either the necessary being gets its necessity from another, or exists necessarily of itself.
Sure.
Premise 8: there cannot be an infinite regress of necessary beings that get their necessity from another. And then the conclusion: so there is a necessary
I don't know why we'd accept 8 for the reasons said before.
being that exists necessarily of itself.
Why would we accept that it's a being? It seems like this just gets us to a necessary thing, number one. Number two, it seems like God is very different from other necessary things. So if we have a necessary thing like numbers, well, numbers exist in all possible worlds. If you have one thing and you add another thing, you'll get two things in all possible worlds. But it's not clear why all possible worlds would have to have God, right? It seems like we could imagine a world without God, but it does not seem like we could imagine a world without numbers. And so, yeah, it doesn't seem like God can be necessary.
Yeah, that's a mouthful, but there you have it. Most of those premises, I think, are pretty straightforward.
Right. Where can people go to find out
I mean, they don't seem justified.
more about
I guess
Aquinas'
it's
5 ways? What's a good resource for that?
I struggled.
I think he should list off 5 ways of getting information about Aquinas' 5 ways.
This. I didn't really come up with a good source. Anthony Kinney has a good book on Aquinas' 5 ways.
I mean, you mentioned Ed Fazer here. Ed Fazer is
Fazer,
really good.
if you're looking for a defense of Aquinas on anything, Fazer's pretty much just as good of a source as any other. As Antoinette Gilson, he's pretty darn good on the 5 ways. There are actually philosophers who are starting to defend versions of the 5 ways that don't appeal to some of the more Aristotelian concepts that Aquinas assumes. One of them being one of my advisors, PhD advisor, Scott McDonald. I think he's got a paper called Aquinas' Parasitic Cosmological Argument.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's move on to argument number 4, Samuel Clarke. And I haven't heard of this one, so I'm really curious. I guess I'll let you read this one, and then
Sure.
I may ask a question or two about it.
So an important distinction for this argument is the distinction between contingent things and dependent things. You might have noticed in the previous argument, it started out arguing that there cannot be an infinite number of contingent things. And then it also went to, there can't be an infinite number of dependent things either. So this distinction is very important. Everything that's contingent is dependent, but not everything.
Okay. Or yeah, let's hear the explanation first.
Is contingent.
I like
so
that.
This argument says we don't even need to talk about contingent things. All we need to do is focus on dependent things, and the argument's off and running.
Yeah. See, this actually.
Wait, everything that is contingent is dependent. I don't know why we would accept that. It seems like there could just be brute facts that don't depend on anything else. It seems like if there are brute facts, then they wouldn't be dependent. They would be dependent or sorry, they would be contingent but not dependent.
It strikes me as like, just if we can pause for a second, this argument, what it looks like, the dependence version of like cosmological arguments or contingency arguments, I was really not introduced to these until I started to interact with the work of Josh Rasmussen, which we'll get to. I mean, there's 150 arguments. We're going to get to some Rasmussen and Proust and everyone else. But he was the first one that I kind of saw this distinction between, in everyday language, when someone hears the word contingent, they're probably thinking of it in the dependence like way. You know what I mean? So it was cool to see him make that distinction and then go on to make an argument for God's existence from dependence. So I just wanted to throw that little anecdote in there. Well, let's get back to the argument and run through all of the premises here.
Okay, so there are dependent beings. For any dependent being, it either
okay, I would accept that. Okay.
depends on itself or it depends on another.
I don't know why or it depends on another. Well, it would depend on so if by another you mean another being, then that would be false if we accept that beings emerged from non-being things, like via, so if by being we mean like a conscious entity, well, whatever the first conscious entity was, that obviously emerged from some non-conscious entity. So I don't know why we would accept that.
Nothing can depend on itself. So all dependent things depend on another.
Nothing. Well, that sentence sounds. This is completely unrelated, but that just seems to cut against motivational speaking. You cannot depend on yourself. But okay.
The series of dependent beings which depend on another can't be infinite. If this,
I seem well. I mean that doesn't seem clear, but perhaps.
Series of beings which depend on another can't be infinite. Then the series of beings which depend on another must ultimately depend on an independent being. So the series of beings.
Yeah, but I don't know how we're getting being. It just seems like it has to depend on an independent thing. So it seems to have to either go back to a brute fact or to a necessary thing. But I don't know. I have qualms with trying to just establish a necessary being, because it seems like we can, for any allegedly necessary being, it seems like we can imagine a world without it. Same thing with any necessary thing.
Beings which depend on another must ultimately depend on an independent being.
Series. Okay. I mean, being just seems to be snuck in here. I don't know how we're getting any statements about beings here.
See, I like that. I mean, the premises I think are a little bit like the version that I've grown to be familiar with from Rasmussen is a lot more simple. I think it doesn't, like, this has some extra steps that I don't think are necessary, but I still like it. I like these arguments from dependence to an independent being. So.
I do.
There is also something kind of endearing that I enjoy about the sort of metagaming about like which arguments for God they like. I do enjoy that. I don't know, and they just. I think that talks of sort of the metagame for like good theistic arguments and good atheistic arguments, etc., are pretty interesting. But yeah.
Me too, and they're structurally similar to other cosmological arguments, but yeah, if you stick with the notion of dependence, yeah, I think that's pretty intuitive.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to some resources for this one.
Okay, we have Clarke's classic demonstration, William Rowe, Richard Gale, and Bruce Reichenbach.
There you go. Yeah, I was going to say that if you guys, so we're going to run through some of these really quickly. So when you see these resources, these resource slides, actually a limited amount of space, but what I can do is make this Google slide, just pause it and do it that way. All right, let's move on to argument number 5. We're only 5 in. Can you believe? And we're already like hitting some really heavy philosophy here. Like I said, this is not your brother's argument that he like came up when he was 5 years old and was trying to share it with his other friend when they were just randomly debating God's existence. So these are very, very.
Yeah, well, I'm with you there.
Very serious arguments, as you can see. I also like that, like, I mean, because some of these arguments, like, they weren't in this form, right? They weren't like deductive and like a syllogism like this or like a structured deductive form. So you had to do a lot of that work yourself. So this is actually a huge resource.
Process.
I mean, one thing is that, so in order to construct a like compelling Bayesian case from lots of independent arguments, the arguments have to actually be independent. And these arguments seem very, very similar. They seem to all rely on very similar premises, have very similar objections. And so, I don't know, it does seem to be like quintuple, or I don't know, like counting the same piece of evidence like 30 times. So not very compelling, but yeah.
This is a huge resource. Okay, all right, let's, so just, why don't I read this one, because you read the last one. All right, so here it is, Leibniz's Cosmological Argument. CA just means Cosmological Argument. We're going to have to use some abbreviations here. All right, premise number 1, anything that exists has a sufficient reason for why it exists, either in another contingent being or in a necessary being. Number 2.
I don't think that's, okay, I don't think that that's true for a few ways. One, it seems conceivable, and in fact, it seems likely that the first thing was a brute fact, I don't understand. There doesn't seem to be a good way of getting a necessary being, given that for any allegedly necessary being, it seems to be impossible to imagine a world without it. It's also not clear why it needs a being. It seemed like it could just be a thing. Like, why couldn't it just be an eternal, uncaused stone that causes other things, or primordial laws of physics, etc.?
2, the world exists.
I agree with that.
3, therefore, the world has a sufficient reason for why it exists, either in another contingent being or in a necessary being.
I disagree with that for the reason I disagree with premise 1.
But the sufficient reason for why the world exists cannot be in another contingent being, since A, the world just is the collection of all contingent beings, and B, the sufficient reason for the collection cannot be in its parts, individually or collectively. So...
Wait, okay. It can't be a contingent being, since the world is just the collection of contingent... Well, that seems to beg the question against brute facts. But yeah, there could be one contingent being that brings about the rest of the contingent beings in the world.
A sufficient reason for the world must be a necessary being outside the world. And the conclusion, therefore, there is a necessary being outside the world.
So the main premise here is going to be premise 4. And this was David Hume's objection to the argument. He thought that this argument, premise 4 in particular, committed the fallacy of composition. If each part is contingent, why should we think that the whole is contingent? So, for example, if he thought it committed the fallacy like this: if each part of an engine weighs, I don't know, a pound, that doesn't follow that the engine weighs a pound. The engine is going to be a lot heavier than just a pound. But now, compare a different example. If each part of the wall, each brick of the wall is red, it does follow that the wall is red. So the question is contingency like color, or is it more like weight? And, well, I think it's more like color, right? It's not like weight. A bunch of contingent things together don't add up their contingency to be like more contingency in the same way that something lightweight things don't add up their weight to be more heavy, right? You don't get something that's more contingent just by adding up contingent things. So another way of objecting would be, if each part has an explanation, why think a whole must have an explanation? And here are a few examples to think that just if we've explained each part, that's not sufficient for explaining a whole. Richard Gale has this charming example. I'm modifying a little bit. Imagine that there are 5 philosophers on a particular street corner in New York City, and we want to know why there are 5 philosophers on this particular street corner in New York City. Well, one of them is there because his grandma lives around the block and he's going to see her. One is there because he's on the way to see a play. One is there because he just wanted to get outside and get some fresh air. One is there, because, and so on. So they each have their own individual reason for being on that street corner. That by itself doesn't explain why there are 5 philosophers on this street corner. That seems to cry out for more explanation. And the explanation there would be, oh, there's a meeting of the American Philosophical Association happening in New York City on this weekend. You see how that works? So
there's something a little bit deeper. Yeah, there's got to be some extra explanation for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Alexander Proust gives a different example. He asks us to imagine a cannonball at rest at noon, and then it's fired. So we can ask, why is the cannonball moving 1 minute past noon? Well, because it was moving a half a minute past noon. But if that's true, then why was it moving a half a minute past noon? Well, because it was moving a quarter minute past noon. Why was it moving a quarter minute past noon? Well, because it was moving an 8 minute past noon. So why is it moving at any time past noon is the question. So even if its movement at any one time is explained by a prior time, it doesn't explain why the cannonball is moving at all. We need to eventually recourse to the fact that it was fired. So those are 2 examples.
Yeah, this just seems to be question begging against brute contingencies. For something to be necessary, it has to exist in all possible worlds. But I don't know why God exists in all possible worlds. It seems like that requires winning some ontological argument, and I don't think ontological arguments tend to be very good.
Examples of how even if we have an explanation of a part, that doesn't necessarily mean we have an explanation of the whole.
Okay, let's move on to some resources for this one. Here we go. Or no, this is the next argument. Okay.
Everything that exists has an explanation. I don't know if that's true. Well, depends on what you mean by explanation. If the explanation just bottoms out at it's a brute fact, then sure. But okay, it seems likely that there are some brute facts. Okay. The universe exists. I agree with that. So the universe has an explanation that would follow from the previous premise. The universe has an explanation, then its explanation is God. I would not accept that.
Yeah, so we have a Leibnizian cosmological argument that's defended by Stephen Davis and Bill Craig, which probably is familiar with your...
I don't know why we would accept that a necessary God is any more plausible than a necessary universe, or than a necessary sort of primordial essence from which the universe emerges, or from a necessary, like pixie that creates the universe.
Your viewers, everything that exists has an explanation. The universe exists, so the universe has an explanation. If the universe has an explanation, it's God, so God exists. The key premise there is 4, which he points out is logically equivalent to what the atheist has always maintained, which is that if God does not exist, the universe has no explanation. It's just brute. So it's a pretty strong argument.
Why couldn't it just be the case that the universe has some necessary explanation?
Okay, and let's move on to some resources for that one. Stephen T. Davis, Cosmological Argument and the Epistemic Status of Belief in God. And William Lane Craig's Reasonable Faith. Yeah, he's defended that one in a lot of his works. He's defended that one. Yeah. So, right, moving on. So now we are on to argument number 7. Proust, the Leibnizian argument from Alexander Proust.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Remember when earlier I accused these arguments of being parasitic on each other? Sorry, that was I completely missed the mark there. Obviously, this is a fundamentally different argument from the previous Leibnizian argument. Though these are just totally different. You might accept one and reject the other. Definitely, the reasons for accepting either of them are in no way parasitic on the reasons for accepting the other.
And I'll read this one because I just have such an affinity for Alexander Bruce. All right, number one is every contingent fact has an explanation.
There is something funny. It feels like Cam is sort of like competing to read lots of the arguments.
Number two, there is a contingent fact that includes.
Okay, every contingent fact has an explanation. Well, so I don't agree with that. Could just be brute. There is a contingent fact that includes all other contingent facts. Okay, therefore there
all other contingent facts. Number three, therefore there is an explanation of this fact. Four, this explanation cannot itself be a contingent fact. And then the conclusion, so the explanation of all contingent facts is necessary.
Okay, but why can't it just be a necessary universe or something? All of the infrastructure for how you get a necessary God seems to also be able to get us to a necessary non-God.
What's like the number one objection to this argument?
It's that the first premise is false. And the first premise is what's called the strong principle of sufficient reason. So they're just going to want to deny that every contingent fact has an explanation. There are brute facts.
Okay, and some resources for this one, the Leibnizian Cosmological Argument in Craig and Moreland's The Blackwell Companion to Natural Theology, which I've got sitting on my shelf back here. This one is also actually available on Bruce's website, I believe. So if you just search for the title of this, then it'll pull up and you can watch it. You can read it for free if you want to learn more about his argument. And Bruce is just like, you need to know who he is. If you don't, you need to look him up. You need to look at what the sorts of things that he's saying. I've even featured a couple of his talks on this YouTube channel that you can go and watch. One of them was on the argument from Beauty, and another one was a sort of newish argument for God's existence from paradoxes, like the Grim Reaper paradox that I discuss, or that I've had other philosophers on to talk about. All right, argument number.
Yes, Justice. I think I will watch the whole thing. We'll see. Maybe my headphones will die first. Maybe my voice will go. Maybe the universe will end. Maybe I'll pass away before this incredibly long video ends, but we'll try to get through it. Oops.
Number 8, the Gale.
So you asked what the strongest objection to the previous argument was, and it's what's called the strong principle of sufficient reason. Well, Alexander Bruce and Richard Gale tried to come up with an argument based on a weak principle of sufficient reason, which is premise 1 here.
Okay, for any proposition P, if P is true, then possibly there is a proposition Q that explains P. Okay, if P is true, then possibly there is a proposition Q that explains P. I don't know. Well, so if by explanation we mean that the explanation has to be necessary rather than contingent, then I wouldn't accept that, because if something is possibly necessary, then it's actually necessary, right? So if you mean, like, if you just mean that there are some possible worlds in which any brute fact has some other brute fact that explains it, sure. But if you mean that there are some possible worlds in which there are necessary things that explain it all, then I wouldn't accept that. And then and if I did, I don't know why I would accept that it would be God.
Here. For any proposition P, if P is true, then possibly there is a proposition Q that explains P. So it's a little bit weaker than that strong principle of sufficient reason we encountered before.
Possibility talk just always feels like an attempt to slip in more than is able to be justified.
Premise 2, all contingently true propositions in the actual world form a big conjunctive proposition. They use the term fact, but just for consistency, I'll just use proposition BCCP, big conjunctive contingent proposition. Possibly, this is premise 3, possibly there's a proposition Q that explains BCCP.
Well, so when possibility here, they're not talking about epistemic possibility. They're talking about possibility in a metaphysical sense. So whether there are some possible worlds in which there's a necessary explanation. So if I accept brute facts, then I would just reject this, right? Because if there's possibly an explanation, then there's necessarily an explanation. But it doesn't seem like there is necessarily an explanation, so I would reject that. But if I did, I don't know why I would accept that it would be God.
4, Q explains BCCP only if Q involves a necessary being. And this is because if Q were wholly contingent, Q would be in BCCP. So Q can't be contingent but necessary. Premise 5,
yes, this will be uploaded.
There's a proposition Q that explains BCCP that involves a necessary being. And this follows from 3 and 4.
Why would we accept 4? Why couldn't it just involve a necessary non-being? What?
Provable in S5, modal system S5, which we'll talk about a little bit later. The argument is this: look, if possibly Q explains P and Q explains P only if Q is necessary, then possibly Q is necessary. In other words, if Q is possibly necessary, but if Q is possibly necessary, it follows in modal system S5 that it is necessary. So Q. And we're on premise 6. Q explains BCCP only if Q reports a personal explanation. And the reason here is that there's a distinction between personal explanations and scientific explanations. Scientific explanations are explanations in terms of the laws of nature, law-like generalities. Personal explanations are explanations in terms of agents and their intentions. So if we ask a question, why is the water boiling? You could give a scientific explanation in terms of mean kinetic energy, the water molecules, blah, blah, blah. Or you could give a personal explanation, which is that I wanted to make some tea. So we have this distinction between these two kinds of explanation. Well, they point out, Gale and Proust point out that because scientific explanations are just generalizations over all of contingent reality, scientific explanations must also be contingent. So scientific explanations can't involve only contingent propositions, all of which are already included in BCCP. So no.
Yeah, this just seemed like trying to sneak in the premise, but
No scientific explanation, no proposition.
sorry, trying to
explain
sneak
BCCP.
in the premise by saying it's possible that there's, when you say it is possible that there is a necessary X, that's just the same thing as saying X is necessary. Given that if something is possibly necessary, then there are some possible worlds in which they're true in all possible worlds. But if in some possible worlds they're true in all possible worlds, then they're in fact true in all possible worlds.
So whatever proposition explains BCCP, and this is the conclusion, it must, well, it's premise 6, must report a personal explanation. And so the conclusion, there's a proposition Q that explains BCCP that involves a necessary being and reports a personal explanation.
Yeah, so this one, someone's noting in the comment section that this one is a little bit more on the complex side, which is okay. We're going to get even into more complex waters.
I mean, again, like my earlier complaint about these arguments seeming to be parasitic on each other does seem to apply to this one as well.
A whole lot more complex when we start talking about ontological
like
arguments, which is section number 2. So if that was too much, then just get
like to the extent that you accepted the Kalam, or sorry, that you rejected the other contingency arguments, you would obviously also reject this one.
Ready, because it's about to get a lot worse. Yeah, so there's
well,
that. But then I was going to say something that's, let me say this first. So my favorite, not my favorite, but a really cool thing about this argument, let me pull it back up here, is that Gale is an atheist. Mm-hmm. He's I don't know if he's agnostic technically, but he's definitely not a theist. He's a non-theist. Yet, I just want you to note that he's developed this argument for God's existence with Alexander Proust, and he's defended in the literature and everything. Like that to me shows a big difference between what happens in the philosophy world, like the academic world, as opposed to what happens on YouTube and in debates on Facebook and on Twitter and stuff. It's like in the philosophy world and academic world, they're not afraid to steal man arguments, to attempt to better the other side's position. And so it's just, I don't know, I find that really, really interesting.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think that is sort of a nice thing that, you know, in the academic world, people will try to present arguments for things they don't agree with. I saw Joe Schmid wrote a paper, I didn't know if it got published, but arguing for the modal ontological argument, or at least part of it. And Joe Schmid's an agnostic. And so, I don't know, I thought that was cool.
Gale, he's a non-theist himself, yet he's defended this argument and developed a dialectic that way. It's just
I think Gale's work is very underappreciated. It's brilliant, and his writing is superb. I love Gale's writing. You should, yeah, if you haven't read much Richard Gale, you should. But the point I wanted to make earlier is that the more complicated arguments are going to be in these first few categories, cosmological and ontological. It gets easier from there.
Good to note. All right, so let's move on to some resources.
I actually, not to toot my own horn here, but so I have a blog. You can find it at benthams.substack.com. You should all read it and subscribe to it. And so one of the posts that I'm working on is writing a blog post that argues that presents in as smugly as possible the case for the existence of God. Just because I don't know. I think there's something fun about very smugly arguing for views that you don't hold. And I'm trying to make it maximally smug. And also, you know, it's nice to steel man the other side's argument.
This is for this one, which is just Richard Gale and Alexander Proust's A New Cosmological Argument, and that you can find in religious studies. Okay, moving on to cosmological argument, and this is argument number 9. So I'll go ahead and read this one. This one's got a lot on the screen here. PPE, and is that just a principle? What is PPP? PPE
let me take this one, yeah, because I've got my notes on this one. It's a little bit, it might not be transparent.
Okay.
So two philosophers, Katz and Kramer, they think that you can run a cosmological argument without the principle of sufficient reason, based on this principle, and it's the principle of epistemic explanations, they call it. Okay, so kind of a mouthful there. And it's PPE. Given that 1, there's a possible explanation of the fact that F, and 2, any possible explanation of the fact that F entails P, it's reasonable to believe P. Here's an example. The match is on fire. Any possible explanation of that fact entails that there's oxygen in the atmosphere. So it's reasonable to believe that there's oxygen in the atmosphere. Okay? So we can run the argument with PPE. 1, the proposition that there's a unique necessary being who brought about the existence of everything other than itself by willing that the other being should exist would, if true, explain why there are contingent beings. There is a possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings. And so 1 and 2, premise 3.
There is a possible explanation of the fact that there Well, so when they say beings, so that's true, but I don't know why it would bottom out at, like, why it wouldn't just bottom out at contingent non-beings. And if it's that there's an explanation for all contingent things, possibly, I don't think that that's true. Remember, we're using possibility in a metaphysical sense. And so the question there is whether or not there are some possible worlds in which there is an explanation, a necessary explanation for all contingent things. And if we accept brute facts, then the answer is no. So if something's possibly necessary, then it's actually necessary. It also is not clear why the original thing would have to be a being. Why couldn't it just be something else?
Here, there is no proposition consistent with the claim that there are only contingent beings, which, if true, would explain why there are contingent beings. Well, 1 and 2 together satisfy PPE. That's the principle. Given that 1, there's a possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings, and 2, any possible explanation of that fact, of the fact that there are contingent beings, entails P, there's a necessary being. It's reasonable to believe that P, there is a necessary being. So 1 and 2 together just satisfy.
Yeah, but I don't know why the only explanation would have to be a necessary being.
The main principle here. And we had premise 3 and then premise 4. Any possible explanation of the fact that there are contingent beings entails that there is a necessary being. And so the conclusion, it's reasonable to believe that there is a necessary being.
Okay, I'm not going to add a whole lot on this one other than to say maybe we should move on to get some resources on this one. Do you want to talk about that resource at all, or should we just move on?
Let's just move on.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
There's so many more cosmological arguments. No. Okay.
Gonna have to take this one too.
Yeah, this is okay. Kuhn's Cosmological Argument, published in 1997, was instrumental in launching a lot of different cosmological arguments. Very influential.
X is a part of Y if anything that overlaps X overlaps Y. Wait, okay. I'm not sure I understand this.
Cosmological argument, and it's extremely logically tight. Okay, so it's based on certain mereological axioms, a few principles of causation, and then the argument's often running. It's similar to the Leibnizian cosmological argument, except with cause but not explanation. Okay, so here are the mereological axioms. Mereological just being study of parts and wholes. So axiom 1, X is a part of Y if and only if anything that overlaps X overlaps Y. Overlaps just means they share a part in common.
Wait, okay. X is a part of Y if anything that if anything that has a part in common with X has a part in common with Y. Yeah, that seems correct. Sure. Okay.
Axiom 2, if there's a thing of type C, then there's an aggregate or sum of all such types. 3.
Sure, that also seems correct if I'm understanding things correctly.
X is identical to Y if and only if X is a part of Y and Y is a part of X. 4, if a whole exists, so do all of its parts. And 5, if all parts of a whole exist, so does the whole. Now, these axioms of mereology are not very controversial, so he's just kind of taking them for granted. Now, here's a definition. A wholly contingent thing is something that has no necessary parts. It's entirely contingent, nothing necessary about it. Okay, 3 principles of causation. First,
is that the next slide?
Yeah, next slide. First, only actual existent things can be causes or effects. Seems pretty reasonable.
Only actual existent things can be, well, to the extent that we think things can happen uncaused, then, in some sense, non-existent things can be causes.
Second, a cause and its effect must be distinct. A cause can't overlap its effect. And then third, every wholly contingent thing has a cause.
A cause and its effect must be distinct. So things that are part of the cause can't overlap with part of the effect. I don't know why that's true. Like, if I cause myself to watch this video, it seems like things that overlap with me also overlap with me watching the video. Every wholly contingent thing has a cause. Well, no, not if we accept brute necessity.
Cause. Now, the argument runs as follows. Next slide. All parts of a necessary thing are necessary. That follows from axiom 4.
Okay, all parts of a necessary thing are necessary. Yeah, maybe that. I mean, I don't. Yeah, that. Okay, that seems plausible. Though that does seem to run into some problems with God, right? Because it does seem hard to give an account of why certain elements of God are necessary. So, like, why is God's, I don't know, God. I mean, this goes to sort of Euthyphro dilemma concerns, but it's hard to give an account of like why many of the Euthyphro of why many of like God's character has certain properties.
and K. K is just system modal logic. In modal logic, every contingent thing has a wholly contingent part.
Every contingent thing has a wholly contingent part. Maybe?
First and second axioms. Definition, let C be the aggregate of all wholly contingent reality. 3, if there are any contingent things, C is wholly contingent thing. That follows from
Okay, so
A1, A3, the definition, and lemma 1. Lemma 4, if there are any contingent things, C has a cause, follows from lemmas 3 and the C3, which I think is just the different. Oh, C3, the third principles of causation. Every contingent thing overlaps C. And then we can derive from these theorem. If there are any contingent things, then the cosmos, the sum of all wholly contingent things, has a cause. That is a necessary thing. Now, I said it's a very tight argument, and you can see how tight it is if you just look at my own simplification here in the next slide.
But it seems like there could just be brute necessity.
Premise 1, there are contingent things.
Okay, there are contingent things, sure. I would accept that.
2, the cosmos is the sum of all wholly contingent things. Now,
Okay, sure.
he's just defining the cosmos in that way. 3, the sum of all wholly contingent things is a wholly contingent thing. That's what most of what we just covered went to establish, and that is derived. That's not really premise. That's derived from the axioms and definitions. 4, so the cosmos is a wholly contingent thing. 5, each wholly contingent thing has a cause. That's the key premise of the argument. And then 6.
But why I wouldn't accept that, because it could just be a brute fact. There could just be a brute contingency. Also, a necessary thing could. I don't know why it would have to be a god.
So the cosmos has a cause that is not a contingent thing, it's namely a necessary thing. Now, what's cool about this argument is if you accept the axioms and you accept those three principles of causation, it all follows. The conclusion follows. The only premise in this argument, other than the fact that there are contingent
That's true. Valid arguments.
things, which isn't, I mean, that's a pretty safe assumption. The only premise of this argument is 5. Each wholly contingent thing has a cause. And he defends 5 by saying that he just appeals to empirical science. He says every success of common sense in sciences is by reconstructing causal antecedents of things that we observe in nature. So everything that we see that's contingent is a cause. So,
well, causation could be a relation between spatiotemporal events. It's not clear why that would mean that space-time itself has to have a cause. And there are lots of things that are not caused, like mathematics, mathematical truths, modal truths, moral truths, epistemic truths, etc.
That's really the main premise there. And this is a good example of how these outlines are just a tip of an iceberg of material that you can get into.
To put it lightly, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
So here is some resources here. Okay, so I decided that I wasn't going to do like anything to kind of break up the monotony, but after that one, I've got to. So we are on, that was 10 arguments. I'm going to do 10 push-ups. We're going to see how this goes. You can join me if you want. You don't have to, but
Yeah, let's get this. I'm not interested in this.
yeah, I mean, we may need to get a beer after this anyways. This is intense.
We're in intermission,
All right,
yeah.
here we go.
Like I said, they get easier. That's one of the more complicated ones that we'll go over.
Okay, well, I at least I appreciated your simplified version, so that was cool. All right.
I mean, okay, so if all of these are being counted as distinct arguments that form a cumulative case for God, then I'm going to present my cumulative case from evil. If there's a God, 100 examples of evil. If there's a God, why is there malaria? Why is there typhoid? Why is there the flu? Why is there COVID? Why is there depression? Why is there schistomiasis? Why are there intestinal worms? Boom! We have tons of arguments from disease as the cumulative case from disease against God. I mean, it's just these are like almost identical arguments, but they're just being run in subtly different ways. But yeah.
Here we go. Here is argument number 11. Should I read this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. For any, let me read the title of this one. So this one's from Proust and Rasmussen's book. I think this is their book, Necessary Existence. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still catching my breath. I shouldn't be this out of shape. All right, premise 1. For any particular contingent concrete, something that possibly causes things, there's an explanation of the fact that those things exist. Number 2, considering all the contingent concrete things that exist, if there's an explanation of the fact that those...
There is an explanation of the fact for any particular contingent concrete thing, there is an explanation of, no, if we accept brute necessity, then we would reject that.
Things exist, then there is a necessary concrete thing, and then conclusion just follows. So there is a necessary concrete thing.
No reason to think that is God. It's also not clear why it would have to be a concrete thing. It's also not clear in what sense God is concrete. And this also requires rejecting necessity, which I would accept, because it doesn't seem like there's any way of explaining how the first thing would be necessary, given that it seems like there being nothing is at least conceivable.
There you go.
Yeah, and for defense of that, see their book, Necessary Existence. Fantastic book.
There you go. So good. It's very complex, and it's difficult at points, which you probably would expect from those two authors writing a book together. But all right, so here we go. Let's move on. Cosmological Argument, and this is our argument number 12. I'll let you take this one.
So this is Emmanuel Rutin's atomistic cosmological argument. Premise 1: there are objects.
Never heard of him or this argument, so I'm really excited.
He comes up again later, so yeah.
Okay, pretty controversial, but okay. Maybe there are objects. Fine.
Yeah, we'll encounter him again. 2: every composite object is ultimately composed of simple objects.
I'm not really sure I understand what that means or why we would accept it.
3: every object is caused or is the cause of other objects. Another object
is caused. Well, no. So there could be uncaused objects if we accept brute necessity, or sorry, brute that there are some brute facts.
The sum of all caused simple objects is an object.
Yeah, I don't know why we would accept that. Seems like it could emerge from non-object things.
So an object is disjoint, which means they don't share a part in common with that object.
The cause of an object is disjoint with that object. So the cause and the object don't share a cause. Okay, probably.
Cause composite object contains a cause proper part. That's key premise. 7, there's the first cause. You can find his dissertation online by searching Emmanuel. Well, the title of his dissertation is The Resource.
Okay, this doesn't get
the
us
next slide.
to
He goes through a handful of
God.
cosmological arguments, and that's the one he thinks is most defensible.
And
so I'm getting a little
also-
concerned, Chad, because we're only 12 arguments in, and we're already at an hour. At this rate, we're not going to be done until tomorrow. So maybe we should speed it up a little bit.
Okay,
So here's
yeah.
an argument that everyone should be familiar with at this point. If you're watching this and interested in these types of things, cosmological argument: whatever begins to exist has a cause.
I don't know why we would accept that everything which begins to exist has a cause. It seems like there could just be, things that begin to exist without causes. Also, the notion of beginning is sort of weird. If we just think of space-time as a four-dimensional thing where if we think of time as just a fourth dimensional thing, such that space-time is this sort of four-dimensional snaking object, where every moment of time that we experience is just sort of a part of that four-dimensional object, then it seems like, that provides an explanation of things beginning to if that's true, then the universe, then everything that begins to exist doesn't have a cause, given that, or rather, the universe didn't begin to exist. Time is just time is an emergent property from this four-dimensional thing, which just exists.
2, the universe began to exist. So the conclusion, the universe has a cause, and this one is defended famously.
Not clear why that cause would have to be God. It could be an uncaused non-God thing. I don't think that the arguments for why that uncaused thing have to be God are very good.
By Wayne Lane Craig in the Cosmological Argument. He's also got some papers on this. You can check his website. It looks like, well, why don't you mention the rest of these because you put this together? It's interesting that you've mentioned Callum Miller's paper here, actually, that I'm looking at this.
Yeah, I was going to include that as a separate outline, but time got away from me. The basic idea there is just that if theism is true, it's much more likely that the universe began to exist than if naturalism were true, which is confirmatory evidence for theism.
And you definitely should have put that as a separate argument. It's your fault.
I know.
And Craig agrees that if we accept the B theory of time, wherein time is an emergent phenomena and is not sort of fundamentally ontologically real, then this argument goes away. Craig agrees that if the B theory of time is true, then this argument doesn't work, which is why he spends so much time arguing against the B theory of time. The B theory of time is the consensus view among philosophers of time, if you look at the Phil Paper survey. And so it just seems like this, by Craig's own admission, if the consensus view is right in terms of philosophy of time, then this argument doesn't work. And I don't know why we would reject that consensus view.
Screwed it up, Chad. All right, let's move on.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Here's Alexander Pruse's column, which is 1, something has a cause. 2, there are no causal loops, nothing causes itself. 3, nothing has an infinite causal history, and that's the burden of his book. What's the title of it? You mentioned it earlier.
Something has a cause. Sure, there are no causal loops. Nothing has an infinite causal history, so there's an uncaused cause. If there's an uncaused cause, God exists. Okay, something has a cause, certainly. There are no causal loops. Nothing has an infinite causal history. So there is an uncaused cause. So if there is an uncaused cause, God exists. So I would obviously reject 5. I would also reject that there are no causal loops. And that, well, I'm not sure what they mean by causal loops. But And it seems like an infinite causal history is perfectly fine.
Yeah, infinity, causation, and paradox, I think.
There it is. So there is an uncaused cause. That follows directly from 1, 2, and 3. 5, if there's an uncaused cause, God exists. 6, so God exists.
There you go. And that one, like you said, is defended in Infinity, Causation, and Paradox, 2018. It's an amazing book. All right, so this one, Swinburne's Inductive Cosmological Argument. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, so Swinburne famously makes a distinction between 2 different kinds of inductive arguments, good inductive arguments. The first is what he calls a p-inductive argument. And that's just when a piece of evidence makes a hypothesis more likely true than not. So it pushes the likelihood of the hypothesis over half, basically. It makes it more likely true than not. Now, by contrast, there are c-inductive arguments, which are arguments where some piece of evidence just makes the hypothesis more likely. Not more likely than not. It just increases the probability of the hypothesis a little bit. Okay, so that's how he frames his cosmological argument. He thinks the universe makes for a good c-inductive cosmological argument. So 1, the universe exists and is a certain way, namely it's complex, yet everything behaves in an orderly, law-like way. It is such as to be a suitable theater for humans and animals to evolve. Humans did evolve so as to be able to have true beliefs about the world and to meaningfully act within it. Okay, so if theism can explain why the universe exists and is this way better than naturalism can, then the universe exists and is this way makes theism more likely than naturalism. Well, theism can't explain.
Okay, the universe exists and is a certain way. A, it is complex yet orderly. I mean, that may be a little bit of evidence for theism, but it seems like naturalism can give perfectly adequate accounts of this. B, it is such to be a suitable theater for humans. Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll probably get to that more when we talk about fine-tuning arguments, but most of it being uninhabitable isn't a very suitable theater for anything. And C, humans evolved so as to be able to have true beliefs about the world. Yeah, I'd agree that this is more strongly predicted on theism. But it seems like on theism, you would predict that we would have greater ability to be able to have true beliefs about the world than we do now. So this doesn't seem to be very good evidence. Okay, so if theism can explain why the universe exists better than naturalism, so then it's more likely, sure, yeah, if theism is the best explanation, then we should accept it. Theism can, better. No, I don't think it can, given. So yeah, I mean, I would just sort of reject this inductive cumulative case. I think that there are many more sort of inductive elements that are much less likely on theism, such as just all of the evils in the world, divine hiddenness, the fact of the fact that God's goals don't seem to be naturally realized, the absence of like the fact that minds are contingent on brains, etc. The fact that there's evolution, it seems to be an inefficient mechanism, natural suffering, etc. But I do appreciate that Swinburne is sort of adopting the project of trying to make a cumulative case for and against theism. He thinks that the case for theism is stronger. I think he's wrong about that, but yeah.
Why the universe exists in this way better than naturalism can. So the universe exists and is this way makes theism more likely than naturalism. Now, the main premise here is going to be 2. Why think naturalism can't explain why the universe exists and is this way better than theism? Well, again, he draws on this distinction between personal explanations and scientific explanations. Naturalism only has scientific explanations available to it. It doesn't have personal explanations available to it. So
at a cosmological level.
Yeah, at the cosmological level. Yeah, good point. So the only thing that could explain the universe at the cosmological level is a personal explanation. So that's why theism is more probable.
Well, I mean, thinking about it, I don't know why the universe being complex, but things being orderly would be that expected on theism. Like, why wouldn't the universe just be simple? And why? Yeah.
The universe makes theism more probable than naturalism.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start being a little bit more strict on that. So we'll go through these a little bit quicker now. All right, so a SCOTUS is modal cosmological argument. That should be fun.
It's the Supreme Court. They have a modal cosmological argument, apparently.
Go ahead.
Whatever cannot possibly exist from something else possibly exists from itself.
Whatever cannot possibly exist. Okay, this is a mouthful of a premise. Okay, whatever cannot possibly exist from something else. So if there's something that in no possible worlds is caused by other things, it in some possible worlds exists from itself. I don't know why we would accept that. Like, I don't know. I mean, it seems like a square circle cannot possibly exist from something else, but it doesn't seem like it possibly exists from itself.
It's possible that a first causal potency exists. Now, by first causal potency, he means a first cause, but not necessarily one that exercises its causal power. Okay.
Okay, it is possible. Sure, I would agree that it's possible if when we're talking about it being possible, we're talking about it as a contingent thing. But if we're saying that that it's a necessary thing that's possible, well, then that would just be the same thing as saying it's necessary, which I would obviously reject.
The first causal potency cannot possibly exist from something else. So it's possible that a first causal potency exists from itself. What is non-existent cannot bring anything into existence, even if
I don't know. I would accept things can't come from nothing.
Per impossible, what is non-existent could bring something else into existence, could bring itself into existence. It would not be altogether uncausable. So it's not possible for something to exist from itself, which does not actually exist from itself. So a first causal potency does exist from itself.
Oh, this one
Nice.
is.
I'm not going to add a whole lot more on that, other than, well, I mean, this is why I love the
really
fact that we're doing all of these resources, is that people can go and search. If you want to look more into these arguments, you can do that. So this one, when does Scotus live, actually? Because he's one of these like Aquinas characters in the Middle Ages. Is that right?
Following Aquinas, 12th century, I believe, maybe 13th, 12th or 13th.
Yeah, so he's a little bit on the older side in terms of like distance from us. And it was also defended by Timothy O'Connor, which he's also. I'm going to see my be aware of Timothy O'Connor.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. All right, that one is Scotus's Modal Cosmological Argument. What number are we on? We're on number 17. I'm going to see my goal, as I just made this goal up, is that every 10 arguments or so, I'm going to see if I can just do 10 push-ups every 10 arguments. and then when I like completely run out of steam, it's just that's what happens.
Yeah,
right,
bear
so
in mind too. I guess it deserves repeating that these first two categories are the most technical and complex. It gets easier, just as a reminder.
Okay. Yeah, and there's a lot of really cool stuff that you've probably never heard of or ever seen. So all of it is worth. I mean, people who are watching this, this is just my hunch, my guess. People who are watching this are just eating all of this stuff up. This is all like,
So.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even for me.
Aren't we eating all of this stuff up? Yeah, this is really exciting. There is something sort of frustrating about. I sort of feel like with Cam's apologetic, it's really just like people who are Christians but don't really know how to justify it. It's just sort of much of the point of it is just to provide. I think a lot of it is that there are lots of people who are interested in theology and such, but I think lots of it is just to provide sort of a whirlwind of arguments so that people can be sort of introduced to the full complexity of the debate. And so then they can sort of confirmation biasy reason their way to believing what they believed all along. Right? Like, this doesn't seem like if they're not exploring the arguments in depth and are just providing like a smorgasbord of arguments with premises and such, it doesn't seem very productive for theology. But if the point is just to sort of dazzle people with the complexity of the arguments for it, so that if they have doubts, they remember, oh wait, there are 150 good arguments for it. Can I really identify what's wrong with all 150 of them? Then they sort of continue having their faith.
And I'm sitting here doing it with you. This is just, I live for this kind of stuff. So James Ross says, this is another one I haven't heard of, Modal Cosmological Argument. I feel like I should let you read this one again. You're just covering so much ground that I'm not familiar with.
It is impossible that anything prevent the existence of God.
It is impossible that anything prevent. What? That sentence is not grammatically correct. I mean, it's impossible that anything prevents. Well, it would depend on what you mean by prevents. Like, it seems like things generally need an explanation for why they exist, not like they exist unless something prevents them. But in some sense, something prevents it, which is just the absence of the necessary and sufficient conditions of the sufficient conditions for God existing. Okay.
That just is conceptually
I agree
true
with
about God. Yeah. For every individual x, if it is a fact that x exists or a fact that x does not exist, it is possible that there is an explanation for the fact that x exists, for the fact that x exists. That must be typo. And the fact that x does not exist. That's a version of the PSR. So suppose for reductio that God does not exist.
Okay, so that's the... Okay, so I would reject the PSR. It seems like there could be brute facts. Okay.
Or it is possible that there's an explanation for the fact that God does not exist. 5, it is not possible that there's an explanation for the fact that God does not exist.
It is possible that there is an explanation for the fact. So if God does not exist, then it's possible that there's an explanation for that, but it's not possible that there's an explanation for it. Well, I mean, the explanation could just be there's no account of why God does exist, and things usually don't exist without a cause. Maybe they do sometimes, but...
Exist. 6, it is and is not possible that there's an explanation for the fact that God does not exist, which is a contradiction. So we reject the premise that we assumed, which is 3, God does not exist, and so it's false that God does not exist.
That one is super confusing to me. I'd have to think about that a lot. Well, this one, James Ross.
Me too, Cameron. Me too.
Right, that's the guy who, okay, so 1969 is when he developed this. Oh, and then we see Richard Gale again. So did he defend this argument? in this resource
No,
that you've listed?
he's got a critical assessment of it. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Let's move on. So argument number 18, Christopher Weaver's modal cosmological argument. Which,
let's skip this argument because it's virtually identical to Rasmussen and Weaver's argument in the 24 or so volumes. So let's just go ahead
which
and
is
skip
coming up
forward to
soon,
that.
right? Okay.
Yeah,
Is
right,
that the
it's
next one?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
I outlined Weaver's argument before I read that paper and I said, oh, it's basically the same argument. So
I think you actually used the same number here too, so it's 18. We're still in the same argument.
yeah, I didn't count it as a separate argument for that reason.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, a lot of these seem really similar. But
Okay. It is possible that there's a purely contingent totality event that has a cause. It is.
There's so much weird jargon that I feel like is used by theists when they're arguing for God. That there is a purely contingent total. What is a totality event?
Impossible. Well, first of all, events are things that contain only contingent things, according to them. So I think one is true.
Okay, so it is. So in some possible worlds, there is a purely contingent sum of all things that has a cause.
Well, they give 3 reasons. It follows from a general principle of causality. There's nothing about a totality of purely contingent events that's different from other purely contingent events. It's inductively safe. It's conceivable. Whatever's conceivable is possible. So they give some arguments for 1. Okay, premise 2. It is impossible that a cause of a purely contingent totality event is.
I mean, I think I would reject 1, given that. So if it's a cause that all can, if it's the claim is that it's possible that all contingent things have a cause, well, that cause would seem to have to be necessary, but I don't know that we would accept that there's some necessary thing that causes things. So yeah,
Purely contingent. 3, if 1 and 2, then it's possible that there is a cause that isn't purely contingent. 4, if 3, then there is a necessary thing that can be a cause, and so 5, there is a necessary thing that can be a cause.
And even if there is a necessary thing,
and the resource for that one is a very.
And even if there is a necessary thing that can be a cause, why would we accept that this necessary thing is God rather than just like an uncaused, like necessary laws of physics or something?
A recent book that came out. I've actually I did a whole thing on it, a whole video on that book. 24 or so arguments for God's existence. And what we decided, Chad, was we just wanted to like completely make that look bad. So we wanted to do a whole series on 150 arguments. So way more than 24. Way more than 24. Sorry.
24, hold my beer.
Yeah, there was a joke. I think Hal Miller, you were doing something on Facebook. Anyways, that's completely beside the point. But go read this article. It's also.
I mean, I think that it's hard to count these as a sort of cumulative Bayesian case when the objections to basically all of them are the same. Just that 1, I accept the possibility of there being brute facts. 2, if I don't, then the necessary thing could be wouldn't have to be God. It could just be it could just be a necessary universe or something.
Available, I think, on Josh Rasmussen's site, or maybe available on Weaver's. I'm not sure, but you can probably get that one for free if you just search for it. Okay, proofs in Rasmussen's modal cosmological argument. Let me take this one. I'll read this one. All right, premise 1. For any positive state of affairs that can begin to obtain, it is possible for there to be something external to it that causes it to obtain.
For any positive state of affairs that can begin to obtain, it's possible for there to be something external to it that causes it to obtain. Okay, so I would accept maybe. I mean, I don't know. There might be something that, like, the first moment in time seems like, or what, like, it depends on what you mean by a positive state of affairs. If what you mean is the first contingent thing, well, if we reject necessity, then we would reject this premise, which I think we have reason to reject, that the first thing is necessary.
Free to like add anything that you want, because you've been doing that as you have been listing out the arguments. Number 2, it is possible for there to be a beginning of the positive state of affairs of its being the case that there exist contingent concrete things. Premise 3, if 1 and 2 are true, then it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing. Premise 4, so it is possible that there is a necessary concrete thing. 5, it is possible that there is a, if it is possible that there is a necessary.
So yeah, I would reject some combination of 1 and 2, and I mean, if we accepted this, it doesn't get us to God. It just means there's a necessary concrete thing.
Then there is a necessary concrete thing, and then the conclusion. So there is a necessary concrete thing.
Hey, all 4 of you who are watching, I appreciate the watching this slow trek through the 100 devastating arguments for the existence of God.
Yep, and details for that argument are in the same book we mentioned, Necessary Existence. That's chapter 4.
There you go. All right,
okay, Descartes' cosmological argument. This requires a little bit of explanation here because he's got some terminology. So premise 1 is there must be in the cause of an idea at least as much formal reality as the idea contains objective reality. Now, what he means by objective reality is the idea as it is represented in the mind. Now, a formal reality, by contrast, is the object's actual extramental reality. So here's an example. An idea according to Descartes, is like a painting. The objective reality is the painting itself, whereas the formal reality is what the painting is of in the world, like the landscape, the actual landscape. So the formal reality of the painting is more real than the objective reality of the painting. And the objective reality can never be as great or as perfect as the thing itself. Okay, so 2, I have the idea of God. 3, my idea of God is the effect of some cause. 4, the idea of God has infinite objective reality. So the idea of God has a cause with infinite formal reality. No finite substance, such as myself, can be the cause of my idea of God. Only an infinite substance can be the cause of my idea of God, so God exists. Now, if you want to simplify it down to
I think I would reject 1. Like,
bare bones, it would be.
There are other people who have the idea of a different God from the one Descartes had. It seems like conceiving of an infinite thing doesn't mean it exists.
I have an idea of a perfect being, God. Ideas, like other things, have causes, some by other ideas, some by extramental realities the ideas are of. 3, my idea of God cannot have been caused by other ideas of my own. And the idea here is that the idea of God is innate in me. I am implicitly aware of God as a perfect being because I am aware of myself as an imperfect being. So the conclusion is
okay, but thinking you're aware of something doesn't mean it actually exists.
my idea of God is caused by the extramental reality it is an idea of, namely that which actually possesses a perfection, God. Complicated argument, but once you understand the scholastic terminology he uses, it's pretty interesting.
Okay, so a couple things. So first of all, I'm about to do 10 more push-ups. Second thing, I wanted to reiterate to everybody that we're going to do something at the very end of this, which is really important. So if as you're going through and you're hearing some of these arguments, you're like, that's not really a good argument, that's super weak. There's actually some interesting implications that can be drawn if we consider all of these arguments to be weak, which is just stick around until the end for that to happen. Okay, that out of the way, let me do some more push-ups.
Well, before you do your push-ups, we got one more cosmological argument to cover.
Okay, so then I'm
fact,
going to do 11.
It's the most powerful cosmological argument of the whole bunch.
Okay.
You ready? It's the cosmological argument, in fact.
Oh my goodness. Okay, all right, there you go.
Premise 1, everything has a cause. 2, if everything has a cause, then the universe has a cause. So the universe has a cause, and it's God. There you go. And for the resources here, you can find this argument defended by no one, ever. There you go.
Some of you will get that, some of you won't. All right.
Okay, I do get it. The claim is that atheists strawman the Kalam and such in that way. So, good one.
Here we go. 11. No, because that wasn't one, so I'll just do 10.
Okay.
I'm not going to count out loud. I'm just going to do it.
Okay.
Okay. There you go.
That's 20 push-ups. There were 20 cosmological arguments. That's 20 push-ups.
20 so far. Would you like to take a break? We're going to be doing that a couple times throughout the stream. You ready to start back up?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. So we're at ontological arguments. So let me go ahead and pull up our slides again, and we'll get started with the next section. Here we go. Ontological arguments. So this one we're
on. Okay. Can I skip the ontological? No, I don't think I should. I mean, I've responded to a lot of these in a different video, but okay.
Argument number 21, and this one is from Anselm. So I think it's best because it seems like you've got something to say about like every single one of these. So okay, I feel like it's best if you just read.
Well, okay. So this just shows that God exists by definition, that it follows from the definition of God that God exists. It doesn't show that God exists in reality. We can define a necessarily existing unicorn as existing. That doesn't mean it actually exists. It also seems susceptible to parody arguments like the perfect island objection and the perfect unicorn objection, the responses that people give to, and the most evil being, given that the worst possible thing is worse if it exists than if it doesn't, and the worst possible being seems coherent. The largest possible thing is larger if it exists than if it doesn't. The responses that theists give to this don't work. So to the most perfect island objection, they'll say like, well, but that's the most perfect island, but not the most perfect thing. But again, in that case, it's not clear why we would care about the most perfect thing, right? The most perfect island is still more perfect if it exists than if it doesn't exist. The other objection is they say that it's incoherent because you can't have a most perfect island. I don't know why that's true. Like, it seems like if there was an island that was just like a complete paradise, that would be perfect, where everyone is infinitely happy all the time.
Read them. What do you think?
Okay, well, some of them are pretty simple, so I could just say, hey, why don't you take this one when we come to a pretty simple one. And in fact,
so I responded to these in another video.
So God exists.
So you can.
There you go, classic.
Okay, being great than which no greater can be conceived at least exists at least in the mind is greater to exist. Okay. So yeah,
I clearly see that existence can then thinking about separated from the essence of God.
This is not an argument. It seems like God exists, therefore God exists. It's not a good argument. I can say that I clearly see the existence of no God. That is saying that essence is the same as existence. I could just say that God's essence is the same thing as God's non-existence. This doesn't seem to be a coherent concept. Also, I think it's funny that he can't conceive of a mountain without a valley. Just have like a mountain against nothing on either side. What?
Can its having 3 angles equal to 2 right angles be separated from the essence of a triangle, or the idea of a mountain from the idea of a valley? So there is no less absurdity.
Vaclav Miller asks, doesn't an island have to have limits? I don't know why it would, but also, I mean, God has some limits, right? God can't do impossible things, so it's not clear why we couldn't. The greatest possible island wouldn't have to be fully unlimited, the same way that God cannot do impossible things, and so it's not limited in that sense.
In thinking of a God, a supremely perfect being who lacks existence, than in thinking of a mountain without a valley. And so he gives this argument. Premise 1. That'd be next slide there.
Sorry, there we go.
Well, also we could say the most beautiful possible thing is more beautiful if it exists than if it doesn't. And if we think there's objective beauty, which I don't, but I think that they do, then that would mean that the most beautiful thing exists in reality.
Yeah, if I cannot conceive of X without Y, then Y belongs to the nature of X. 2, I cannot conceive of a supremely perfect being without existence.
No,
so
that's just
existence belongs to the nature of a supremely perfect being. 4, if existence belongs to the nature of a supremely perfect being.
Yeah, I responded to this one in the previous ontological.
It's interesting that most philosophers thought the Anselmian argument we just covered just was the ontological argument until it was around the 1960s. Malcolm, what was his first name? Was it Ian Malcolm?
I'm the wrong person. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask. Sorry.
Malcolm published.
Yeah, I responded to all of these in a previous video about ontological arguments. So, yeah, it would just be redundant to cover them again. So yeah, I'll skip to design arguments. Okay. And so if y'all want to see those, check out that video. I didn't think any of them work. So the modal ontological argument, I think, ultimately fails because the premise that God possibly exists, where God is defined as a necessary being, is question begging, given that if God possibly exists, God actually exists. And so that premise is just God exists, which I would obviously reject. And then all of the support for that premise can just be equally used to support the view that God exists. So yeah.
Argument. So why don't we go ahead and I'll take my break and do some push-ups. So I think I owe 11 push-ups. So here we go.
Okay.
All right, here we go. The argument from bananas. Nice.
Yeah, all right, so that's our first design arguments. Consider a banana. Okay, just kidding. We have Aquinas' fifth way. So
okay, that's funny. I did actually hear some theists make some argument from bananas that they're like perfectly shaped for the hand of a human, but they were not a serious thinker and can thus be ignored.
Well, might be lost on some people too. Okay, Aquinas' fifth way. Whatever has ends or goals is either intelligent or is directed by intelligence.
I don't know why that's true. I mean, it would depend on how exactly we define intelligence. It seems like it seems like we could conceive of a being, at least in theory, that has goals, but is not able to figure out how to achieve those goals at all. So, just imagine a being that wants to move someplace, but just literally can't move, and cannot think of ways of moving. That being seems conceivable. So that premise seems false.
Efficient causes in nature have ends or goals and work together towards the goal of harmony and order. 3.
Okay, I would reject that if what you mean, if by goals you mean if by goals you mean it seems like goals require a conscious agent, but I don't think that they have a conscious agent. So yeah.
3. Efficient causes in nature are not intelligent. So efficient causes in nature are directed by
intelligence. I just reject that nature has goals. It just sort of seems like it is.
Cameron, I had brief notes, along with all of these arguments that would sketch what the main justification is for the key premise. But I'm thinking, unless you requested at this point, I guess we should just move on. What do you think?
Let's move on. And if you can send me those notes, I don't know if you've got them in a format that I can share with people, but that might be a solution. Is I could share that along with the slides for people.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. It bothers me that outlining argument, one premise of an argument would just be like, oh, why would you ever think that's true? It's like, well, I have the justification here. I want to share it real quick, but yeah, we should have probably just separated out Okay, let's have an episode on just cosmological arguments, just ontological arguments, things like that.
Well, this is
Okay,
just the beginning. We can do a lot of different things with this.
Okay, so
Okay.
Etienne Gilson, that's the quote there illustrating justification for the main premise of Aquinas' argument there. We have a simplified version, which is just that, next slide, intelligence underlies teleology. There's irreducible teleology immanent to the natural world and all throughout the natural world, so intelligence underlies the natural world. Okay. Design in biology. Let's begin with the origin of organic life. I don't know about you, Cameron, but when I was in high school, they were still teaching the Miller experiment. Did they teach that to you in high school?
I don't.
Given what we know, complex, it couldn't have originated naturalistically. Well, I would just reject that. Right? It seems like it could have. We don't know exactly how it would do it, but I don't know why we would accept that it would be impossible just because we don't know exactly how it would work. And if we accept that there was a multiverse, well, the multiverse explains how life would arise in some worlds, and in fact in infinite worlds. And so we only would observe life if beings are around to observe life.
I don't remember, actually. What is that experiment?
The Miller experiment, let's see if I remember it, is an experiment. The main guy was named Miller, but he had some solution that they thought resembled like prebiotic soup of Earth's early atmosphere.
I don't think I have no clue if I was taught it, but I remember hearing about it.
And so what he did is just basically shoot.
I mean, this just seems like a god of the gaps that we don't know exactly how it works, so there can't be a way. But yeah.
Like bolts of electricity into this prebiotic suit, and he was able to synthesize amino acids. And this was touted as being this groundbreaking experiment that is a clue to how life originated, which has since just been completely abandoned. Like no one defends the Miller experiment anymore. But I asked around, and apparently it is.
They don't. This is the news to me.
Still taught in high schools. I can't believe that. I couldn't believe that it's still taught in high schools. Anyway, we have an argument in biology from organic life. Given what we know, complex organic life in the universe could not have originated naturalistically. If given what we know, complex organic life could not have originated naturalistically, it's reasonable to believe that it originated supernaturalistically.
So I would reject one. So one is slightly ambiguous. Like if it's that we don't know the mechanism yet, then that would be true, but then two would be false. And if it's we have good reason to think that it couldn't exist even in theory naturalistically, well then I would just reject one.
So it's reasonable to believe that complex organic life originated supernaturalistically. And so we have some resources here. There's a classic book, Thaxton, Bradley, and Olson's The Mystery of Life's Origin, which is dated, and Meyer's signature in a cell in some respects is an intended update of Mystery of Life's Origin. And so there you go. All right, we have Hugh Chandler's divine intervention argument. Now for this, you need to sort of begin by imagining Earth before there was life. Now you can run the argument. So just imagine Earth, no life, and now let's think. Given that God intervenes to produce life on Earth, there's no chance at all that there will be no benefit, there'll be no life on Earth. The probability of the conjunct God intervenes to produce life on Earth and life does not occur is 0. Okay, that seems true.
Well, no, I mean, that seems false. Like, why would God choose Earth in particular? It's not like it seems at least like epistemically possible that God would not create life on Earth. It also seems like God could create life on a different planet. If we were just imagining a priori what God would do, it's not clear that God would make Earth and then add life to it. Okay.
2, if God does not intervene to produce life on Earth, the probability that life will occur here is very low. 3.
It might be well. So this is actually interesting. If there is a multiverse, so if there is a God, the odds that there would be life on Earth seem pretty low, right? Why would God make Earth the way that it is with like tectonic plates and stuff that have earthquakes that cause children to suffocate on buildings? But if there's a multiverse, then you would necessarily get at least, if it's infinite, then has vast enough to encompass most things, then you would necessarily get life on Earth, an infinite number of times. So if there's a multiverse, then this is quite likely. But if there's a God, then it's quite unlikely.
It is just as reasonable to bet that God will intervene to produce life on Earth as that he won't. The subjective probability here is around 50-50. Let's just take that for argument. Pretty conservative assumption there. But there will be life on Earth. We know that because there is life on Earth. So it's very likely that God will intervene to produce life on Earth. It's a probability argument for God's producing life on Earth. Interesting argument.
Yeah, I mean, again, like there are other. I mean, we'll see this more with some of the other fine-tuning arguments, but there seem to be other ways of explaining fine-tuning. And it's not clear why God would single out Earth.
And you can find this defended in Faith and Philosophy.
Nice.
It's interesting because it's a purely philosophical argument for the origin of life, for the theistic origin of life. It doesn't depend on any empirical science. Okay, so design and biology, we have organic structures. Well, here, let me just bust some myths about Hume and Paley. I was taught almost all introduction to philosophy texts. They treat the design argument before Hume, and then they present Hume as just demolishing Paley's design argument. But in fact, Hume wrote after Paley, not before. That's how they present Hume wrote after Paley, not before. But in fact, Paley wrote before Hume. After Hume, in cognizance of what Hume had written. So he developed his design argument, having already read Hume's criticisms. So this idea that Hume read Paley and refuted Paley, which is how it's always presented, is just totally mistaken. So there's this sort of vulgar version of Paley's design argument, which is culled from the opening chapters of his book on natural theology, which they present as an analogical argument. And it'll be like this: some things in nature resemble human artifacts. 2, human artifacts are the product of intentional design. 3, so we should infer that things in nature that resemble human artifacts are also products of intentional design. If there are things in nature that are the products of intentional design, God exists, so God exists. And as an analogical arguments in general are pretty weak, so it's not difficult to poke a lot of holes in this, as Hume, or at least as you can gather that Hume does. But what more careful scholars on Paley's design argument have pointed out is that a more faithful version of Paley's argument isn't really analogical, it's deductive. And it would go like this: if X is design-like, then X can only be the product of intentional design. Some things in nature are design-like.
I would reject that. There are lots of things that are design-like, but that are not the byproduct of intentional design. So, I mean, well, one example is like snowflakes. They seem sort of design-like, but they're not the byproduct of intentional design. When AI does things, it's not clear that AI has intentions, but things done by AI do seem to be design-like when AI generated poems and AI generated art. It seems like nature sort of seems somewhat design-like, but it's not the byproduct of intentional design. Same thing with the stars. I mean, this just seems to be question-begging.
So those things are products of intentional design. And a contemporary version, a defense of Paley, would be Michael Behe-style arguments from irreducibly complex organisms.
So, okay, DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program. They have intelligent designers. It has an intelligent designer. So a couple of things. So one, so I don't know why we would accept that the probability of DNA arising just by like naturalistic processes would be very low. The simplest thing the simplest organism was very, very simple. DNA has grown much more complicated as a result of evolution. But the simpler things were very, very simple. But also, even if you think that the per universe odds of there being DNA are quite low, there are infinite universes, then we're inevitably going to get DNA. And so it just seems like a multiverse is able to explain all of these phenomena perfectly adequately. And also, a universe that's designed by some non-God entity can also explain that. If there's some physical law that necessitates that the universe establishes complex structures, there might be some there conceivably, like if the universe is repeating such that each go through the odds are low, but inevitably that you're necessarily going to get life. That also explains it, etc. There are just lots of explanations, and I don't know why we would accept the God one. Also, if modal realism is true, such that all possible things exist, this world is possible, so it exists. There just seem to be lots of ways of explaining it without requiring God.
All right, let's just keep chugging along. We're on to Proust's analogical design argument.
Okay, so Proust has this argument: DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program. Intentionally designed computer programs have intelligent designers. So if DNA is like an intentionally designed computer program, it too probably has an intelligent designer. So DNA probably has.
Also, I get the sense that there's lots of dispute about this. There have been papers going back and forth on whether DNA is a language and such. But there seems to be a way of getting DNA from pretty simple things and evolution.
As an intelligent designer. And he's got a lot of interesting arguments in defense of this argument. Design in biology, and here we have information. Information here just means specified complexity, a complex arrangement or a pattern that has function or that has meaning, okay? And the argument would go, information is inherent to the building blocks of life. So it's not...
I don't know enough about like information theory. Maybe information is inherent to the building blocks of life. maybe it isn't. I don't know. Information being the byproduct of intelligence seems false. Like you can get information from, like there's some information that seems to be like generated by the laws of physics. In order to sort of run a computer program that simulated the laws of physics, you need some amount of information, but they aren't the byproducts of intelligence. So yeah, I don't know why we'd accept either of these.
So it's not like Proust said that there's something like information. No, this argument says, no, there is information inherent to the building blocks of life. Information is the product of intelligence. If information is inherent to the building blocks of life, then the building blocks of life themselves are the byproduct of intelligence. So the building blocks of life are the byproduct of intelligence. And building blocks would be things like genes expressions, proteins, DNA, and so forth. And, this is a pretty widely held belief. Bill Gates actually is often quoted as saying DNA is like a software program, only it's one that's infinitely more complex than even the most complex software programs that we have. So
But DNA also had billions of years to evolve into getting steadily more complex.
It's pretty much taken for granted that DNA might not just be like information; it is information.
This is actually a lot of fun because I'm more interested in cosmological arguments and even ontological arguments. So it's fun to see some of these from biology, as the way that they've been developed for God's existence. It's interesting to me. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah. I have some other notes here, but we'll skip those. Let's go to tenets argument from cosmic teleology. And
this argument has lots of tenets. Get it? Tenets. They're closet parts. Okay.
Tenet, F.R. Tenet, he was the Richard Swinburne of the early 20th century. His work is just incredible, and he, in many ways, his arguments foreshadow or anticipates almost all of Swinburne's arguments. So we have one: the universe is conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings in many ways, and he has these 6 different.
Okay, so okay, hey, there's just one universe. I don't know why we would accept that. It seems like lots of physicists think that there are multiple universes based on many worlds explaining the results of double slit experiment and other related universes. It seems like there's just the odds of us arising are higher if there's a multiverse than if there's a single universe, which prima facie counts in favor of believing that there is a multiverse. So yeah, I don't know why we'd accept that. B, those ingredients have come together to make an environment so a multiverse is also able to explain all of this, or a recurring universe. There are also some anthropic considerations that I don't know if I find convincing, but they are pretty interesting. Ben Watson has talked a lot about that, so maybe check out his stuff related to this. See, some of those worlds flourishing inhabitants find the world intelligible. Sure, that the ones who didn't can't talk, and so if there's a multiverse, it's inevitable that the ones who do find it intelligible, that some would, and the ones who don't are not complaining. Also, finding it beautiful, there seem like plausible evolutionary reasons for us to find it beautiful. And this is inevitable in a multiverse. All these facts suggest the unfolding of a plan. I don't know, they could also suggest a multiverse for the reasons just described. I don't know why we would regard it as a theater. Like that, it seems like a multiverse is able to explain all of these phenomena. And not just a multiverse, also a recurring universe, etc. Or laws of physics that necessitate the development of complex life. An infinitely large universe is also able to explain this, etc. So the universe should be regarded as a theater for the lives of intelligent, moral beings designed by God. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that there are other ways of explaining all of this.
Different ways. There's just one universe with necessary ingredients for life. Those ingredients have come together, at least in one place on Earth, to make an environment not just habitable, but conducive to flourishing. Some of those world's flourishing inhabitants find the world intelligible. Being intelligible, they also find it beautiful. And all of these facts together suggest the unfolding of a plan behind which there's purposive intelligence. So all these facts are all facts about the universe, which make it conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings.
But if we think it's a plan, then the fact that thousands of children die every day from preventable diseases does seem to, good theaters don't kill thousands of their inhabitants every day. Good theaters don't, cause children to die in horrendous agony at those theaters, especially if the point of the theaters is for those children to be able to flourish and make moral decisions. I think that the closely related problems of evil just cut so strongly against this grand plan narrative.
Two, if the universe is conspicuously suitable for intelligent moral beings in many ways, then it should be regarded as a theater for the lives of intelligent moral agents designed by God. So the universe should be regarded as a theater for the lives of intelligent moral agents designed by God. And the other remarkable thing about this argument is he was ahead of his time in that it presupposes compatibility with evolution. Almost no one prior to Tenet was making design arguments that presuppose compatibility with evolution. So there you go. Fine-tuning arguments. So we have fundamental constants and laws of the universe.
Yeah, now these design arguments I'm way more familiar with.
Yeah,
design arguments from biology I'm way less familiar.
So we have examples of the fundamental constants and laws of the universe: find structure, constant, electromagnetic interaction, alpha, gravitation, the weak nuclear force, proton-electron mass ratio, density and speed of the expansion of the universe. And we have examples of fine-tuning, which I'm sure most of your viewers will be very familiar with. So maybe it'd be better, rather than to go through these examples, they can just pause it later and look at them.
Good idea.
And we have several different ways we could run a fine-tuning argument based on this data. One would be by elimination. The fine-tuning of the universe is either due to chance, physical necessity, or design.
Okay. Fine-tuning is chance, physical necessity, or design. I mean, these are sort of ambiguous categories. I don't know if I would accept this. Like, it seems like there are lots of ways of explaining fine-tuning. One, if the universe repeats with subtly different laws of physics, that can explain it. There's a multiverse that can explain it. If the universe is infinitely large, but maybe the laws of physics change throughout different parts of the universe, that can explain it. Maybe there's, I mean, this is an argument that's been made by James Fodor, that like, it seems like the odds of the universe being designed by a bunch of pixies are just higher, because that would explain all the chaos and randomness in the universe, given that they're trying to play tricks on us rather than a perfect, orderly universe. Could be the result of that. There could be some undiscovered physical necessity by which complex life rises. There, modal realism could be true. And all of these seem to better explain the data, given that the probability that I would exist is, it's certain if there's an infinite multiverse. It's certain if modal realism is true, but it's pretty unlikely if God exists, given that there are so many possible beings that God would create. And so it seems like the probability of me existing is much higher on the multiverse theory than on theism.
Design. It's not due to either chance or necessity, so it's due to design. And that, of course, is Craig's favored way of formulating the argument, which
there's actually some. Go ahead, say what you were going to say, then I'll
yeah, well, he got that way of formulating it from William Dembski's book, The Design Inference.
I was just going to say that this version actually has some benefits that not many people know about. And so there's one in particular I'm thinking about right now, which is in the other versions like you see from Robin Collins and even I think Luke Barnes might be susceptible to this, is that there's this question in the problem of evil literature about skeptical theism. So skeptical theism is this idea that we can't really be confident about what God would do in this world in terms of like what he would allow, what kind of horrendous evils he would allow and whatnot. So there's this question of like how much do we really know about what God would intend or would do? And so this actually, if we think about that response to the problem of evil in terms of a response to these kind of design arguments, which seem to look at what God is intending to do with nature, then it would seem to actually cut both ways. So it would make us skeptical about these arguments from evil, but then it would also seem to make us skeptical about these arguments from design because we're not.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cameron's right here then. That if you're going to say, well, we can't know any of God's motives in terms of evil, then you also can't know God's motives in terms of design. If you're going to throw out any ability of us to make any predictions about what God would do, then that also moots all arguments for God, because we cannot make predictions that God would bring about something rather than nothing. And if you're going to say, okay, but we have good reason to think God would bring about something rather than nothing, well, it seems like we have better reason to think that God wouldn't bring about things that kill thousands of children every day. That seems more likely than that God would, that seems like a more robust inference. And that all of the bad things in the world, that every single one of them has an explanation, seems way less likely than any of these design arguments.
Not really sure what God's intentions are, but I wanted to. The reason why I'm even bringing this out and talking about this is because this version, I studied this a couple years back, and I discovered that this version by Craig is kind of clever because it doesn't actually involve that at all. It just says fine-tuning the universe is either due to chance, physical necessity, or design. Fine-tuning is not due to either chance or physical necessity, so fine-tuning is due to design. So what's?
I mean, this feels like a false trichotomy, unless depending on how widely we define them. So, does a multiverse count as chance? Well, if so, then the chance is 1. Does it count as physicalness? Like, I don't know. It seems to be sort of an amorphous. Like, it doesn't seem to be a great response.
Sort of interesting about this version of the fine-tuning argument is that it avoids all those types of concerns, which is interesting. It's also Craig is very careful when he formulates his arguments because this is completely compatible with his views on the problem of evil and what he thinks we can or can't know about God's desires. So I just want to point that out.
So,
kind of side
if we compare that to the other formulations, which all have as a central point that given that the universe permits the existence of intelligent, conscious agents, despite how easily it might not have, that significantly raises the probability of theism being true. And so the first one is just a quick Bayes argument, probability.
Yay, Bayesian arguments, very exciting. Okay, so the probability of evidence of fine-tuning given the universe permits the existence of what are ECAs?
That we have the evidence of fine-tuning, given our background knowledge K, and theism is false, is very low. The probability that we have this evidence, if theism is true, is very high. So that means that the probability that theism is true is much more likely than its probability that's not being true, given the evidence. So the probability of theism being true, given the evidence, is high.
Yeah, I mean, I think that fine-tuning certainly counts a little bit in favor of God, but it also counts in favor of the multiverse. And given that God is a more complex theory than many of the simpler multiverse theories, and there are a lot of ways of getting the multiverse theory, our prior in the multiverse should start at this higher. And then this seems to update us similarly in favor of God in the multiverse. Then the fact that God doesn't predict with certainty that we would exist, but that a multiverse does predict with certainty that we in particular would exist, counts in favor of believing in the multiverse over God. And then we also look at evil, hiddenness, all the other problems that I described earlier, all the particular instantiations of evil, means that overall the multiverse just becomes way more probable. And the multiverse is not the only explanation. The other ones that I gave are also able to explain this.
And alternatively,
I was just going to say we're at another 10. So is it time or should we wait?
Go ahead, because there are a handful of design arguments to get to yet.
Okay.
Well, let's finish Collins. Let's finish Collins. He likes to simplify it to just the following: the probability that we have the evidence for fine-tuning given the naturalistic. I have a typo here. K should be E. No, I'm sorry. K is right. K is the universe permits the existence of embodied conscious agents. So
I'm telling you, man, this mental exhaustion is setting in.
I know, me too.
I'm like,
so that is so the probability that the universe permits the existence of.
It seems like if there were a God, mental exhaustion would set in far later. Like I mean, this is just a thing that I thought of. Like sleeping doesn't seem like a very good design. Like half of our lives are just nuked, spending them sleeping. Why would God make that the case?
Embodied conscious agents, given naturalism and there's only one universe, is very, very low. It's much lower than 1. But it's not unlikely given theism, so the evidence confirms theism over naturalism. All right, so go ahead, do your 10 push-ups.
So does that exhaust Collins?
I've got one more from Collins, but go ahead.
Okay, you're eager. You're like.
I don't know if it exhausts Collins, but it certainly exhausts Cameron.
Eager to see me do these. Okay.
And this time, working out here.
Thank you. And also, this time you don't have to be so quiet, so people don't just like awkwardly listen to my breathing.
Well, I would count, but I can hardly see your shoulders.
See me. Yeah. Oh, could you see it when I was
briefly? There you go.
So you.
Hey, you asked.
Yeah.
All right. Get your breath. And this next argument from Collins is really cool. It's the fine-tuning for discoverability. Okay, so the idea is that of all the possible values fundamental physical constants could assume, there's a tiny range that permit the existence of embodied conscious agents, and we call that the anthropic range. Okay.
While you're talking, I've got to go get some more water. So, but everyone can hear you. Don't worry about it.
Got it. Now, within the anthropic range.
Okay, values of certain physical constants. So, no, I mean, it's maybe life can arise in very, very different ways. Sinababu has talked about this argument, like maybe atoms can be conscious or something. I mean, I don't know. There seem to be other very different ways where we can, in theory, get life within very different physical constants.
There's an even tinier range of values that the physical constants could assume that would make the universe optimal for scientific discovery and investigation.
No, I mean, it seems like most of the constants where life could arise, you could also get discovered. And it seems like the failures of discovery of many things certainly would count against this, right? I mean, why wouldn't God make things easier to discover? Why would God make the discovery of how we get consciousness to be almost entirely a black box where we just have no idea how we get consciousness? Why would God make the laws of physics so damn confusing and have all these weird quantum mechanical things? I mean, quantum mechanics is like bizarre and really mind-bending. Why would God make it that way?
And he calls this the discoverability optimality range. And so an example would be the universe has relatively low entropy all throughout, but embodied conscious agents need only a relatively small regional pocket of low entropy in order to exist. So the universe doesn't have to have low entropy all throughout for us to exist. Yet the general low entropy of the universe all throughout makes the universe optimal for observational discoveries in astrophysics and cosmology. So examples
but again, on a multiverse, this is literally guaranteed.
Like that give Collins a new argument, a new kind of fine-tuning argument. It would go like this. The values of certain physical constants fall within the discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range. If naturalism is true, it is enormously improbable that the values of certain physical constants would fall within the discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range. But if theism is true, it's not at all improbable that the values of certain physical constants would fall within.
Okay, I mean, but there are just so many things about the universe that are hard to understand. Why would God make it so difficult to understand consciousness? Make it so that we have no way of understanding the size of the universe. We can only know the size of the observable universe, so that we don't understand how life originated, so that many like moral problems just seem to be nearly irrationally irresolvable. Like philosophers are not in agreement about that difficult moral questions. Those seem really hard to discover. There's tons of disagreement about things like the trolley problem. Even whether God exists seems really hard to discover. I mean, they're just the fact that so many things are so hard to discover, and science is just sort of like, science is quite impressive and allows us to do cool things. But I know it seems like if there were a God, you would expect us to be able to do even cooler things with science. So it seems like why wouldn't we be able to discover how to go faster than light, for example? That seems like it would be cool to discover. Why would God set a cosmic speed limit? It just seems like there are so many things in the universe that God has such a poor explanation of, which is the primary reason why I think there probably is not a
discoverability optimality range. So the values of certain physical constants would fall within this discoverability optimality range within the anthropic range strongly confirms theism over naturalism. The main idea is just being that, look, God didn't just create a universe that was minimally sufficient for our existence. There seem to be features of the universe that are perks, I guess, that they're not just necessary. There are things on top of what's necessary that make it very convenient to do science and to observe the world and so forth.
Okay, and then I've already got this pulled up actually here. Fine tuning for discoverability. It's in the 24 or so arguments for God that we're just completely one-upping in this stream. So
So the next argument, maybe we don't need to infer design at all. And biologists themselves say organisms appear or look designed. Not that we're inferring that they're designed, but that's just how they appear. So some philosophers have argued that, look,
if something looks like it's designed, then we should assume it's designed. Some things look designed, so we should assume that. No. I mean, it seems like we should only infer that things are designed if they seem designed, all things considered. But it seems like if we have other explanations of why they appear designed, then we shouldn't. Like, if you came across a poem and you assume that it was designed by a conscious agent, but then you heard from someone else that it was designed by a god, you shouldn't infer that it was designed by a conscious agent.
If X appears designed-like,
and evolution can explain why things appear design-like but aren't actually designed,
then X is justifiably taken to be the product of intentional design. Some things in nature do appear designed, so they're justifiably taken to be the products of design. And so you have Richard Dawkins famously opening his book, The Blind Watchmaker, by defining biology as the study of complicated things that give the appearance of having been designed. And you have Crick saying that biologists must constantly keep in mind that what they see is not designed, but rather evolved.
But then wouldn't other things that appear like they haven't been designed similarly count against theism? So like, there are lots of examples of biology, things that just seem like crappy designs, like with the giraffe's neck, like goes like an extra like 2 feet and arches up and then like goes back down or something rather than just going across. And there's like a biological explanation of why that happened, that its neck got longer and longer and it sort of reached out and then the nerve ramped around. But why, like, that seems like a poor design from God. Similarly, like apes, their thumbs are not very maneuverable, which is explained by it evolving out of sort of an extended wrist bone, but doesn't seem like a good design. It seems like if we have two explanations, and one of them would predict that design would be this sort of haphazard random process where things are not always maximally efficient designs, and one of them predicts that they're literally designed by God, so we would expect them to be designed in the best possible way. And then we see that things don't seem to be designed in the best possible way. And we see that lots of designs seem to just have all these features that would be so surprising if there were a God. I mean, like, why make a disease that it can evolve to be resistant to antibiotics? That seems like a crappy design. Then that should update in favor of the hypothesis that does not say that it's the byproduct of a perfect being.
So We just if you take the principle that look, if how something appears is evidence of how it is, these things in nature appear designed, so that's evidence that they are designed. And you can run an argument from design in biology or from the cosmos in general with this sort of reasoning.
All right, and there you go, some resources on that one. Oh wow, we're already to moral arguments. Wow.
Okay, I'm excited for these. These are my cup of tea.
Cool.
Yeah, we're hitting stride, so we can.
Yeah, that's good. I think you're right. We're kind of getting in a groove here. Would you like to take a break, or how are you feeling? Cool. All right, let's move on.
Okay, moral arguments, which take particular or general facts about morality to support the existence of God. Generic argument from the objectivity of morality generally. If morality is objective, or morality can be objective only if God exists. Morality is objective, so God exists. We're all familiar.
Okay, so premise 1, I think, would be false because of Euthyphro's dilemma. The question would be, is it good because God says so, or does God say so because it's good? If the first is true, then God could decree that you should torture babies, and then you should, in fact, torture babies, which seems to rob morality of its normative force and seems very unintuitive. It seems like if God commanded that we hack small children to death with pickaxes, that would not make it objectively good to do so. And note, we're stipulating that it's not like God commands that you hack people to death with pickaxes for some greater purpose, just for its own sake. It seems like that wouldn't make it so that you objectively should do so. And so if it's just whatever God says, then if God said bad things, then you should do bad things. And if it's independent of God, then it's independent of God, so God isn't needed for it. Now, theists will get out of this by saying, it's a question of what corresponds with God's character. But so then the question is it good because it corresponds with God's character, or does it correspond with God's character because it's good? If it's good because it corresponds with God's character, then God's character could be anything, and then it could be objectively moral to torture infants for no greater purpose. And if it's good, and if it corresponds with God, and if it corresponds with God's character because it's good independent of God's character, then that means that morality exists independently of God. It seems like so that's the first argument. The second argument would be that it seems like morality is something like that is sort of necessarily supervenient. So morality is not contingent on the possible world. God does not exist in all possible worlds, but it seems like morality does exist in all possible worlds. So that means that morality can't be contingent on God, much like mathematical truths or logical truths or modal truths are not contingent on any part of God. They exist wholly independently of God. We can also just deny that morality is objective. I don't find that option to be very attractive, but we can do that. Well, I'm a pretty staunch moral realist, but we can do that. We could also posit that morality is just something sort of like logic, and that it's just this sort of necessary thing that just exists. And so that means that even in the absence of God, much like you could still have much like you could still have mathematics, you could also still have moral facts. We could also be moral naturalists, so we think that morality relates to certain natural features of the world. We can say that morality is about what we have most reason to do, and say that there are just certain natural properties that we have reason to care about, so we just have reason to desire the avoidance of suffering, and that there's no deeper account than that. Yeah, I mean, there just seem to be lots of ways of getting objective morality without God, and God doesn't seem to be able to ground it, given that it seems like Euthyphro's dilemma takes that out, and it seems like morality has to be necessary, but if it's contingent on God, then it's not necessary.
Argument from Craig. So we can go to an abductive version of this argument, which is just
which more people should be aware of.
Yeah. Morality is objective. If morality is objective, then God's the best explanation for it being objective. So God's the best explanation for it being objective, so probably God exists.
I don't think that argument works for the reasons that I described. Like, I don't think that God affects the probability of there being objective morality at all. I mean, if morality, if X would be subjective without God, it's not clear that God could make it objective. Like, it's not clear that God could make an objectively best flavor of ice cream, or an objectively funniest joke, or an objectively best looking person. Like, it seems like whether or not something is objective or subjective is sort of a necessary thing that can't be contingent on God. Okay.
And you can support that by saying, look, morality always seems to be tied to persons. If morality is objective, that means it must be tied to a person whose nature is objective some way. So there's different ways you can defend it.
Okay, morality has to be tied to persons. I don't think I would accept that. I mean, like let's just imagine that there was a plant that couldn't move, that wasn't very intelligent, but that just was able to suffer and experienced just vast amounts of suffering just for all of eternity. That seems like it would be bad, even though there were no persons around. It seems like the suffering that existed in nature prior to the existence of humans had a normative tint and was bad, even though humans were not around. So yeah, I don't think that argument's very good. The whole point of morality being objective and mind independent is that it's not dependent on what any persons think about it.
Premise of that argument.
David Baggett's a good person to look at for that one.
Yes, definitely. Okay, we have arguments from evil for the existence of God. We have the first one, the normative implication.
Okay, this one only arose so that theists could be slimy when people bring up the problem of evil. So they can be like, you say that there's evil on God, but what about evil requires good, which requires objective morality. I mean, this is not a very good argument.
Of evil. Evil contrastively implies that there is a way the world ought to be. Some actually come close to defining evil this way as a deviation or distortion.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. Well, okay, so I think that evil just being a distortion from the good, or just being an absence of the good, is false. Given that if that were true, then evil couldn't be overall bad. It could just be not good. And yet, if there was a being when a being is set on fire, that's not just not good. That's actually bad. The world is worse for that having happened. It's not clear why evil requires good. Like, it seems like if there were just lots of beings that were being brutally tortured and no good, that would still be a bad thing. The suffering of animals prior to any humans. Let's say that suffering arose before well-being did, then that would be bad. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, some things require their opposite, but others don't. So, like, there's no anti-heat, right? Cold is just the absence of heat, but you don't need. Yeah, but heat still exists even though there's no anti-heat. I still exist even though there's no anti-Matthew. Then there's a way that the world ought to be only if there is an intention or goal or design or purpose behind it. No, I don't know why we would accept that. It seems like even if someone makes something with a goal, that doesn't mean that it's objectively good to follow that goal. So if you created a world where your goal was to maximize suffering, that wouldn't make it good to do so. Again, morality has to exist in all possible worlds. So there's an intention or goal or purpose behind the world. I mean, that would follow, but I think that's false. So yeah, so I don't think that morality can be grounded in God for the reason that I described earlier. Euthyphro's dilemma, the fact that morality has to be supervenient, the fact that God can't make otherwise subjective things objective.
Or corruption of the way things are supposed to be. But if that's true, then there's a way the world ought to be. But there can be a way the world ought to be only if there's an intention or goal or purpose behind it. So there is an intention or goal or purpose behind the world. If that's true, then that can be true only if God exists, so God exists.
I can see what you mean, how some of these arguments can fall into multiple categories, because I'm looking at some of the terms here and it looks like it could fall into the design category too.
Yes, and you'll see that even more with some of the arguments going forward. Evil is privation. Evil is a privation of goodness. It's like...
Okay, that's false for the reasons I described earlier. If when beings are brutally tortured, that's not just not good. That's actively bad. The world is worse for that having happened. But if it were like the moral desirability of some state of the world doesn't just go to zero. It can go into the very negative. When people are set on fire, that's not just not good. That's actively bad.
Well, I think the common analogy is it's like light and darkness. Evil.
Wait, dark. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Not primary. It doesn't have like some positive ontological status. Rather, it's a deviation or corruption or something to that effect of what is good.
I wouldn't say that the Holocaust was just not good. I would say that it was worse than not being good. I mean, if you eat a cookie and you neither like nor dislike the cookie, such that it's just a neutral experience, that's not good. But it's not evil. The Holocaust is evil in a way different from eating a cookie that's neither pleasant nor unpleasant.
So evil is privation. If evil is a privation of goodness, goodness is ontologically and explanatorily prior to evil. If goodness is ontologically and explanatorily prior to evil, then there's more goodness in the world than evil.
If we accept that evil is just the absence of good, then there would be nothing that's truly bad. There would just be things that are not that are not good. And so then that's true. But even if something is ontologically and explanatorily prior to something, that doesn't mean that there's more of it than the other thing. So, let's imagine that everything that came into existence from one just single stone, which had certain properties that birthed other things. That wouldn't mean that there's more of that stone than there are other things. It also seems like if we just look at right now, there's probably more suffering in the world than well-being, just based on the sheer vast amount of wild animal suffering. It's also not clear why there being more goodness in the world than evil would mean that God exists. That seems like probably a necessary, but certainly not a sufficient condition for God existing. So,
that being the main premise, if there's more goodness in the world than evil, probably God exists, so probably God exists. Now, the clever thing here is that 4 is just the converse of the problem of evil. So skeptics would argue that if there's more evil in the world than good, then probably God does not exist. Well, this just flips this around.
Well, no. So there being more evil than goodness in the world is probably sufficient to prove that God doesn't exist, but it's not necessary to, even if there was, if there was a world, if nothing existed, there would not, or if nothing existed except one being who had a fleeting moment of enjoyment before disappearing, before one Boltzmann brain had a happy moment and then disappeared into nothingness, there would be more goodness in the world than evil. But God probably wouldn't exist in that world.
It says there's probably more goodness in the world than evil if evil is understood as privation. Okay, so from horrendous evils, some evils are so bad that they seem to have a non-naturalistic dimension to them.
Well, okay, so one, there does seem to be an inverse problem, namely the regular problem of evil. Why the hell would God make there be evils that are that horrendous? We can also just accept moral non-naturalism without accepting that God exists. And it seems like those evils that are horrendous, the horrendousness of them is not horrendous in virtue of God not liking them. It's horrendous in virtue of them being actually horrendous. When a baby gets brutally tortured to death, that's not horrendous because of anything relating to God's character. It's horrendous because of things relating to what's happening to the baby and the suffering that's being caused as a result of that. Plausible versions of moral non-naturalism just say that the non-natural facts pick out certain natural facts that matter, such that they're extensional equivalent. The non-natural fact is that certain natural things are bad. But the bad things are not bad in virtue of the fact that God cares about them. That's not why the Holocaust was bad. If God were pro-Holocaust, that wouldn't change its moral dimension. Okay.
Some evils are just so objectively appalling and horrendous that they seem to have cosmic or spiritual significance. They seem satanic almost, or to require hell. They provoke existential outrage, shaking one's fist at heaven, that sort of thing. Okay, so if and reading up on this particular argument, some of the examples of horrendous evils I encountered were just so. I won't be able to get them out of my mind for a long time. So if then we're justified in thinking that they do have a non-naturalistic dimension to them. The best explanation of there being evil so horrendous that they have a non-naturalistic dimension is that good and evil have a deep spiritual significance. So probably good and evil do have a deep spiritual significance. But if that's true, then something like theism is probably true. So something like theism is probably true.
This just seems like such backward reasoning. If you think that they have some spiritual significance that's not explainable either by moral naturalism or by moral non-naturalism, then it seems like the best explanation for that would be that evil is that there's some evil being that makes things especially evil. Not that there would be some good being that makes things especially evil. It just seems like when we contemplate the sheer horrors of these horrendous instances of evil. So people who are brutally tortured for months on end. There was a story that I was reading about of some people who brutally tortured a 16-year-old girl. I won't go into the details, but the details were so horrific that the jury reported was significantly traumatized by it. Many members of the jury broke down mid-trial because just hearing abstract descriptions of what happened was so horrific. And it went on for months. It seems like the best explanation of a world where things like that happen is not that it's part of some grand cosmic perfect plan. It seems like the best explanation of a world where that kind of horror happens is that there's not some grand cosmic plan that had that horrific torture in mind.
True.
Wow, I didn't know that was. So is this, did Planning get from that?
Well, it's in his 24 or so paper, and every argument in that paper is just defended ever so briefly. But yeah, that's one of his argument.
Very interesting. All right, let's move on. Man, I wish I would love to be able to spend more time on these, but we're like,
I know,
we're
I've got
behind.
a lot of notes that I'm skipping too. So from universal beliefs, certain moral beliefs are shared by all of humanity. If that's true, then God's the best explanation for that. So God's the best explanation for there being beliefs shared by.
Well, so I think that there being universal moral beliefs is probably more likely on theism than on atheism. So this is a little bit of evidence, but there seem to be just very closely related things. So one of them is why wouldn't all moral beliefs be shared by all of humanity? And why would God make it so that our ability to ascertain what is the morally right state of affairs, why would it be the case that brilliant philosophers just can't agree on what the correct moral system is? Naturalism seems to provide a perfectly fine account of that. But why would God make it so that the moral law that's written on our hearts, as so many theists are fond of saying, have errors and contradictions in them, such that the most brilliant moral philosophers disagree with each other about them? It also seems like you would expect way more moral beliefs to be shared by all of humanity if there were, in fact, a God than if there were not a God. There have been lots of cultures throughout history that have held horrendous moral beliefs that are pro-slavery, many of which were, justified biblically. But even putting that aside, many societies throughout history have been perfectly fine with slavery. In ancient Greece, they were perfectly fine with their national sport be watching people get murdered by lions. People thought it was okay for soldiers to murder and rape the women of the group that they had conquered. There were groups in the Americas that thought that human sacrifice was a moral thing to do. Seems like the best explanation of people holding sincere yet dreadfully wrong moral beliefs is that there is no God that's giving us a direct acquaintance to these moral facts.
Moral beliefs shared by all of humanity, so probably God exists. Okay, so the question there is, well, the main move here is just that, look, there can be moral disagreements between cultures and so forth, but actually these disagreements turn out to be fairly superficial. The classic example is love your neighbors yourself seems to be a pretty universally agreed upon moral principle. It just turns out that one tribe in Africa that sees it okay to murder members of another tribe, they just don't see members of the other tribe as persons. So they agree with the underlying principle. There's just unclarity on how it applies. So there's your argument from.
Well, okay, but then the principle seems ambiguous. Like if they agree with love, so for any moral system, you can think of it incredibly generally as the rule: do good things, and then say, well, we're just having factual disagreements about what the good things are. But to the extent that the factual disagreements are so great that people who think that they're acting morally are literally killing and beheading other people, that seems to cut against the view that God is giving us our moral beliefs directly.
From universal moral beliefs. Okay, Sidgwick and Kant. Sidgwick, a moral philosopher of the early 20th century, he thought that the central problem of ethics was showing how one could be true. Acting morally is always rational, only if it's always what's best.
Okay. Well, so this is a bit of a misrepresentation it's quite a misrepresentation of Sidgwick. Right? What Sidgwick said was that, so we have what is in our own best interest, and then we have what's best for people and for sentient beings in general. And Sidgwick thought that reason does not allow us to figure which of those that we should do. So we have to make a choice between those. We can't reason our way to concluding that we should care about everyone. But we can reason our way to saying that we should either be utilitarians or egoists. And so, yeah, it's also like, I think that Sidgwick was wrong in his dualism of practical reason. Read Parfit and Peter Singer and Katerina de Lazari Roddick for more explanation of why that's true. Parfit and Reasons and Persons. But if we accepted that, then if we accepted that reason didn't make it, that reason didn't lead us to that reason alone was not sufficient to justify acting morally, then it seems like we would just reject that all rational people have to act morally. I don't know why we would add in this extra premise that acting morally is always in our own best interest. That just seems to be ad hoc. and not justified on Sidgwick's assumptions.
Ultimately what's best for me. And he said it must be rational for me to act morally. Otherwise, noble deeds like self-sacrifice and altruism might be irrational. But it seems true that...
Well, no, he didn't think that they might be irrational. He thought they might be irrational, such that rationality... So rationality didn't tell you whether you should or shouldn't do them. Rationality just said you can, but you don't have to.
It's never irrational to be altruistic. So 2, acting morally is always ultimately what's best for me, only if God exists. 2 is equivalent to...
Okay. Acting morally is always rational. Sure, that Sidgwick wouldn't disagree with it. He would just think that acting morally and acting selfishly can both be rational. Now, I disagree with him, but if I agreed with him, that wouldn't mean that acting morally is irrational. It just would mean that rationality doesn't mean that we have to act morally.
2, if God does not exist, then acting morally is not always what's ultimately best for me. That seems true. I mean, morality and self-interest come apart if God does not exist. So 3, acting morally is always rational.
Why would we accept that morality and self-interest don't come apart? Like, I mean, if you watch the Shelley, Craig, and William Lane Craig debate, Craig just got raked over the coals for this assumption. I mean, it wasn't able to withstand scrutiny.
Only if God exists. Acting morally is always rational, so God exists. Okay, we have another Kantian argument. Yeah, from Robert Adams. Central term here is what it means for a belief to be demoralizing. And he just says it means it's weakening or deterioration of moral motivation. So if a belief is demoralizing, it's morally undesirable.
Okay, so if a belief, it's morally undesirable, that seems false. I mean, one belief, like, you know, the belief that my neighbors are not torturing infants in their cellar might be demoralizing. It might make me less motivated to go out and do something that I think would be moral. But it would still be morally desirable to hold the correct belief, namely that that my neighbors are not torturing people in their basement. Okay. 2.
Let's see here. Do I need another term? Okay. If a belief is morally undesirable, there is a moral advantage in believing the opposite.
I don't know. That seems correct.
It is demoralizing to believe that there is no moral order in the universe. And by moral order, he just means there's a
Okay, well, I find it demoralizing to believe that everything is not perfect. So
balance of good over evil in the universe, where our moral acts make significant difference to that balance. So it's demoralizing to believe that there's no moral order in the universe, and nothing we do morally can make a difference.
But for the Euthyphro dilemma and other reasons described earlier, God is not necessary for morality, and God cannot provide any grounding for morality.
So it's morally undesirable to believe that there's no moral order in the universe. There's moral advantage in believing that there is a moral order in the universe. Theism provides the most adequate theory of a moral order of the universe. If theism provides the most adequate theory of a moral order of the universe, there's moral advantage in accepting theism. So there's moral advantage in accepting theism.
Sorry, I had the slide up late here, so.
Yeah.
You shouldn't just accept things if it's morally better to accept it. It might be morally better to accept that you would be like tortured forever if you didn't always do its best, but that wouldn't mean that you should accept it. Like this just seems to be equivocating on should. It's using it in a moral sense rather than in an epistemic sense. Like this isn't evidence for God. It's just a reason why you'll be better if you believe in God. It's also not clear that theism will make people morally better.
That's all right.
If you want to
that one had a lot of premises, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that one is in Robert Adams' Moral Arguments for Theistic Belief. Pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, I think we're going a little bit quicker here. So we're on, we just hit another 10. So time for some more push-ups. I'm going to do these quickly.
Okay. You want to change it up and do jumping jacks?
Nope.
Just get building those pecs.
Well, we're going slow enough where it's not a big deal.
You'll do push-ups. I'll take a drink. Berg's argument from Cosmic Justice.
That's one thing. It's like there's a long amount of time. Sorry, let me get this back so you guys can hear me. There's a big amount of time between each set, so it's not too bad. It's enough rest.
So we have Oderberg's argument from Cosmic Justice, and by Cosmic Justice he means all virtue is rewarded and all vice is punished. Okay. So premise 1: we live in a rational moral order, and by rational moral order we mean it's the case that where it always makes rational sense to behave morally. That's what it means that we live in a
Right. Okay. Let's see this one. We live in a rational moral order, so it's always rational to do what's moral. I would accept that. If we live in a rational moral order, that's cosmic justice. No, because I reject the dualism of practical reason. But if I accepted it, then I would reject P1. So there's cosmic justice. If there's cosmic justice, there must be a cosmic judge. That's false. There could just be cosmic justice from some non-cosmic judge thing. Yeah, I mean, it seems like I would reject, or sorry, I would accept premise 1, but then reject premise 2. But if I accepted premise 2, then I would reject premise 1.
Rational moral order. It makes sense to always makes sense to behave morally. If we live in a rational moral order, yeah.
Liz Jackson just chimed in the live chat. She said, "Chad isn't doing push-ups. Lame."
Oh man, there was a time in high school when I was the king of push-up contests. Believe it or not, I was a wrestler in high school. I prided myself on that. My wife would appreciate it if I did more push-ups.
All right, sorry to interrupt. Continue.
It's all right. So we live in a rational moral order. If we live in a rational moral order, there's cosmic justice. Again, that's understood as being all virtue is rewarded, all vice is punished. So there's cosmic justice. If there's cosmic justice, there must be a cosmic judge who administers it. So there's a cosmic judge who administers it.
Okay.
Layman's moral argument, and this moral argument actually has been quite influential and inspired a lot of similar arguments. One, in every actual case,
one always has most reason to do what is morally required. So I would accept that because I reject the dualism of practical reason. But if I didn't accept that, then I would reject P2. Then I would reject P3. Right? I think that for sort of complicated reasons that I didn't have time to go into here, that what you have the most reason to do is what would make things go best. But if I didn't accept that, then I would just reject that you always have the most reason to do whatever is morally required. I would just think that you could rationally be immoral.
One has most reason to do what is morally required. So one just says that there is overriding reason to perform one's moral duty. For example, let's say, I'll forget the example. We'll just go on. If there is no God and no afterlife, then there are cases where morality requires that one make great sacrifice for only modest benefits. And he gives the example of like a poor widow who has the opportunity to steal like $10 million, and she knows that she would never get caught and no one else would be harmed by this. This is $10 million that no one ever even realized existed, but she would be stealing it if she took it. So if there's no God and no afterlife, then there are cases where morality requires that one.
Well, okay. I would have no problem with the widow stealing the $10 million. She should just give it to effective altruist organizations. Assuming no one would be, assuming that the harms of it would be outweighed by the benefits, which it seems like they would. But if a widow could just magically steal $10 million from Jeff Bezos, that seems fine.
One make a great sacrifice for only
if she gave it to effective organizations.
Modest benefits. So if there's no God, there's no reason why she shouldn't take that $10 million. If in a given case morality requires that one make a great sacrifice for only modest benefits, then one does not have the most reason to do what is morally required. So if there is no God or afterlife, then in some cases one does not have the most reason to do what is morally required. But she does have reason to do what's morally required, namely not steal $10 million. So it's false that there is no God or afterlife.
I mean, you could also say that, so if you think that morality provides us with reason, I think you could maybe accept this, but say rationality doesn't require that we always do what we have the most reason to do. So there are certain reasons that rationality doesn't demand that we always respond to. So like rationality, we're not always irrational for ignoring moral reasons. Now I reject that, but that seems compatible with rejecting this argument.
There you go, layman's moral argument.
Okay, we have an interesting set of arguments that push more toward a Christian conception of God and not just a theistic conception. So we have Linda Zagzebski's argument from the need for divine aid in being moral. Now she asks, classic question that you encounter in ethics classes, why be moral? Well, she says, why try to be moral? And so by thinking about this question.
Okay, we should only try to be moral if we think we'll succeed. That's true. But it's not rational to believe that we'd like to succeed if we only have human faculties. I reject that. I think that we have the ability to employ sort of careful reasoning and to sort of figure out what the things we would expect to be moral. I mean, I think philosophy has made quite a bit of moral progress on problems like the repugnant conclusion, for example.
She has the following argument. It is rational to try to be moral only if it's rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful. But it's not rational.
Why wouldn't God make our human moral faculties better? Why would God make it so that we just have these sort of unresolvable moral disagreements about moral issues?
Believe the attempt would likely be successful if all we have is our own human faculties to go on. And this is because if all we have is our own faculties, we can't be confident that we have genuine moral knowledge, given the depth and diversity of moral disagreements. We can't be confident that we can overcome our moral weaknesses and bring about good in the world. And we can't be confident that our moral efforts wouldn't just be vain in the end. So, but 3, it is rational to try to be moral. So it's rational to believe the attempt would likely be successful. So we have more than just our own human faculties to go on. Follows logically from 2 and 4. Now, if a theory possible,
I mean, this just seems obviously false. I mean, and if you accepted that this would be true, then I think you would just reject objective morality. Because if you think that we have no way of knowing what things would be good or bad or how we do moral things, such that we have no reason to expect that not torturing infants for fun would likely be good, then it seems like you would just undermine your belief in objective morality.
Postulates exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral would likely be successful, then it's rational to believe that theory. Christian theism postulates
No, they might say that, well, theism provides an account of objective morality, atheism doesn't. But if you really thought that without accepting theistic premises, we just have no way of thinking that we could ever be moral, and we have no way of coming to moral knowledge, well, then that just seems to be then there just seems to be no way of refuting the moral skeptic.
exactly what more we need to be rational in believing the attempt at being moral would likely be successful. And namely, we have, by divine revelation, divine assurance and guidance, grace, providence, exactly we need the assurance of genuine moral knowledge, the assurance that we can overcome moral weakness, and that our moral efforts wouldn't be in vain. And so it's rational to believe Christian theism.
How do you say her name? Linda?
But I mean, like, lots of morality seems to not be revelatory. And so, like, lots of morality just comes from reasoning and our moral intuition. So is that unreliable? If so, then if the Bible says something that seems horrendous, but it conflicts with deeply held moral intuitions, should we defer to the Bible rather than deferring to what seems obviously to be the case upon careful reflection? That seems obviously wrong.
Zagzebski?
Yeah,
Zagzebski, okay.
Brilliant philosopher. John Hare,
The moral
on the moral gap. Yeah, he's defended this argument over the course of like 3 decades.
If one ought to do X, one can do X. I've always thought that ought implies can is sort of weird and ambiguous. So, ought just seems to be describing the states of the world. But so one, I think that this certainly doesn't apply to this certainly doesn't apply to if we're to choices that we make relating to determinism. So if you ask me if I could save someone's life, but I didn't, and it wouldn't make sense for me to say, well, I couldn't because determinism is true. So in that sense, it doesn't seem like ought implies can. And it also seems like ought statements are just the class of moral statements that we have the ability to affect. So it ought to be the case that children are not dying. But if I can prevent children from dying, then I ought to do so. Okay.
Now, what he means by the moral gap is it's a gap between the demand that morality places on us and our natural capacity to live up to it. So morality essentially demands that we be perfect, but it seems like we can't be perfect. So that's a problem. That's the moral gap that John here talks about. And it gives him this following argument. If one ought to do X, then one can do X. That's pretty much an indisputable principle of ethics. One ought to live up to the demands of morality. So it follows that one can live up to the demands of morality.
Well, so if by live up to the demands of morality, we mean always do what's perfect. Well, I don't think that we can. So if ought implies can, then I would just reject that I would reject some combination of premises 1 and 2, which seem, given that I don't think that it would always be the case that we can live up to the demand of morality.
But one can live up to the demands of morality only if one has the requisite extra human assistance. So one does.
I don't know why that's true. Like, maybe we can just be smart humans.
Have the extra human assistance. And similarly, we say that if a theory postulates exactly the extra human assistance needed to live up to the demands of morality, it's rational to accept that theory. Christian theism.
Well, okay, so there could be other theories. So 6 is obviously false because there could be other theories that are able to explain it. But it also just seems like the notion that we can live up to the demands of morality seems false. Like it seems like no person would be able to do what's perfectly moral all of the time. Like it seems like we ought to cure cancer, right? But it doesn't seem like everyone can cure cancer. Like it doesn't seem like there's any one person who can do all the things that ought to be done.
And does postulate exactly the extra human assistance needed to live up to the demands of morality. And there he has in mind the Christian doctrines of atonement, justification, and sanctification. So it's rational to believe Christian theism.
John Hare. I'm gonna say it like that. Hare.
Hare.
For no reason. All right.
All right. We have Kant on the duty to promote the highest good. Kant factors in a lot of moral arguments. Now, by highest good, Kant means perfect proportionment of happiness to virtue. So you're happy in like a eudaimonistic sense, like flourishing. You flourish to the extent that you're virtuous. Okay, that's what he means by the highest good. So we ought morally.
So one problem with this Kantian layout that Parfit pointed out is so Kant said that what mattered is people getting what they deserve. That's all that matters. But as Parfit pointed out, it seems like a world where everyone is happy and virtuous is better than a world where everyone is miserable and vicious. But if the only thing that matters is people getting what they deserve, then those worlds would be equally good. Those worlds aren't equally good, so that is false.
To promote the realization of the highest good, what we ought to do must be possible for us to do. It's possible for us to promote the realization of the highest good only if there's a God who makes that possible for us. And so because only God could ensure the perfect proportionment of happiness to virtue. So God exists.
Okay, I don't think that I don't think that ought implies can in that sense. I think that, if you're saying that you ought to do X, that usually implies that you can do it. But if you say that you ought to try to do X, it's not clear that means that you can successfully try to do X. I don't know, the talk about ought implying can has just always seemed to me to be a little bit confused. It's not clear why we would accept that. And the previous Kantian premise that I rejected for reasons.
Okay, objective obligations and duty. Yeah. This should be a familiar argument. We have objective moral applications. If we do, then they're best understood as divine commands. That was the subject of Robert Adams'
I don't think divine command either works, because if God commanded us to torture infants for fun, it seems like we still shouldn't. And for the other reason that I described earlier, that it seems like morality has to exist in all possible worlds, but so they can't be contingent on just whatever God commands. It seems like morality couldn't change, but God's commands can change. I don't know what number argument this is. Oh, okay. I think number 57. Yeah.
Unsurpassed book on theistic ethics. Goodness, it's escaping me. Finite infinite goods. So objective moral obligations are best understood as divine commands. But if they are, then God exists, so God exists. And you'll see in arguments from obligations and duty, they often talk about how objective obligations and duty, the reason for thinking that there are such is that, let me just give you a quick example. We just had a bunch of snow the past few weeks here in Ohio. So at one point it was up to 18 inches. And my wife has to get up very early for work to leave, sometimes at 5:30 in the morning. And I could sleep in till the baby wakes up at 9 o'clock. But she can't get out of the driveway if I don't get out and clear it. Sometimes there's maybe not, there could be just a little bit, just enough snow to where she could drive over. I could get away with staying in bed. But there's just something pulling me. I mean, I really feel like a genuine, almost physical tension that pushes me out of bed to go shuffle that driveway. That's just the right thing to do. So moral obligations and duties often have this feeling of pushing and pulling people to behave in certain ways, which cries out for explanation.
Well, I mean, if we think that morality is about what we have reasons to do, we have reasons to care about certain naturalistic things, like we have reasons to not want to be in pain, we have reasons to want people to be happy, that seems to be able to explain that perfectly adequately.
Okay.
All right, Newman's
argument from
conscience. Guilt, shame, responsibility, and so on are only appropriately felt in relation to other moral agents. But sometimes we appropriately feel guilt, shame, responsibility for deeds done in secret that harm no one else. You see where this argument's going. So guilt, shame, and responsibility for deeds done in secret are appropriately felt only if there's another moral agent that's privy to deeds done in secret. So there is a moral agent that's privy to deeds done in secret. That's explanation of that.
Okay, so they seem to be confusing appropriately felt and felt. So it can be the case that something is felt, but that you shouldn't feel it. It seems like people can feel guilty about things that they shouldn't feel guilty about. And if something's done in secret and harms no one, including yourself, then you shouldn't feel guilty about it. It seems like we can provide a perfectly adequate naturalistic explanation of people feeling guilty.
As if there's a godlike being, so there is a godlike being.
This is super interesting. I've never heard of this argument, but I definitely want to think more about it. That's why I'm kind of pulling this up right now. I want to see what kind of additional resources there are.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, I think Graham Oppie objects to this argument by saying, well, no, it doesn't. Guilt, shame, and responsibility don't imply relation to someone else, because relation to yourself is sufficient. You can feel guilty yourself, and so maybe so, maybe not.
Yeah,
I mean, on the other hand, it's like there are some scumbags who probably don't
correct.
feel, who would just get away with anything, and yet realize maybe you're a psychopath and realize that you did do something wrong. So the sophisticated defense of this argument might require a distinction between objective guilt, subjective guilt, things like that.
All right, let's move on. We're on number 59, so we're not yet at the halfway point. We'll see what we can do.
Okay. On the intrinsic harmfulness of wrongdoing is intrinsically harmful to the wrongdoer, even if they don't feel.
I don't know that. I don't know that that's true. That I don't know. I mean, if someone could sacrifice their life to save 1,000 others, but doesn't, I know that harm that makes is worse for them to do so. It's worse overall, and they have decisive reason not to do it. But I know that I think that all wrongdoing is harmful to the wrongdoer. And I also don't know why it would require the existence of God. Like, it seems like it could just require the I don't know, forms of objectivist theory seem to be able to account for that. Yeah.
Like it. So harm here means not pain or suffering or guilty conscience, but just having, or even having bad character. It just means objective well-being. You are not objectively as good off as you would be if you hadn't harmed someone or done something wrong to someone. Metaphorically, wrongdoing is like it's soul withering in a way, even if it doesn't seem to you to be. So wrongdoing is intrinsically harmful to the wrongdoer. That could be true only if the harm here is punishment from a godlike being. So here's your godlike being.
Resources on this one. Who's Clement Dore?
He's a philosopher, early 20th century philosopher. Most of his stuff is early mid 20th century.
I don't know why I would accept either premise 1 or premise 2 for that one.
I believe he's got a book on theism.
This is why I love. Well, I've got a love-hate relationship with moral arguments because I recognize that there's just so much research that I haven't done, and that I haven't just put the effort into. Like, I don't know half of these people that you're referencing here, and these are all really interesting arguments. So this is just really cool. This is really cool. All right, moving on.
Moral knowledge.
Now this is an argument that this is one that I am very convinced of.
This shows up in the Blackwell Companion. The author there, what's his name? Mark Linvell. We have moral knowledge. If naturalism is true, then we probably don't have moral knowledge. But if theism is true, we probably do. So if we have moral knowledge, that's strong evidence for theism against naturalism. So moral knowledge is strong evidence.
I would say that this is some evidence, but I don't know why. So a couple of things. One, I don't know why. Like it doesn't seem that unlikely that we would have moral knowledge on naturalism, especially if there's a multiverse or such that there are a lot of us. Some of us would surely have moral knowledge. And the ones who don't have moral knowledge don't remark about their absence of moral knowledge. It seems like we sort of have direct acquaintance with certain experiences, like the badness of pain, and so that gives us moral knowledge. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's slightly unlikely under naturalism, but it doesn't seem that unlikely under naturalism. And on theism, it seems like you would expect us to have better moral knowledge. So it seems like there wouldn't be rationally irresolvable moral disputes.
Evidence for theism against naturalism. And the main reason for thinking too, that the faculties we use to form moral beliefs wouldn't be aimed at truth, but fitness, if naturalism is true. So it's possible that we could always have, it's possible that...
Well, but then theism has trouble explaining why many of our moral beliefs seem to be unjustified in ways that are best explained by them aiming at fitness. Like, many of our moral beliefs seem to be evolutionarily debunkable. For example, Humer gave the example of lots of societies thought that not being faithful to one's significant others was very wrong, but it was especially wrong if it was done by women. Well, there's an obvious evolutionary explanation. There are lots of other evolutionarily debunkable moral beliefs. And it seems, and we can change people's moral beliefs by like hypnotizing them to feel disgust reactions to certain words. It seems like theism has trouble explaining why morality would correlate with disgust, why there would be a rationally irresolvable moral disagreement, why we would have so much trouble figuring out what's moral, such that lots of good people are in favor of morally horrific things, and why so many of our beliefs are evolutionarily debunkable. It seems like these features mean that if we just consider moral knowledge as a whole, it overall counts in favor of atheism, especially given that it seems like lots of people don't think that they have moral knowledge. There are lots of moral skeptics. There are lots of people who find the idea that there's no morality to be much more intuitive than the idea that there is no external world. It's hard for theism to give an account of that.
We could have true moral beliefs if naturalism is true, but it's more likely that those true beliefs would be true by accident. It'll be like believing it's noon when you look at the clock, it says noon, and it is noon, but yesterday the batteries ran out of the clock and stopped the hands at noon. You know, you have a true belief that it's noon, but only by accident. So if naturalism is true, our moral beliefs are true only by accident. That's the main idea.
Well, I mean, there are plausible explanations of how we would have moral knowledge. So if morality is bad reasons, we can employ careful reasoning. Things like Sinababu's argument from phenomenal introspection, we can rely on our moral intuitions, etc.
Here.
And there's some more resources on that one. Okay, next one.
Okay, Ritchie defends the argument where we have a capacity to apprehend objective moral norms. If that's true, the best explanation for that is that our cognitive faculties were intended to apprehend objective moral norms. So our cognitive faculties are intended to apprehend objective moral norms.
This just seems like the same as the last one. That like it seems like there's a perfectly fine naturalistic explanation of how we would do that. that we experience pain, we can conclude based on that it's bad, that many of our other moral beliefs are evolutionarily debunkable, and that we can employ careful reasoning to figure out the types of things that matter.
Objective moral norms. But if three is true, theism is the best explanation for that. So theism is the best explanation for our having capacity to apprehend objective moral norms. He defends it pretty similarly. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just move on. Some of these we're just gonna have to run through really quickly, and we can just rely on the screen being up and people looking.
Okay, from altruism.
We've hit another 10. So is it time?
We've got two more moral arguments. You want to do 12?
Yeah, let's wait.
Okay. So we have two arguments from altruism, where genuine altruism is sacrificial behavior for another. It incurs no benefit to yourself, your relations, or to your social group. Okay, it's exclusively a sacrifice for someone else with no benefit. All right, if genuine altruism exists and is rational, that's a key premise. If naturalism is true, genuine altruism does not exist and is irrational.
Why? Naturalism, to the extent that we think we have the ability to do moral reasoning that can give an account of how we employ genuine altruism, it's not clear why it would be irrational. If we have a moral reason to be genuinely altruistic, there's also a plausible way that it could evolve, both in terms of sacrificing yourself to save your children is good for passing on your genes, and caring about others and adopting other obligations where you are willing to sacrifice yourself to save others, plausibly makes a being more likely to survive. It's also plausibly something that we can arrive at through reason, and it's also plausibly a byproduct of our moral instinct that evolution provides an adequate account of it.
So, given that it does exist and is rational, naturalism is false. If theism is true, genuine altruism probably does exist and is rational. So, the existence and rationality of genuine altruism strongly confirms theism. We have a second argument. Yeah, we have a second argument from altruism from Bruce, which is that moral altruism is irreducibly normative.
I would agree with that.
This one will take a bit of explaining.
Let's just we're gonna have to leave because we're getting.
I agree. There can be no naturalistic explanation for moral altruism if moral altruism is irreducibly normative. So there isn't.
I would disagree with that. I think that people like Railton have been able. Well, there are plausible naturalistic accounts of irreducible normativity, but also, the worst case scenario, this just means we would reject moral naturalism, but moral non-naturalism seems perfectly fine.
No naturalistic explanation for moral altruism. There are good theistic explanations of moral altruism, however, which is evidence for theism.
I think that the considerations earlier explain why theism can't account for any moral facts.
Okay. That wasn't too bad. All right, experiential arguments. I did want to say maybe what we can do from these arguments forward, because what we're doing is we're reading out every premise, but we may not need to do that. Maybe you can just make your point about the premise that you want to make, and then instead of reading it, people can just read it for themselves and then do it. We can think about that. But in the meantime, I owe you guys some push-ups, and then I think we're going to go ahead and take a little break, maybe a 5-minute break.
That works.
So let me do some push-ups first, and then we'll go to a break.
All right, you owe us 12. Now don't skimp on us.
12? Well, like I said, it's like
a feeling of being raised, or William.
Breaks in between, so not too bad. Okay, so yeah, we're going to take a little break. Well, let's get back into it. Let's get the arguments back on the screen here. So experiential arguments is the next section. We've got a quote from William James. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so you can't really talk about arguments from religious experience without at least some examples. And here's one. This is from William James's book, The Varieties of Religious Experience. He says this: I was in perfect health. This is a report he got from someone else. I was in perfect health. We were on our 6th day of hiking and in good training. I never felt fatigue, hunger, or thirst. My state of mind was equally healthy. When all at once I experienced a feeling of being raised above myself, I felt the presence of God. I tell it to the thing just as I was conscious of it, as if his goodness and his power were penetrating me altogether. The throb of emotion was so violent that I could barely tell the boys to pass on and not wait for me. I then sat down on a stone, unable to stand any longer, and my eyes overflowed with tears. I thanked God that in the course of my life he had taught me to know him. Then slowly, the ecstasy left my heart. That is, I felt that God had withdrawn the communion which he had granted, and I was able to walk on, but very slowly. So strongly was I still possessed by the interior emotion. At bottom, the expression most apt to render what I felt is this: God was present, though invisible. He fell under no one of my senses, yet my consciousness perceived him. So in his book, James catalogs just story after story after story of people having these sorts of experiences. And here's another one that we won't read, but I just had two just to kind of get our sense of what's being talked about here. Now, these are very dramatic experiences, but people like St. Teresa and Brother Lawrence speak of being intensely aware of the continued presence of God, not in a dramatic way, but sort of in a continual way, such that the most remarkable and awful experience imaginable to them would be if God removed his presence. That's what they say. And hence you have some discussion of the dark night of the soul when saints feel like God has removed his presence from them. Okay, so we have some examples there to get a sense of what sort of experiences we're talking about. Okay, we have our first argument: religious experience as analogous to aesthetic experience. Now, for this, let's define an aesthete as an aesthetic expert. So think of like a wine taster or a musician or a painter or a food critic. Okay, not movie critics, because all movie critics suck apparently. So just of the highbrow end. If the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their aesthetic beliefs, the religious experiences of religious people justifies their religious beliefs. So the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their religious beliefs, or the aesthetic experiences of aesthetes justifies their aesthetic beliefs. So the religious experiences of religious people justifies their religious beliefs. So religious experience of God justifies belief in God.
So like I said earlier, right before we went to the break, what we're going to do now, instead of reading out all the premises of every different argument, we're just going to post them.
Okay, well, so I think that we can have a plausible, one, I think that we can have a plausible naturalistic account of why aesthetic experiences are likely to be reliable, especially given that you can sort of update on them. If they're not reliable, then you can figure out that they're not reliable and then defer less to them. But I think that with theistic experiences, it's not clear how we update. And it seems like there are plausible naturalistic accounts, just neurologically, of how we have theistic experience, even if there is no God, right? There was a video by Darren Brown that I saw where he was sort of trying to make a religious experience in the lab for a strong atheist, and he was able to do so, given that there seem to be plausible neurological mechanisms by which this happens. But second, it's not, if there were a God, you would expect nearly everyone to have religious experiences rather than just some people. Why would God only give religious experiences to some people, and generally, and for the religious experiences that he gives to people to generally correlate with how common Christianity is in that particular area? Why wouldn't he give a religious experience to me, or to lots of atheists? Why would God provide inconsistent revelation? And also, there are lots of people who claim to have religious experiences with very different gods, like the God of Islam or the God of Judaism. So it's not clear why there would be, it seems like, given that there are so many contradictory religious experiences, they can't all be given by God. And so that seems to undermine the reliability of them. And it seems like people are more likely to get them if they're expecting it, which also undermines their reliability. So it seems like we have lots of reasons to not place very much weight on people's particular religious experiences.
These and then talk about some of the important things that you need to know about it, instead of reading them all out, which is, I think, contributing to the length of the stream. So it should allow us to get through a few more arguments a little bit quicker, and should actually make for more interesting push-up sessions as well, because then we won't have as much time in between. This is a good resource for that one. Okay, let's continue. So what do we need to know about this one?
Well, John Hick's work kind of launched discussion of the argument from religious experience for contemporary philosophy of religion. And the main idea is that, look, if widespread, consistent, and persistent religious experience of God is unreliable, then so is our sense experience generally, because we seem to experience God, or people claim to have religious experiences just as frequently as sense experience generally. So if one is not trustworthy, the other one isn't trustworthy. So it's kind of a parody argument, and you'll see this come up again.
Well, for the reasons I just described, I think that we have reason to believe in the reliability of our senses, where we don't, and the reliability of religious experiences. Also, there are lots of cases where our sense perceptions deliver the incorrect verdict. And there are lots of optical illusions. There are like so many cases where our sense perceptions are somewhat off.
As we go through a few more. Swinburne's famous argument relies on the principle of credulity, which has already sort of showed up a few times. If it seems to you that P, then you're prima facie justified in believing P. It seems to me that God exists, so I'm justified in believing God exists. And we have planning on basic.
Well, so I think that maybe that would increase our credence a little bit, but it's certainly not decisive. And if there are lots of other considerations that outweigh, those seem to be more decisive, especially if we have plausible debunking accounts of why those experiences are unlikely to be reliable, and also the fact that if we all follow that epistemology, we get impossible things and contradictory results. So many of these have to be wrong. So yeah, I don't think that it's anywhere near decisive.
Proper basicality of belief in God, which is probably familiar to a lot of your audience. If you want more on that, look at his paper, Is Belief in God Properly Basic? ? Okay.
I don't know why I would accept that belief in God is properly basic. I mean, I'd have to read his paper, but the fact that it seems properly basic is not sufficient for concluding that it is. Lots of things seem to be the case, but then upon careful reflection, we realize that they're not.
Okay, Alston. We'll read this one. Perceptual experience is reliable. Religious experience has the same basic epistemic structure.
Yeah, this just seems like the same as the other parody argument with perceptual experience.
As perceptual experience. So the structure is that there's a perceiver, there's an object perceived, and the perceiver's phenomenal experience of the object or qualities of the object. So religious experience seems to have the exact same perceptual structure. But if that's true, then we should think that it's just as reliable as perceptual experience generally. Now, you can't really talk about Alston and religious experience without his answer to why perception is reliable. And his groundbreaking book, Perceiving God, he argues that there's no non-circular way to demonstrate perception, just general perception, how it's reliable. So he proposes the most practical way. The reason we do trust it is with this principle. If P is formed on the basis of a socially established doxastic practice, then P is justified. So we do typically treat perception as justified. It's just a social practice that we have. But in the same way, it's a social practice that we have. We form religious beliefs based on socially established doxastic practice. So we shouldn't think that our religious beliefs are any less reliable than our perceptual beliefs.
Which, by the way, Perceiving God is a great book. It's highly recommended if you're interested in this type of stuff, religious epistemology.
Yeah, I mean, I think my comments before apply equally there.
Whether or not we can know that God exists or we justify believing God exists. It's required reading, I think.
Okay, so if religious experience can justify, if I have a religious experience, if that can justify my belief in God, what evidential value does it have for someone else? Well, Yandel argues in the following way. If some people have experiences which seem to them to be, some people do have experiences which seem to them to be of God. Now, those experiences don't seem to be, at least some of them don't seem to be subject to defeaters, nothing that would undermine the reliability of those experiences. So,
I mean, I think that I gave lots of defeaters. The fact that religious experiences are frequently conflicting, the fact that we have a plausible naturalistic account of how people get religious experiences such that it's possible to basically make them in a lab. The fact that religious experiences seem to correlate, seem much more common in people in areas where they're people believe in God is sort of more mainstream, all seem to be defeaters to generally trusting religious experience. I'm losing my voice a little bit, but let's see if we can go another few hours.
The occurrences of those experiences is evidence that God exists. Just generally, and especially the evidential value of those experiences increases if they occur in various cultures and at various times to people of various backgrounds, socioeconomic status, and so forth. So because they do occur in such divergent ways and in such variety, the evidential force of those experiences is increased. Okay, we have Proust's onto a mystical argument. If it seems to S that P is a little more modest than the principle of credulity, that we should presume that P is possible. Not that P is the case, but just that it's possible. Now, mystics have experiences which it seems to them that God exists. If so, then we should presume God possibly exists.
Okay, this is silly. I mean, this can literally argue, well, so one, this would justify believing in all gods, because lots of mystics have beliefs that where they think that, for nearly any god, that some people feel like they've had mystical experiences where God exists. It also justifies belief in there being objective beauty, an objective best taste, because there are probably some mystics who have had experiences where they think that there's gustative realism. People have no doubt had mystical experiences where it seemed to them that they are God, so they are possibly God. But if they're possibly God, they're necessarily God, so they're necessarily God. This just seems like a really silly argument.
God possibly exists by S5, we should presume he does exist.
That one is super interesting.
It also seems to run into contradictions. So, there have no doubt been some mystics that have, to them it seemed that numbers possibly exist in a Platonic realm. To others, it seemed that numbers possibly don't exist in a Platonic realm. So, yeah.
You me? I would love to talk more about it, but we got to move on.
Personal transformation, and this is defended by Alston again. There are many people who believe God has promised to them to help them develop spiritually, who then do develop spiritually. This phenomenon is widespread enough that it's evidence that God basically keeps his promise. He does.
But there seems to be plausible debunking accounts of this. It also struggles with the problem of inconsistent revelation and inconsistent personal transformation. It's also the case that many people have had this experience with lots of different gods, the god of Judaism, the god of Islam, and the god of Christianity. So they can't all be reliable.
Does help people develop spiritually. It is widespread enough, so it's evidence for God's existence. And he cites examples of dramatic conversions, subsequent life changes, the lives of saints in particular, and so forth.
All right, NDEs and religious experience, which I think we're actually we're past the 10 mark, so maybe I just need to go ahead and let's do. Yeah, we're going a lot quicker. I think this is working a little bit better. All right, here we go. Let's do this.
Here, wait. Okay, I'm gonna
my challenge
get
to you
water
is to,
while
say
Cam's
something.
doing the push-ups.
I'll count in sequence this time. Well, actually, it might be hard because our connection is bad. 5, 8, 9, 10.
I did it right because I think we went.
Color. Yeah, my connection is a little pixelated.
It looks good on my end. So
Okay.
so let me mention why I'm doing push-ups. It's to help break up the monotony of like all of these arguments and all this stuff. So that's the purpose. The purpose is not, I don't know, for whatever else you might think it is. It's just to help you guys get resituated and open your minds back up to what we're talking about. All right, back to the arguments. Here we go. NDEs and religious experience.
You've probably had people on your channel before talk about near-death experiences. Am I right?
Yep.
So let's not talk about the nature of them. Let's just say let's just look at how they could be used in arguments for God's existence or life after death. Let's just like go ahead and scroll through these. I just formulated how they could be used as arguments for theism. And for anyone who isn't familiar with near-death experiences, this isn't really going to be helpful to you, but I guess I just encourage you to look up Cameron's who is these. I just formulated how they could be used in arguments.
What we're talking about. All right, back to the arguments. Here we go. NDEs and religious experience.
You've probably had people on your channel before talk about near-death experiences. Am I right?
Yep.
So let's not talk about the nature of them. Let's just say let's just look at how they could be used in arguments for God's existence or life after death. Let's just like go.
But people have had conflicting near-death experiences, so that seems to undercut their general reliability. It seems like we can provide a naturalistic explanation, at least in theory. Yeah, I mean, like when people's brains are dying, weird things go on in their brain. It's also not clear why God would provide near-death experiences.
Go ahead and scroll through these. I just formulated how they could be used as arguments for theism. And for anyone who isn't familiar with near-death experiences, this isn't really going to be helpful to you, but I guess I just encourage you to look up Cameron's videos on near-death experiences.
Yeah, I've had Gary Habermas on to talk about him.
Okay, good. Yeah, look up his videos with Habermas. Okay, miracles. A few preliminary remarks about miracles. You can't talk about miracles without talking about Hume. So Hume has this principle: the probability that the testimony of a miraculous event is unreliable is vastly greater than the probability that the event itself was actually miraculous. So that's his main principle, which makes 3 mistakes. It assumes miracles are intrinsically improbable, but they're not if God exists. Doesn't factor in all the relevant probabilities. And it underestimates the cumulative evidential power of multiple independent testimonies. And so just to illustrate this last one real quick. Okay, the odds that 2 independent witnesses who are both 99% reliable testifying to other things, the odds of them testifying falsely is 1 in 10,000. Okay, 3 such witnesses is 1 in a million, and 6 such witnesses is 1 in a trillion. Okay, so let's not assume that they're 99% reliable. Let's just assume that they're just as reliable as not. You'd need more witnesses in that case, but you can still get a very powerful...
I mean, this is a weird bastardization of Bayesian reasoning. Like, it seems like the odds that they would be unreliable would be closely linked. So if one of the Gospels is unreliable as a result of it having been produced by like a circulating oral tradition, it seems to provide good evidence that the other ones would also be unreliable.
Confirmation of an event with witnesses that are not 100% reliable. Okay, so we have a generic argument from miracles. The structure would look like this. And miracles are hard because there aren't really a bunch of individually structured arguments. It's just that we plug in different purported miracles for E to get the miracle, to get the argument from miracles. So you'd have to look at the individual miracles themselves to see whether or not there's good evidence that they occurred. We have...
I mean, I think that in terms of... Okay, so in terms of miracles, for a lot of them, there just seem to be... Like, it seems like the odds there would be... seemingly miraculous things are pretty high on naturalism, just given the sheer number of events that occur. Some of them would seem to be miraculous. So the existence of something that seems miraculous doesn't seem to favor theism significantly.
Try on Goldschmidt's argument that the Exodus event, we have good reason to think that the Exodus event occurred. I believe he was on your channel, is that right?
Yeah, he was talking about that. Yeah, it was great. It was really cool.
So look at his interview if you want to get the fuller sense of his argument here. There displayed is his Kuzari principle. And the argument would go, look, the Kuzari principle is true. If the Exodus is a tradition that meets the criteria of the Kuzari principle, then it's likely true. It does meet the criteria, so the Exodus tradition is probably true, which obviously includes...
I mean, it seems like most historians don't think that what the Exodus events happened, there does not seem to be any... from what I know, I'm not that knowledgeable about the history, but there does not seem to be any solid evidence that that the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt for a long time and then were left out in some dramatic event. Certainly there's no evidence for like the 10 plagues having happened. We'd expect it to be reported in Egyptian records, but it doesn't seem like it is.
It's all the miraculous events that happen. Other candidates for E would be the miraculous events, the purported miraculous events that happened throughout the New Testament in the ministry of Jesus. we will not camp out on those. But yeah, there's some resources on the reliability of the Old Testament, in particular the Exodus narrative.
Yeah, Kitchens is also really good on the reliability of the Old Testament.
So you can plug any of the things that Jesus did into the generic argument for miracles we gave, and provided that the New Testament is generally reliable, you have a good argument for miracles.
Well, I mean, I think there seemed like, to the extent that it was a circulating oral tradition before it got written down. Also, you know, like other writers writing like 30 years later about things doesn't seem to give us very good evidence for what happened 30 years earlier. And like, it seems like the Gospels have all these contradictions in them. It seems like their telling of events is unlikely if they were getting all of the facts right. If they were getting a lot of the facts right, that doesn't give us good reason to think that they're getting the miracle facts right.
And of course, you can't talk about the argument for miracles without mentioning the resurrection, where we have historical evidence. These are all individual pieces of historical evidence, E1 through En, however many pieces of evidence you want to factor into the argument. And so we could run an argument for miracles in 3 ways. We could have a C-inductive argument, given the evidence, a factor into the argument.
Jesus' burial. I mean, I'm not a historian, but it seems like, you know, even most theists tend to think that it maybe provides some evidence, but is not decisive. And lots of very qualified, it seems like the historical consensus is that this provides maybe some evidence for theism, but there are perfectly fine ways of explaining it. You know, mass hallucinations seem like a plausible account. It being a circulating oral tradition before it got written down seems like a plausible account, etc. There seem like lots of ways of explaining it. It seems like many of the things that are reported are not affirmed by outside sources. So I'm really not like that knowledgeable of the history stuff. So don't listen to me, but listen to people like Bart Ehrman. And so, yeah.
And so we could run an argument for miracles in 3 ways. We could have a C-inductive argument, given the evidence, whether or not they make the resurrection hypothesis greater than 0.5, they at least confirm it. They at least make it more likely than not. Or they make the evidence makes the resurrection hypothesis more likely than not. P-inductive, we have all the evidence. Given all the evidence, probability that the resurrection occurred is greater than 0.5. And Swinburne, at the end of his book on the resurrection, he actually calculates the probability of the resurrection as being, I think, 0.97. So it's almost certain. Yeah. And then we have the best explanation. Given the facts, given the history.
So I would probably almost certainly disagree with the number, but even if I granted that, I just think that prior to the resurrection evidence, the odds of God are just so low that even if it is 0.97, that would not be enough to be decisive. And you know, the odds that the best explanation of the evidence is 0.97 when, you know, Swinburne is a theist, and it seems like Swinburne would perhaps overstate the case for it. It seems low. So even if we say that the odds of it would be like 0.8, you know, that's still just my prior in theism based on all the other stuff is so low that it would not be anywhere near decisive.
Historical facts concerning the resurrection. The resurrection hypothesis is the best explanation, but the resurrection hypothesis entails God exists, so God exists. Contemporary candidates for miraculous events would be...
Is that the slide that we're on right now?
No, that's the next one.
Okay.
Yes.
This looks, oh yeah, sorry. This is the resources for that one. Okay. Here we
go. I'm going faster than you.
You are.
Okay. Contemporary candidates for E would be things like acts of providence, answered prayer, healing, stigmata, public object miracles, by which I just mean, you know, people report like seeing a statue of Mary weep blood, levitation, demonic possession activity, exorcisms, angelic encounters, special divine knowledge, visions, dreams, premonitions, prophecy. Okay, all these things. Now, I don't want to look at any one of these cases, but I do. Yeah, let me just mention one that I found pretty funny. In Craig Keener's 2-volume work on miracles, he talks about a healing of a paraplegic woman. And so she couldn't walk, and she couldn't walk for many, many years. And after the healing, she was investigated for over a year for insurance fraud. And actually, they couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything on her to charge her with insurance fraud, which is probably another miracle on top of the initial miracle, if you think about it. But I thought that example was pretty funny.
Wow.
He has a very nice quote that kind of gives a sense to, if you get a chance to look at Keener's book, it is incredible. All the stories and testimony he gives to miraculous events in this book is just overwhelming. He says this: I recognize that some genuine scholars will demur from my argument that some cases of supernatural causation are likely, as I myself did once. What I do not believe is intellectually legitimate is to simply dismiss on the basis of pre-existing assumptions the sincerity of all the hundreds of millions of persons who claim to have witnessed such phenomena, or to insist that such claims could only arise gradually in legend or through a writer's imagination. Such insistence flies in the face of an extraordinary amount of evidence, denying voluminous and cross-cultural testimony merely on the basis of a dogmatic theory forged in a very different era and context. He's thinking of Hume. In view of even the very limited number of cases I've offered, and he says very limited, but I'll show you the volumes in a minute, I would consider such sweeping claims to be impossibly naive and misinformed. Any final...
I mean, I think, agree, like, to the extent that there were, like, just millions of super credible miracles. Like, let's say that there were just millions of cases where we had on video camera limbs growing back, and I don't know, it was super decisive. Like, we knew who was doing it. The people were atheists. It didn't seem like there was any way it could have been planned, etc. Then I think that would make it so that it would be rational to believe in miracles, given that our prior in miracles should be low, but it should not be zero.
finite number of first-hand observations may be technically anecdotal, but the witnesses are surely no more biased for believing that they have seen apparently miraculous things than those who, not having seen them, deny that anyone else could have seen them either. Okay, so I want to show you his volumes here. I think cumulatively it's over 1,000 pages of just story after story.
One thing I think that I have looked through some of them, and some of them do seem somewhat difficult to explain. But the odds that there would be some things that are somewhat difficult to explain on naturalism are still quite high, right? Given that there's so many things that happen in the world that, I mean, the same thing is true of UFOs. Like, a lot of the UFO things are hard to explain, but that doesn't mean that, like, it's rational to believe in aliens or anything. Just in a world as big as ours, there are just going to be lots of things that are hard to explain and that are not particularly good evidence for theism. That's a nice bookshelf. I do like the bookshelf. But, I mean, another thing is I was reading some accounts of the Zodiac Killer, and there are lots of people who are hypothesized to be the Zodiac Killer. And for all of them, the case for them being the Zodiac Killer just seems overwhelming. Like, it just seems obvious that they're the Zodiac Killer. But there are like 5 of them, and for all of them, the case seems overwhelmingly strong. And they obviously can't all be the Zodiac Killer. And so there are lots of people for whom, like, there are lots of cases for which something is really, really hard to explain, and something seems like a crazy coincidence. But it's just inevitable in a world where there are as many things happening as ours that there are going to be lots of things that seem miraculous. And in other similar domains, like the Zodiac Killer, where there's obviously only one Zodiac Killer, but there are hundreds of millions of people. There are lots of people who just, it seems almost like, if you just consider the evidence, it seems like they're definitely Zodiac Killer, but it can't all be.
Story after story of contemporary miracle claims across the world, in the West, in the East, and some of them are, evidentially sourced better than others.
And I mean, if there were God, why wouldn't God do more miracles? Like, why would God only do a sort of sparse collection of miracles? Why wouldn't God do a miracle to prevent the Holocaust?
But it makes a pretty powerful case.
Yeah, I've got those too.
Yeah,
they're amazing. I actually was looking in those at one point, looking for accounts of amputees being healed, and there was, I think he mentions 2.
We have arguments from. You should try to get Keener on. I think he'd be a great guest.
Great idea. That's awesome.
Fulfilled prophecy is a miracle. I won't read the Mackey quote, but the criteria for prophecy is drawn from his quote. An event foretold at T1 occurs at T2 that could not have been predicted by natural means, could not have been brought about because it was foretold, is highly unlikely to have occurred as foretold by chance, then it's fulfilled prophecy. So we have 3 different kinds of arguments you could run there based on fulfilled prophecy. One for the conclusion that there's good evidence for fulfilled prophecy, so that's good evidence for divine action. You could argue specifically for Christianity by saying if the sacred texts of a religion contain many fulfilled prophecies, that's strong evidence for the truth of that religion. Well, the texts of Christianity do contain many fulfilled prophecies, so that's strong evidence for the truth of Christianity.
But there are also lots of unfulfilled prophecies. Like in the New Testament, it implied that Jesus would come back within a lifetime. It didn't. There are also lots of biblical contradictions. And for the fulfilled prophecies, the people afterwards seem to have been trying to fulfill the prophecies specifically. There are also plausible accounts of how the text of the prophecies change over time to accommodate the later data. Just that the historical stuff is sort of pretty messy, but it seems like most contemporary historians who have really studied the issues don't think that it's anywhere near decisive or even particularly strong evidence. I think that the resurrection stuff is somewhat compelling evidence. It should certainly increase our credence in theism. But I think that the sense that I get from reading historians talk about this is that the resurrection stuff is much more compelling than most of these miracles.
Obviously, that's going to hang on these fulfilled prophecies. And let's not get into any of the examples. They're interesting, but just look at the resources I list for the examples. Second way of doing it would be, look, if the central claims of a religion are supported by fulfilled prophecy, that's powerful evidence for the truth of that religion. The central claims of Christianity are supported by fulfilled prophecy, so that's powerful evidence for the truth of Christianity. And the main examples here would be the messianic prophecies of the Psalms and of Isaiah 53, which, if you read those, it's pretty stunning. Given that it's indisputable that those were written prior to the life and times of Christ, that there should be so many examples that seem fulfilled in the life and time of Christ. Actually, Lydia McGrew has a paper where she looks at these examples, and she calculates that where M is the hypothesis that Jesus is the Messiah. Given all of the evidence from Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53, the cumulative Bayes factor for all these evidences is 2.5 times 10 to the 7th power in favor of the hypothesis that Jesus was the Messiah against the denial of that.
Yeah, that seems a bit high. But also, I mean, this may be a little bit overconfident, but my prior in God existing is sufficiently low that even if it were that high, I think that I still would think that God probably did not exist. Maybe not. Maybe I would think that God probably. I don't know. But it seems like most historians who have looked at these don't think that it's that likely.
The hypothesis. In other words, the evidence confirms M over not M by a factor of 25 million. Okay, that's what her argument is.
So it looks like we're actually at non-traditional arguments.
That's because I pushed pragmatic arguments all the way to the end, thinking that they just seem naturally to go at the end. So I only planned on discussing them at the very end. Do you want to talk about pragmatic arguments?
What I was thinking was, what if we just like breeze through instead of discussing each one individually? What if we just like scroll through really quickly the rest of the slides all the way to the end?
Non-traditional. Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Instead of just like putting it off.
Yeah.
So that way
we've been going pretty quickly. So let's do that.
Some abstract objects exist necessarily. I think I would accept that. Maybe. I don't know how I feel about the whole Platonism versus nominalism thing, but that may be true. They depend on concrete objects, so at least one. No, I don't think that they do. I think that they can depend on there being possible concrete objects, but I don't think that they can depend on there being actual concrete objects. So yeah.
So abstract objects.
Lowe's argument: some abstract objects exist necessarily, but all abstract objects depend on concrete objects, so there must be a necessarily existing concrete object. We have Faser's Augustinian proof, which is similar to Greg Welty's conceptualist argument, which just arrives at theism by eliminating from abstract objects by eliminating other theories about abstract objects. We have Lowe.
I think that those arguments don't end up working. I think that Faser's objections to Platonism aren't very good. You can check out Joe Schmidt at Majesty of Reasons, his response to that. It's not clear theism can provide a grounding for it. So yeah. And also, worst case scenario, you can just accept nominalism.
On objects from reason, abstract objects seem to be things that we reason about. They seem to be objects of reason. But if that's true, then the only way they could be objects of reason is if they're the object of reason of a non-physical, necessarily just an infinite intellect. Okay, arguments.
It seems like they don't depend on reasoning. It seems like we can reason about them. But it seems like 1 + 1 would still equal 2, even if there was no one around to reason about them.
Propositions. Let me just read this one. Propositions are distinctively thought-like.
I don't know that they are. I don't know that they are thought-like. It seems like, well, we can be nominalists about propositions. I don't know why we would accept that they are distinctively thought-like, or that if they can be somewhat thought-like but not be thoughts. It seems weird to say that propositions would, like, many of them would go away, the possibility of them, if God thought different things.
Propositions are distinctly thought-like, then they must be the thoughts of a necessary infinite mind. And there are a lot of papers here defending that main proposition. Propositions are distinctively thought-like. So we have Quentin Smith, who recently just passed away. He defended this proposition. He thought that propositions are effects of mental causes, propositional attitudes.
Talking about the second one, you've got James. I'm having James Anderson on. I think you know that. I'm having James Anderson on to talk about this paper, the Lord of Non-Contradiction. Really excited about that.
Yeah, so I won't say anything about that one. Richard Bryan Davis, he argues that the constituents of propositions are best understood as ideas. So the idea of, so if we have the proposition quine is wise, in order for that to be true, it has constituents. It has the constituents quine, the idea of quine, and the idea of wisdom. Now, in order for those to be arranged in such a way for that proposition to be true, you need a mind to arrange them. So propositions, but there are propositions that have constituents that can only be arranged, propositions that no human mind has ever thought of. So they need an omniscient mind to arrange the constituents of the propositions.
I don't know. I don't know why we'd accept that they need a mind to arrange them. That just seems obviously false.
Sorry, we might be going too slow again. We might need to speed it up a little bit. I've got these on the screen though for people to pause and go through. That argument is actually, to me, is becoming more and more interesting as I'm getting older. So I definitely want to look more into this.
Well, I have a friend who studied with Smith while he was at Western Michigan, and he said that in class one day, Smith said that considerations about propositions and abstract objects made Smith 51% theist. Whatever that means.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Sets. I won't read the formulation there. I'll just read the inductive version, the probabilistic formulation. This is Christopher Menzel's argument from sets.
Okay, sets exist. They're the product of, so they're probably a product of intellective activity. I don't know why I would accept that. Like, it seems like sets are I mean, it seems like numbers seem to depend on sets, but numbers don't seem to depend on thoughts. Like, it seems like God couldn't think Fermat's last theorem out of existence. That seems weird, given that it seems like necessary things can't be contingent on the mind of God.
The probability that set theoretic realism is true, in contrast to what he calls activism, that sets are the product of intellective activity. But given the nature and existence of these sets, confirms activism over set theoretic realism. So activism entails, or theism is the best explanation of activism. So sets confirm theism.
All right, we're actually past the point for push-ups, so I'm gonna pause and let's do that.
Okay,
let's do it. You got your apple juice?
Yeah, I'm gonna take another drink of my apple juice here.
Okay, I think 10 or 11.
I lost count.
Okay, I'm starting to really, really feel it.
Well, initially you wanted to do a push-up after every single argument.
Yeah, that would have.
Okay, facts. Well, here are just a handful of arguments from unities. So we have facts. Facts exist and are unities of constituents. The problem is.
Okay, facts exist and are unit. Okay, I think I'd accept that. Facts can be unity. I don't know. I would accept P2. That, like, can't they just be unified in virtue of, like, just in virtue of properties of the thing that they unify?
The constituents of facts need to be unified, and they can only be unified by something external to the fact itself. But there are facts in every possible world, so there must be an external fact unifier in every possible world. That's from our good old philosopher king living out in the wilderness, William Balichella.
None of those premises seem justified or like fleshed out in enough detail. I don't know. I would accept most of those.
Contingent objects are.
Okay, all contingent things are composite and temporal. I don't know why we would accept that. It seems like there could be some contingent thing that like, it seems like the most fundamental building blocks of reality is not composite. And it seems like if there are certain things from which time emerges, then those things wouldn't be temporal. It also, like, is time itself temporal? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why we would accept that first premise. Okay. There is nothing intrinsic to contingent being that explains what holds them together throughout time. I mean, it seems like we could explain it just by the sort of existential inertia. Like, it seems like things generally, like, would be held together absent some reason. I mean, I don't know, like, it doesn't seem like the reason why things are held together throughout time seems to be explicable in terms of, like, the laws of physics. That's the reason why I don't fly apart. Or in terms of existential inertia. I don't know, this doesn't seem to provide, like, it doesn't seem like things being held together requires a holder together. It's also not clear why it would have to be necessary. It could just be a contingent thing. It's also not clear why it would have to be incomposite or atemporal or sustaining. Like, it seems like it could just only be one of those things. It seems like it could be, like, it says all contingent beings are composite and temporal. So it seems like it could be non-contingent, but but also composite and temporal.
Unities of sorts. They are composite and temporal. There's nothing intrinsic to contingent objects that explains what holds them together through time. So we need an explanation of what does that. That's not a contingent object. It's not temporal. That's not going to be composite, and it has to sustain them. So we have an argument for God. Wholes, we have, well, it's kind of an odd argument. You can look at that. There are some wholes that are made, all wholes are made by an intelligent agent. Everything composite is made by an intelligent agent. It's the main premise there.
I don't know why we'd accept that.
Justified by induction, things like that. Okay, some wholes cannot possibly be made by an embodied agent, so there must be an unembodied agent that made it. And some wholes are such that they could only be made by a godlike unembodied agent, so there must.
Oh, this is funny. Cam is like trying to like move the arguments along by moving to the next slide to like nudge him, but he wants to explain the argument.
Be an unembodied godlike agent.
So I'm kind of skipping around with the slides ahead of you. So sorry to the people watching that are kind of getting confused at what's going on. I did want to just say one more time that we're gonna breeze through these arguments a little bit quicker than we did in the first half of the show. So if you're having trouble keeping up, just pause it, or you.
Wait, okay, let's see this. Let's go back to.
It's the main premise.
Okay, if X is a whole, it is made by an intelligent agent. Why? I mean, the snowflake, like Mars, seems to be a whole, but it seems like it wasn't made by an intelligent agent. Some wholes cannot be made by embodied agents. True. So they're made by intelligent non-embodied agent. Okay, I also don't know why we would accept 4. Yeah, so 1 and 4 both seem suspect.
Premise there. Justified by induction, things like that. And some wholes are such that they could only be made by a godlike unembodied agent, so there must be an unembodied godlike agent.
Sorry, I'm kind of skipping around with the slides ahead of you. So sorry to the people watching.
For that one, the inductive case doesn't seem to work because the vast majority of things are created by an agent if God exists, and if God doesn't exist, the vast majority of things are not created by an agent. And so, pointing to lots of things that are created by that we agree are created by an agent, given that the atheist will just like the atheist will just reject that most things that are wholes are created, that all things that are created by wholes are embodied by an agent. And if you only look at and if you say, well, all the things that we agree on, whether they're embodied or not, are created by an embodied agent, well, that's just because they're saying that all those other things are created by an embodied agent and we're not. And so, yeah, it would be like saying that all things are made by me. And then you're like, whoa, why are all things made by me? And I say, look, we agree that this one thing was made by me. And so we have induction on the things that we agree upon. And so then we can just apply that to all things, which is obviously poor reasoning.
They're kind of getting confused at what's going on. I did want to just say one more time that we're gonna breeze through these arguments. Sorry to the people watching.
Okay, the unity of the cosmos requires explanation. I don't. That explanation could just be in terms of the laws of physics. It is explained either by its parts or by natural laws. Why I would reject 3. And even if it's something external, then I would reject the 6, that it would have to be timeless, immaterial, powerful, and divine. So.
They're kind of getting confused at what's going on. I did want to just say one more time that we're gonna breeze through these arguments a little bit quicker than we did in the first half of the show. So if you're having trouble keeping up, just pause it, or you can go into the link in the description of this video and pull up the slides themselves. So you can look through them as slowly as you like or need. And also, I'm gonna have Chad's notes that he's got prepared for everything today. So that's the way that if it's going a little bit too fast or you're having trouble keeping up, that's the way that you can keep up a little bit better. That's one of the ways.
All right, we have arguments from unity using the cosmos as an example. You see how that argument goes.
Unity of the cosmos requires explanation. Oh wait, okay, I respond.
Arguments from unity using the cosmos.
I feel bad because Paulo is.
Yeah,
he's a friend of both of ours. And he was super excited to have his argument here.
I know. And I interacted with
Paulo, you're awesome. Everyone should go look into this argument. Let's do that. There you go. Everyone should be excited about his argument.
Okay, we have Rasmussen's argument from limits.
Whatever. Oh, I don't think that this argument's very good. So the argument that limits are what requires an explanation seems false. Like, there doesn't seem to be an explanation of why I can't fly. It just that there is not something that causes me to fly. Like, the default is not things being unlimited. The default is things not having a property. Also, so if there's something is, okay, so 1 is false. Things that are limited, like limits don't need explanations. if whatever is limited has an explanation, then possibly something is unlimited. Yeah, that seems true. So possibly something is unlimited. If something is unlimited, then it is perfect. I don't know why we would accept that. Like, it seems like there could be a being that has unlimited evil, but is not perfect. If something is unlimited, then it's necessary. Like, I mean, is there some like explanation of why like unicorns don't exist? That they're like not that they like that there needs to be an explanation for why they didn't exist. That the default is existing. This just seems really weird. There are also certain things. This also implies that things that are necessary are unlimited, and so numbers would have to be like omniscient and omnipotent and such. This just all seems very suspect.
Which is interesting. Whatever's limited has an explanation. If whatever's limited has an explanation, possibly something's unlimited. So something is unlimited, possibly. If something's unlimited, then it's perfect. If something's perfect, it's necessary. So it follows that if something's unlimited, it's necessary. And then we have the crucial step from S5 that gives us our conclusion: there is something that's perfect and necessary.
That's the version of the argument that I used in my debate with Stephen Woodford on the column.
Oh, cool. Applicability of mathematics.
Okay, the application of mathematics to the physical world requires an explanation. The explanation could just be that the laws of physics are mathematical. There's no deeper explanation. And if they weren't, it's plausible that mathematics wouldn't make sense to us. Best explanation is God modeled the physical world. Why would God model the physical world in accordance with mathematical structures? There seem like other good ways of doing that. Why the heck would God require calculus and such, and like complex math to be needed in order to understand things about the physical world? It seems possible that God could have just made a world where you don't need like calculus to figure out how to model it. It's not clear why God would do it that way. If there's a multiverse, then it's inevitable that we'll have one where there is mathematics. There are lots of domains in which we can employ reasoning sort of internally to within that domain, but it's not applicable to the external world. So if mathematics weren't applicable to the external world, then it seems like we wouldn't see it. If mathematics weren't externally applicable, it seems like we wouldn't see its absence of external applicability as being a problem.
Let's just run through this one. The applicability of mathematics to the physical world requires explanation. The best explanation is God. So applicability of mathematics is evidence for God. Leftow's reductions. And this comes from his book, God and Necessity. And if you are masochistic and interested in philosophy, I recommend reading that book. And he painstakingly goes through all sorts of different abstract objects. I mean, numbers, properties, sets, universals, functions, and he reduces them down to God and his activities as the best explanation for the existence of these things. But the virtue is he gets them all to be reduced to God and his activities, but he does so while avoiding the main criticisms of anti-realism about abstract objects. And the main weakness there is just that, look, if we don't have abstract objects, we can't have objectivity about mathematics, and we can't have realism. He says, well, I can get you both if they're just reducible to a necessarily existent concrete being, God.
Am I on the wrong argument? I've got the global economy argument.
That's right. That's it.
Okay. I'm not seeing that. Maybe I'm just not following along.
I was doing it from memory.
Okay.
I have a review of that book, which makes understanding it, I think, a mercy to the reader. Okay.
All right. Let's continue moving on.
Argument from possibility. Modalities are grounded.
Modalities are grounded in powers. What? Why? What does that even mean? Like, if we say something is possible, how is that grounded in power? What? They can be grounded in powers only if they're grounded in the powers of an omnipotent. Like, it seems like modalities couldn't be grounded within the powers of an omnipotent being. Like, it seems like an omnipotent being couldn't destroy the concept of a possible world.
Grounded in powers. Well, if so, they can only be the powers of an omnipotent being, so there's an omnipotent being. Okay, nomological.
Yeah.
It's interesting that when I was looking at the literature on nomological arguments, it seems to be widely agreed on both theist and atheist sides that if realism about laws is true, that laws of nature actually exist, that's evidence for theism. So you have Nancy Cartwright's famous paper, No God, No Laws, where she argues that realism about laws supports theism, and the best naturalistic option when it comes to laws is to reduce them to dispositional powers of things. Well, then you had a whole bunch of articles in response saying, in effect, no God, no powers. Powers themselves are best explained if God exists.
Okay. Laws of nature are prior and subjunctive. That they are counterfactuals of freedom. I don't.
So that's kind of an
understand
interesting dynamic that goes on there.
Like, why can't laws of nature just be emergent from simpler laws of nature or irreducible absent God? Like it seems like there could just be a universe that's generated by some simpler processes where subatomic particles move according to the wave function and have certain properties.
The first argument here, I just want to mention that.
Okay, natural laws exist and are. So it's not clear that natural laws exist. There's some dispute about them. This is in terms of like, I think Humean versus non-Humean or laws of nature or something. I looked a little bit at this dispute when I was reading through the Phil paper survey. But it could be that these are just the way that certain types of things, like atoms or like subatomic particles, act. It's not clear that we need some external law of physics. It's also not clear why they can't be like transcendent. If they're why they couldn't just be a transcendent thing. Why we need a god to explain them. Yeah.
Dynamic comes from. Oh, you skipped the counterfactuals argument.
Oh, sorry, no, that's the one that I had pulled up. So okay,
yeah, okay. So this argument comes from my old Calvin prof, Del Ratch, where he basically says the laws of nature are best understood as counterfactuals, in particular counterfactuals of freedom, but they could only be counterfactuals of freedom of a godlike being. So a godlike being exists. Very cool argument.
What?
Scholastic argument is kind of similar to the scholastic argument from abstract objects, which is just that it eliminates alternative views about realism about laws to get you the only possible solution to realism about laws, which is theistic.
I think that, yeah, I mean, in that case, we would have to do a book-length review of the particular arguments against the other views. But...
Okay, from induction, this is John Foster's famous argument. Induction is justified, but
okay, induction is justified. I agree with one. It's justified only if there's genuine regularity. Sure. Only if there are natural laws governing nature. There are natural laws. The best explanation is if God created them. I don't know why we would accept 5. It seems like it could just be natural laws, or like subatomic particles could have proclivities to act in particular ways. That I don't know why it would require some external law. It's also like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's not clear why God would be the best explanation. And it's not clear that there are natural laws, like it just might be sort of internal proclivities of things.
But it can only be justified if there's genuine
I don't know. I mean, I don't have a great understanding of the whole like humanism versus non-human, or maybe it was neo-humanism disputes about laws of nature. I don't remember the details, but I remember looking at it a little bit on, I think, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and it was sort of weird and confusing.
Regularity in nature, but that can be true only if there are laws of nature that govern nature. But that can be true only if theism is true. So theism is true.
All right, we got to pause. It's time.
Oh.
It's time. We're going fast. That's a good thing, is that it's going to make me more tired.
Yeah. All right. That can only be true.
Okay, we're justified in believing in induction. Okay, we're only justified in believing induction is reliable if we're justified in believing the universe started. Why is 2 true? And why is 3 true? I have no idea.
True if we're justified in believing that the universe started in a low entropy state. But if naturalism is true, the probability that the universe started in a low entropy state is ridiculously...
Like, it seems like we can just sort of assume that there's like a law of induction, or maybe there's not a single law of induction, but maybe there's sort of other laws that result in the reliability of induction, such that things have a proclivity to continue working the same way they did. Yeah, I don't know why we need like to think there was low entropy and to think there was theism.
Low. I mean, ridiculously low. In fact, he points out that the probability that we're all Boltzmann brains is higher than the probability that the universe started in a low entropy state if naturalism is true. So,
so this is like, yeah, so the whole Boltzmann brain problem is only a problem under some models of physics. And, that seems to be a good reason to reject the models of physics that say that we're probably Boltzmann brains.
Given that we're justified in believing induction is reliable, that's evidence that theism is true.
I just wanted to say, people in the comments are saying that I'm like, I should change it up with my push-ups. What do you think?
What, jumping jacks?
No, like do different push-ups, I think. I don't know.
Different push-ups.
I don't really
What
know.
other kind of push-ups are there?
Maybe one-armed? I definitely not
One-armed
going to be able to do that. I could try to, I don't know.
No,
No,
curling push-ups, you do it on your knees.
I'm just going to do what I've been doing, and that's what you guys get.
Okay. All right, we've got Swinburne's argument from induction as well.
The best naturalistic theory of the laws of nature is that they are determination relations between properties. Maybe. And there are fundamentally different kinds of causation, event causation and agent causation. We should prefer simpler theories that there's just agent causation. Well, I mean, it seems like we can say that agent causation is an emergent property of event causation. So that like certain events result in getting agents who interact with things. This gets into weird problems with mind-body dualism and whether minds interact with things. But yeah, and it seems like this also could just lead us to accept epiphenomenalism and such that there isn't agent causation.
That, well, it's going to take a little bit of explaining. So
yeah, let's just get that one.
Yeah. All right, from quantum mechanics, Bruce Gordon's argument in the 2 dozen or so volume. Basically,
yeah, I think that material objects, not that like physicists have largely worked out ways of how seeming quantum indeterminacy results in more complex things on a higher level through things like decoherence. I don't understand any of these things in great enough detail to provide a detailed summary. I was reading through a series of Eliezer Yudikowsky articles that were explaining some of the ways that sort of weird quantum indeterminacy does not result in higher level indeterminacy.
Argues that if quantum indeterminacy is true, physical objects are radically ontologically incomplete. They're like puzzles where you have all the pieces laid out and they should snap into each other, but there's gaps in between all the puzzle pieces. That's what reality would be like. Physical reality would be like if quantum indeterminacy is true, and you don't have God. So the only way to fill in those gaps is if they're filled in by something non-physical, which a mind-like thing, which has to be God.
I mean, it seems like physics can provide a perfectly adequate account of how this is happening. It seems like the many worlds interpretation can explain this, as can the other interpretations of quantum mechanics. And no, this argument just seems to rely on certain assumptions about quantum mechanics that are not justified. Though I don't understand this argument in great enough detail to have too much to say about it that's particularly interesting. But a lot of these just feel like just sort of a whirlwind of like, here's a thing that a physicist has said about how his domain proves God, without like explaining it in greater detail, and then you can read something about it, just to sort of convince the watcher that there are lots of smart people who think they have good arguments for God.
So tell me what's the difference. What is the difference between a moral argument and an axiological argument?
Well, axiological arguments are arguments for theism based on non-moral kinds of value. There's some overlap, but there are other kinds of value than moral value. There's aesthetic value. There are norms that are not moral norms. They're just sort of norms of nature.
Social
you might think that, social norms, but norms are axiological in a way. So it's just from non-moral kinds of value.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, yeah. So and this is where there is some overlap. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, so this is only sort of a bit of a technicality, but I think that axiology, like axiology, relates to normativity. It just is sort of non-agential.
Fair enough.
All right. Yeah. So and this is where there is some overlap. So we have Aquinas' fourth way. I threw this in last minute the other day because I don't know a single. Well, I was going to say I don't know a single person who defends this argument today, but I believe David Alexander defends it.
Things are more or less good, true, noble, etc. It seems possible. Only if they are by resemblance to something maximally good. I don't know why we'd accept that. One, that's true. Or two, that the maximally good, true, noble, etc. thing has to actually exist. It seems like they could be by resemblance to a hypothetical maximally good, true, noble, etc. thing.
So you want to look at his book? I think we already referenced his work. We have deontic argument.
Like things have size without groping towards something of maximal size. Same thing could be true of nobility, truth, and goodness.
Arguments which are based on the axiarchic principle that if it ought to be the case that P, then P is the.
If X ought to exist, X exists. God ought. That's obviously false. The Holocaust not happening ought to, a world where the Holocaust didn't happen ought to exist, but it doesn't exist. An end to world hunger ought to exist, but it doesn't exist.
Case. That might seem kind of counterintuitive, but a surprising number of philosophers actually defend that principle. So it ought to be the case that God exists, so God exists. Now you can make it even more modest by saying, you can modalize the principle by saying, if it ought to exist, then possibly it exists. And then you can run the argument that way. If it ought to exist, it possibly exists. God ought to.
Okay, well, it ought to be the case that there's a necessarily existing unicorn, so there's possibly a necessarily existing unicorn, so there's a necessarily existing unicorn. Follows by the same.
God possibly exists. And
Dude, this is a really cool argument for argument number.
It is. I love how simple this argument is, and it's got some really clever defenses in the literature. One being from our philosophy sage, William Valgella.
Wow.
That just seems like. I mean, I haven't. I'd have to read more of the literature on it, but that just seems absurd.
Sources on that one. I gotta look into that one. All right, there you go. Objective beauty.
It seems like God can't ground objective beauty for reasons similar to the ones described under objective morality. So the question would be like, is X objectively beautiful because God says so, or does God say so because it's objectively beautiful? If the former, then God could declare that a heap of filth is objectively beautiful, and it would be, even if no being enjoyed looking upon it. And if the opposite's true, then objective beauty exists outside of God. I also don't think we have good reason to think there is objective beauty. It seems like if the objective beauty existed, it would have to be necessary. And so it can be contingent on what God finds beautiful. There are also, like, lots of philosophers think there are ways of giving naturalistic accounts of objective beauty. I don't think those work, but I don't know why God would be needed for that.
Objective beauty. A lot of philosophers here rely on Eddie's and Mach's book, Real Beauty, as sort of a tour de force defense of the objectivity of beauty. So let's just say that beauty is objective. Well, that's more likely on theism than naturalism, so it confirms theism over naturalism. I love this quote from Peter Forrest. Kind of gets you into the intuition that beauty is objective. He says, "How ugly the stars are tonight! How trivial the pounding of the waves on the beach! And is it not crass to be thrilled by mountain?"
It also seems like if there were a God, you would expect objective beauty to be good intrinsically. Even if no one ever looked upon it. But it seems like we have the intuition that if there was a beautiful unobserved galaxy, that there would be nothing good about that. That's a point that Sidgwick made, more initially disagreed, but then later ended up agreeing with that.
The rainforest and the wildflowers are quite repulsive. And as for sunsets, well, look, if a full-blown relativism in aesthetics was correct, then those responses might be unusual, but not in any way improper. But my reaction is that anyone who fails to appreciate the beauty of this universe is defective. I love that.
I could not.
I mean, I would disagree with that. It's not clear what error one would make if there you don't find something to be beautiful. That just seems really counterintuitive. And additionally, there seem to be just obvious evolutionary accounts of why we see some things as beautiful. So like, are humans more beautiful than horses? Well, horses don't think so. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that they can't be objectively more beautiful. But the things that we find beautiful, like other people, there's just an obvious evolutionary reason for that. And same thing with finding like nature to be beautiful. There seem like plausible naturalistic accounts of why we find nature beautiful.
Yeah, I cannot agree with that any more. That is awesome. I love that quote.
Okay, so
Philip Allen, he's been on the channel before, and I actually have I plan on having him in here for an in-person interview. He'll be one of my first because he lives in Houston. So
one of the things he points out in his paper is that a surprising number of naturalists just straight up agree that beauty is evidence for theism over naturalism. They just go on to say, well, there are other considerations that make naturalism more plausible. Okay, you might be able to run an aesthetic.
Okay, we have natural and sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities. I don't know why that's true. So I don't know what they mean by sophisticated. Given that I didn't think that they were picking up on objective truths, I don't know in what sense we would say that they're sophisticated. But I also don't know why it would be more likely of theism than on naturalism. Like, there's this endless array of possible senses that we can't conceive of. We happen to have 5 that make sense to us. But it seems like the odds that God would pick like us to be able to see beauty rather than to have some other completely different sense for picking up on some other beauty-like thing just seems pretty low. This doesn't seem like very good evidence for anything.
Argument for theism, not by assuming beauty is objective, but just by having aesthetic sensibilities. So the fact that we
also, this seems to give rise to the problem of ugliness, that if there is objective beauty, why does God make there be so many things that are ugly independently of what humans think about them, like blobfish?
just have natural and sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities has been argued to be evidence for theism over naturalism. Natural beauty as the product of aesthetic intent. This goes back to Tenet. If X is beautiful, X is life. I
would reject one. I think that lots of things can appear beautiful but not be the product of aesthetic intent. For like a cliff, for example, there's something beautiful about looking at like seeing a vast expanse of things off the edge of the cliff. The night sky. I mean, this seems to run into the problem earlier of where it seems to be generalizing. So there's a small case of things that we agree are beautiful and are the product of aesthetic intent. But then there's just a vast range of things that we disagree about. So it would be like arguing that I created everything on the basis that, I created some things. And then, so extrapolating from those things that we agree upon, well, it makes sense to have the general inference that I created all things.
It's likely the product of aesthetic intent. The natural world is, in general, beautiful. Yeah, so it's likely the product of aesthetic intent. Your outline's a little bit different than the one I'm looking at in my notes. This is why I pause.
Okay.
So there must be a God like me. Natural beauty as a gift. This comes from Peter Forrest's book. Natural beauty gives the resilient impression of being a gift. It's like...
I don't know that it does. Also don't know what... Like, when you see the night sky, does it seem like it was a gift? To the extent that it does, there are plausible naturalistic explanations of that. Also, something seeming like it's a gift is not very good evidence that it's in fact a gift by an omnipotent being. The human brain picks up on a lot of erroneous patterns.
You see a beautiful sunrise or a mountain range. It just arises and inspires in us deep feelings of gratitude. But gratitude is a mental state in which we are impressed with the goodness of our having received a gift from someone, a gift from a giver. So if natural beauty gives us...
Well, no, we can have gratitude towards things that we don't think are gifts. Like, we can be grateful to be alive, even if we don't think that being alive is a particular gift. Or we can be grateful that we're healthy, even though it's not clear that's a gift. We can be grateful that... there are lots of things that we can be grateful about that are not gifts.
The resilient impression of being a gift, well, then we're justified in believing it is a gift, but it can only be a gift of a being like God.
Oh,
natural beauty. Oh, go ahead.
Getting ahead of myself. And I am going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to do the little triangle push-up.
There you go.
See if I can do that. All right, here we go. Which again, this is supposed to help. This is not well, I guess me too, because it's exercise, but it's supposed to... So we've got another one.
Well, from beauty as a gift to beauty as a natural sign. A natural sign is a technical term. So rather than explain the technical term and all that stuff, I guess you could just look it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Beauty in mathematics.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Let's go.
From beauty as a gift to beauty as a natural sign. A natural sign is
natural sign. I don't know what a natural sign is. I'm not interested in googling it. Oh wait, is it so? Justify belief in the reality of what they signify. So if something's beautiful, seems beautiful, that justifies believing that it's actually beautiful. That just seems like the mind projection fallacy. Like the fact that a human woman seems, or a human man seems beautiful to us does not mean that they're likely to be objectively beautiful. There was an article by Eliezer Yudkowsky that was talking about the mind projection fallacy. And so there were like comics in the 70s where aliens came down and they miraculously would kidnap like beautiful women first. Like it makes sense why human kidnappers would do that, but it doesn't make sense why an alien would do that. I don't know why it would signify that. So it's possible I'm misunderstanding this argument to some degree.
The technical term. It's so rather than explain the technical term and all that stuff, I guess you could just look it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Beauty in mathematics.
Keep going.
Yeah.
We may have to even get a little bit quicker here. So we've got another 45 to go. So we may just need to.
Okay. Mathematical theories inspired by aesthetic impulses often successfully apply to the physical world. Yeah, but if there were God, you would expect them to do it perhaps more so than they do. Like, lots of people have these sort of grand intuitions about the way that things exist ontologically that just make no sense. I have a friend who has this intuition that there's some like fundamental fractal structure that's at the basis of logic and mathematics and stuff. And it just makes no sense, given that, you know, anyone who knows graph theory realizes that a fractal is just a way of representing information. So yeah. So I think you would expect it to be more accurate than it is. I also don't know why it would be significantly more likely on theism than on naturalism, given that naturalism can provide an account of why we would find there to be some beauty in a mathematical structure if that mathematical structure is conducive to our survival.
Okay, so beauty in mathematics is similar to the argument from the applicability of mathematics, only it focuses on the aesthetic quality of mathematical theorems and so forth. I had a really nice quote there by Russell Howell who defends this argument. Okay, human worth, arguments from human worth, equality, and natural rights. Now you asked earlier.
Okay, human persons have inherent value / worth. I would agree with that. It's more likely if theism is true than if naturalism is true. Sure, I would agree that it's, well, I think it's a little bit more likely, but I don't think it's like if we accept that there's objective morality and we also accept a multiverse, then human persons with inherent value would naturally arise. Now, if you think that humans have worth in a way that animals don't, in a way that's sort of fundamentally distinct beyond our ability to experience well-being and suffering in a way that they don't have, then that would be evidence, I think, for theism over naturalism. But I just don't think that that's true.
Earlier, how are axiological arguments distinct from moral arguments? Well, look, we think that human persons are moral subjects because they have intrinsic value, because they have intrinsic worth. So
also on theism, it seems like you expect human persons to have more value and worth. Yeah.
But they're moral subjects. They're worthy of moral concern because they have intrinsic value and worth. And so we can run a bunch of arguments based on the intrinsic value and worth of human beings. Just from their having intrinsic value and worth, their having equal worth. If we have equal worth, there must be something that we all have in common, in virtue of which we are all equally worth. We have equal worth. Well, if naturalism is true, there is nothing in common, nothing that is substantive in common that could ground equal worth. So that confirms theism over naturalism.
All humans have equal worth? Well, I would just reject one. Like, you know, I think that I don't think that Hitler has the same moral worth as the most moral person ever. And if I could either save the life of the best person ever or some schmuck, I would save the life of the best person ever. I think that, you know, we should generally treat people as though they have moral worth in most cases, but I don't think people actually have moral worth. And so, yeah, that's actually the premise I would reject. But if you think that all people have moral worth, would you hold that it would be equally important to save a person's life who's going to die the next day as it would be to save the life of a 20-year-old who's going to live a long life and discover a cure to cancer? Probably not.
And you combine those two things together.
That's interesting too.
Yeah.
Equal worth argument is interesting.
Mm-hmm. And they argue that the best candidate there, well, theism is true. Obviously, we have equal worth in virtue of bearing the divine image, or just being children of God, or being equally loved by God, or something to that effect.
Yeah, so I would reject that humans have natural rights. I think that there's no way. I think that all the rights are reducible to well-being maximizing heuristics. But I think that you could give an account where humans had natural rights, independently of God. Like, you can just think that there are certain moral facts that involve natural rights mattering. I think that, you know, if you look at things like Yetter Chapel's paradox of deontology, I think those pose big problems for natural rights accounts.
We have natural rights. We can have natural rights only if we have those two previous properties where we have inherent worth and we have equal worth. But the best explanation, and this is Wolterstorff's argument, best explanation of our having inherent and equal.
This also makes it difficult to explain. This also makes it difficult to explain why there are so many rights violations constantly if there is a God, and rights violations
or worth is that status is bestowed on us as an honor, as from an authority. Well, the only being that could bestow on us such an honor.
It doesn't seem like natural rights can be bestowed. Like, it doesn't seem like if God changed his mind about whether a certain group of people had natural rights. Like, imagine we uncovered a passage where God said, like, I don't think that people from Malaysia have natural rights. But it's not clear that would make it any less bad to violate the rights of people from Malaysia.
Would be God.
So let me keep this up here for a second for people to look at the resources for that one. We're on to Noological. How do you say that?
I'd say no illogically. I don't really know myself.
So I just wanted to say really quickly. So we're on argument number 110. So we got about 40 more arguments to go. We're going to breeze through them basically at the same pace that we've been going. But I did want to remind you that at the end of this, if you just started to watch the stream, or perhaps if you forgot, we're going to do something really cool at the end of this, where we're going to look at some of the cumulative effect of all of these arguments, what they add up to. Especially, I mean, as a theist, as someone who thinks that certain arguments are sound, I think that we have some really strong arguments for theism. So we're going to be able to play around with some of these numbers and see what kind of evidential force the arguments from all of the arguments is going to give us in our assessment of the case for theism. So it'll be really interesting. You definitely want to stick around. We're going to get there pretty quickly. I would say in the next, we're going to shoot for another 20 minutes to be there. So we're going to go as quickly as we can.
All right. Well, we have arguments from theism from mind-related phenomena, such as consciousness, reason.
There has always been something in existence. Maybe. That's possible. Everything is either a thinking thing or an unthinking thing. Sure. There are now thinking things. Okay. Thinking things cannot be produced by non-thinking things. That seems false. It seems like we can get minds from evolution by natural selection. So there has always been at least one thinking thing. And if there's multiverse, then it's inevitable that we would, over time, from some non-thinking thing, get a process for generating thinking things. Thinking things cannot be produced by other thinking things ad infinitum. There must have been a first thinking, So I would reject it for the reasons I just described.
And knowledge. We have an argument from Locke, John Locke. There's always been something in existence. It's either everything is either a thinking thing or a non-thinking thing. There are now thinking things, but thinking things can't be produced by unthinking things. So there's always been at least one thinking thing, and that's going to be God.
Mental states are connected to the brain states by psychophysical laws. It's more probable with theism than naturalism. I think that this should increase our credence in theism maybe a little bit, but I think that naturalism can provide an account of there just being being psychophysical laws, or maybe mental states are in some way reducible to simpler laws. I don't know. Stuff around consciousness gets pretty complicated, and if there's a multiverse, then that explains how you would get worlds with these psychophysical laws, or if modal realism is true, or if there's a recurring universe, etc., or if there's an infinitely large universe where the laws of physics differ in different parts of it, etc.
From psychophysical laws, this is Richard Swinburne's argument from consciousness. Mental states are connected to brain states by psychophysical laws. That would be incredibly improbable if naturalism were true. So that's evidence for theism over naturalism. Conscious states per se, or non-physical conscious states. This is J.P. Moreland's argument from consciousness. And the main idea here is just the improbability of getting non-physical mental states if naturalism is true, and if non-physical mental states.
Okay, so I think this is a little bit of evidence, but I think that it can be explained by the ways that I applied for fine-tuning. So a multiverse, a recurring universe, some modal realism being true, or the laws of physics differing subtly in different parts of the universe, etc.
They have an explanation. It can't be in terms of scientific explanation. It must be in terms of a personal explanation. And then we have a recent argument from consciousness, which is very good, very tightly argued. Consciousness exists given the laws of nature. That's extremely unexpected if naturalism is true, but not if theism is true. So consciousness confirms theism over naturalism.
Yeah, the things I just
Now,
described.
These arguments from consciousness, they are sometimes referred to in the literature as arguments from flavors and color.
Yeah, so the things I just described, I think, provide decisive counter-arguments for that.
Just because they focus on phenomenal states of consciousness like redness or sweetness. But William Paley actually has a real argument from flavors and colors, gathered from this quote. I don't know anyone who's defending this today, but there should be. So
Well, I think that it's also, in terms of consciousness stuff, it's also difficult to explain why there are so many unpleasant conscious states. It seems like you would expect God to make us to have generally pleasant conscious states.
Outline the argument. You can read the quote on your own time, but I outline this argument as follows. If there are pleasures, which is the next slide, if there are pleasures that are gratuitous given naturalism, but expected given theism, well, then that's evidence for theism over naturalism. There are such pleasures, so that's evidence for theism over naturalism. From the
Wait, okay. I missed that.
naturalism, there are such pleasures, so
If there are pleasures that are gratuitous given naturalism and expected on theism, they are evident. I don't know what pleasures are gratuitous given naturalism but expected on theism.
that's evidence for theism over naturalism.
And it seems hard for theists to give an account of why the pleasures have so much to do with things that increase the likelihood of our passing on our genes.
From the intelligibility
And
of
then
the
after
world.
this one, it's time for some more push-ups. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we are going fast. Intelligibility of the world. Well, we have this intuition that the world is intelligible. There are states of affairs that we understand and we can explain. But naturalism can't really give us a plausible story about how we've come to have that intuition. And if naturalism were true, in fact, there's no reason to think that intuition is true. So we should either withhold our belief in naturalism or the intuition. Well, we shouldn't withhold our belief in the intuition.
Well, maybe, I mean, the world could just be intelligible as a result of being reducible to certain simple physical laws.
Withhold our belief in naturalism. Further, theism gives us good reason to think a good story for why we should have that intuition. And so it's evidence for theism over naturalism. This paper was just published like this year, earlier this year.
Kuhn's?
No,
Christopher
the outline here is from Christophe de Ray, but a similar argument occurs in Kuhn's paper.
Wow, that's cool. Man, I'm glad that we slowed down or not slowed down. We sped up, but I'm glad we sped up, but we're still going to get through all the arguments. It looks like, even though I said
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we will. Okay, push-ups.
All right. Well, I could just.
I think it's pretty amusing that Cam is like, super worried that they're going to run out of time and just wants to make sure to get through all the arguments, but is making sure to like do the push-ups every time, which is wasting time.
Just being of or about something. Well, you're doing more than 10.
I did 13 because I think we went over.
Oh, did we? Okay. All right. Well, we're on the argument.
The triangle's too much. I didn't do that this time. Sorry. All right. Here we go. Argument for reason.
Reason involves intentionality and mental causation. Well, intentionality is just the property of being of or about something.
I don't know why reason necessarily involves mental causation. Okay, they can only have a personal explanation. I don't know why we'd accept. No, I don't know why we'd accept two. Also, reason seems to be able to have a personal explanation in terms of like what a rational, like it seems like rationality is not contingent on person. So it's not like it is rational to believe a rational person would believe X because we have decisive reason to believe X. Not we have decisive reason to believe X because a rational person would believe X.
Physical objects can have that property. Thoughts do. Mental causation. We're talking about how the propositional content of a thought causes another in a chain of logical inferences. Well, that's really implausible. Both of those things are really implausible given naturalism, but they're not given theism. So they're evidence for theism over naturalism. And
someone in the live chat just said push-ups are unexpected under naturalism.
well, you have reason to want to be physically fit given naturalism. So I don't know.
Well, but on naturalism, why would we not just all be, all super physically fit without having to work very much for it? And then you could make extra work, make us even more physically fit. But why would the default be not being that fit?
Yeah. Well, what were you about to say?
I should say Victor Reppert. He's most well known for the argument from reason, but his work on this is just all over the place. He's not sure whether it's an argument for theism or just against naturalism. He draws from like the argument from what I call the argument from abstract objects. He calls it this or that. It's just all, to me, it's a very messy way of presenting the argument. There are better formulations that I reference.
All right, naturalist of theistic belief. We'll try to get
naturalist. Yeah, naturalist of theistic belief. Cognitive science of religion has basically confirmed that humans have a natural disposition to form beliefs in supernatural agency. Not just any supernatural agents, but
okay. I mean, this seems a little bit more likely on theism, but there also seem to be closely related things that undercut this. So it seems like on theism, what we would expect, that we have this natural tendency to only believe in one God, which happens to be the correct one. It seems like that's not the case. And there seem to be plausible naturalistic accounts of how this arose evolutionarily.
A supernatural agency that seems to be very theistic in nature. The argument here is that, well, if that's true, that's highly expected on theism, but not on naturalism. So that confirms theism over naturalism. Argument from certainty. The fact that we have strongly certain beliefs about things, in particular mathematical objects, winds up being evidence for theism because only theism can explain how there can be a causal explanation connecting our certain beliefs with the objects that we have beliefs about, namely mathematical objects.
Strongly certain, yeah, maybe. So I don't think that there has to be a causal explanation, or the causal explanation could be that evolution gave us the ability to reason. Reasoning allows us to know things with relatively high confidence.
Connecting our certain beliefs with the objects that we have beliefs about, namely mathematical objects.
The God thing just takes it up a level of how do we have certain beliefs in God, acquainting us with mathematical facts.
Okay, knowledge as proper function. We have knowledge.
Evolution can explain our cognitive faculties, allowing us to form true beliefs.
But we can have knowledge only if our cognitive faculties are functioning properly. But they can function properly. The whole notion of proper function requires design. So we can have knowledge only if our cognitive faculties are designed. Epistemic probability also relies on the notion of proper function.
That's account of epistemic probability, what is permissible for a person with probability. Okay. So, no, I mean, there's an obvious naturalistic account for us to be able to make accurate probability judgments, namely beings that were able to were more likely to survive than ones that were not, given that the ones that were did not commit disastrous error.
Richard Ott argues that the best account of epistemic probability makes reference to properly functioning cognitive faculties. And if that's true and that entails design, then we have another theistic argument from epistemic probability. We don't have to talk about knowledge. We can just talk about general reliability of our cognitive faculties as evidence for theism over naturalism, as that would be expected on theism, but not naturalism.
But naturalism can provide an account of that. Beings with more reliable cognitive faculties are more likely to survive. Also, theism has trouble accounting for why our cognitive faculties are so often unreliable. Like, why would there be hallucinations? If there were theism, why would there be people who are insane? Like, why not just make it so that our cognitive faculties generally function reliably?
From anti-realism, I think this is a brilliant argument. If realism is true, but God does not exist, radical skepticism is true. And this has been the argument from anti-realists like Richard Rorty and Hilary Putnam. They say that if there's an objective reality distinct from our minds, there's no way to avoid radical skepticism, since it's always possible that we're radically mistaken about objective reality. And we can avoid this radical skepticism with anti-realism, just deny that there is an objective mind independent reality. Well, Alvin Plantinga comes along and says, well, if realism is true, but God does not exist, radical skepticism is true. I'll grant you that, but radical skepticism is false. So either realism is false or God exists. Realism is true, so God exists. A brilliant turning.
Well, okay, so I think that we can provide a plausible naturalistic account of how we know things about the external world, of how evolution would get us to form reliable beliefs about things. Beings that did not form reliable beliefs were less likely to survive. I think that theism has trouble accounting conversely for why so many people have beliefs that are so far off the mark, why so many people have inaccurate beliefs.
Of the tables there by Plantinga. From idealism, everything has an intrinsic non-relational quality. That's required. If anything exists, there's got to be something to that thing that makes it that thing. That can't just be relations to other things. Nothing would exist in itself if nothing has non-relational qualities. But the only thing that we know of that can have non-relational qualities is consciousness.
I don't know why only conscious things have intrinsic non-relational qualities, or why everything would have to have intrinsic. Or yeah, I don't know why we'd accept two, or why we would accept one if we accepted two. Or why we would accept four. Like, there are lots of non-theist idealists.
Consciousness. So if everything has a non-relational quality, everything has a conscious quality, which is grist in the mill for idealists like George Berkeley, who say that the only way everything can have a conscious quality is if God exists. Everything is constituted by God's mind, so to speak. Here's an argument I think you'll like, Cameron.
Yeah, because I hated all the others.
This one's from knowability, a Fitch-style proof. For any proposition P, if P, then it's possible that someone knows P. Now, if one is true, then two is true. For any proposition P, there's someone who knows P. Now, if two is true, then there's someone who knows every truth. And if three, and so it follows then that there's someone who knows every truth.
Well, okay, whoa. Okay, for any proposition P, if P, then it's possible that someone knows P. Sure, that seems right. There would be some, well, maybe not. I mean, there might be some things that are just that are true but impossible to know. If one, then for any proposition P, there is someone who knows P. No, it being possible for someone to know P doesn't mean that someone actually knows P. So that doesn't mean that, and so then, yeah, I mean, but if it's possibly necessary that someone knows P, then I would just reject one.
Now, this argument, you might think that 1 and 2 are somewhat dubious, but they're Fitch-style proofs. They're agreed that those premises, if not true, that they follow from one another. That's the main thing. So it's a logically airtight argument. It's just a question of whether the premises are true.
Well, they're not.
Okay, modal epistemic argument, and this is Ritten's argument, so we'd encounter him again. He says, for any proposition P, if P is possibly true, then P is knowable.
If P is possibly, I don't know that that's true. It seems like there's some things that are possible, but like there could be some things that are possible but not knowable. Like, I mean, one of them is like, how do we? It seems possible that, like, there are certain axioms that we all take to be granted. It seems possible that those axioms are true, but it seems like we can't know what they're true, given that reasoning has to be within axioms that at some point bottom out. The proposition that God does not exist is not knowable. So it's not, what do you mean it's not knowable? Of course it's knowable. Like, you could imagine an agent that knows it. If by knowable you mean known with absolute certainty, well, then just one would be false.
Proposition God does not exist is not knowable. So the proposition God does not exist is not possibly true. So proposition God exists is necessarily true. Very cool argument. I believe that Alexander Proust also is on record as liking this argument, which is evidence in its favor. And actually, this argument was apparently it caused quite a stir when it was published. And it was even mentioned in the New York Times of all places.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
so,
should
all right.
mention, so we're about to go
That's
to a new
funny.
category, but I didn't tell people to like and subscribe. So if you've been watching and you're like enjoying this kind of like marathon stream, first of all, let me know what you think about this. After I think maybe 1 or 2 more arguments, and I'll do another round of push-ups.
Let's finish linguistic arguments because there aren't that many. I think there are only 4.
All right, let's do it, and then I'll just catch up.
We have an argument from concept acquisition, and this is based on the idea that we have to ask ourselves, how have we come to have concepts? We have concepts.
Okay, we can only have concepts if we have the innate ability to acquire concept and do so with the linguistic help of linguistic community. I don't know why that's true. Like, it seems like you could have one human who could have concepts even with no linguistic community. Yeah, I don't know why. It could 3 would also be false, right? It seems like lots of people could gain the concept, could gain a shared concept together, so that none of them could have it by themselves. They could all collectively have it.
But how? Well, one view is that they're just innate. That view is virtually universally rejected. No one believes that view anymore. Then another view is that they're abstractions from concrete objects. So if we get idea or concept of squareness from abstracting it from a bunch of square things. Problem with that view is that it seems to presuppose that we already have the concept of squareness that we're latching onto in all these square things. So it's kind of circular. So
well, no, so we can just observe properties of the things and then sort of figure out by observing lots of things, we see that they have similar commonalities, and then have an abstraction based on that.
Position view here, which is premise 1. We can have concepts only if we have the innate ability to acquire concepts, and we do so with the help of a linguistic community. I got a typo there in that premise, but that's okay. So look, if we have concepts, but they're only, but we can only get them with the help.
Cam wants to move on, but the person he's talking to does not.
From someone else who has concepts. Well, that just pushes the question back. Like, how did they get concepts? And how did they get concepts? And so we eventually need to make reference to a being with intrinsic conceptual power. That sort of starts the chain of other beings having concepts.
What?
From language ability in general, humans innately have very sophisticated linguistic abilities. The best explanation for that is that God exists.
No, multiverse can explain why, evolution can explain why we would have linguistic abilities. It's not like there seem to be lots of better ways for God to invent communication. Like, it seems like if there were God, it would be conceivable that we could just like have telepathic communication. It would be more efficient and allow us to fully communicate concepts, given that words are not always able to perfectly express concepts. So I don't know, like there just seem like better ways of doing that, and there are plausible reasons why language would arise on natural.
Semantic content. Radical skepticism is false. In other words, we have knowledge, but that can be so only if semantic content can serve as an anchor for successful reference in its knowledge. But semantic content can only be an anchor for successful reference only if it has these certain features. And Bonavac argues that those features can only be there if they're grounded in a transcendent ground, which can only be God.
I don't know why it would have to be grounded in a transcendent ground that's God, or why it would have to have all those features.
And finally, we have an argument from the falsity of semantic indeterminism. And so we have a bunch of examples where propositions seem, the meaning or the truth status of these propositions seems indeterminate. So like the question of like the classic example is like vagueness. Like there's a true proposition like that man is bald, and there's a true proposition that man is not bald. But where between those two things does the one proposition become true and the other one become false? So it's indeterminate. The argument here is just that no, we don't have to say that our semantics is vague and indeterminate. We just have to say that God knows the answer of the correct answer of the semantics. The semantics are just all worked out in God's mind, even if they can't be worked out in our mind. So there's a correct answer of whether or not the person is bald. It's just we don't know what God does.
All right, anthropological argument. So a lot of people have been asking in the live chat.
I don't know how God would allow us to figure out at one point the truth of one sentence bridges over to the truth of the inverse. That it seems like there might be indeterminacy, and if there's not, it's not clear how God answers it. There seem like plausible ways of having there not be indeterminacy without God.
I'm keeping an eye on that and everything else as everything is happening. So I did just want to mention that the list of all of these arguments is going to be linked in the description of this video. If you're watching it live, it's not there yet. But if you're watching this afterwards, then it is linked in there, as well as Dr. McIntosh's outline that he's got of all like the things that he's prepared to say about all these different arguments. So I'll have both of those linked for you guys for further research and everything else. So yes, if you want a list of all of these arguments, you can get them that way. So all right, so it's push-up time. And again, the reason why I'm doing this is to help you guys. I know attention spans first.
13, 14.
So when you talk, there's a delay, and so it like screws me up. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay, what are we at? We've got, what, the first 25 more arguments? Or less? More? Oh, 20.
Let's breeze through them. We got anthropological arguments. Arguments based on existential and social aspects characteristic of human beings. So you have a famous C.S. Lewis argument from desire. Natural desires.
Okay, desires imply there's something that can satisfy them. We have a natural desire for things and like... no, I don't think desires imply there's something that can satisfy them. Like, I might desire for... like it might be the case that I desire to, like, let's say that when I was 10, I got punched in the face. I might desire to not have been punched in the face, but there's nothing that could satisfy that. So one is false.
Generally, if not always, imply there's something that can satisfy them. Well, we have a natural desire for things only God can satisfy, so that implies there is a God. Now, this argument has actually been pretty deftly defended in the literature. Don't dismiss it too quickly. And you have a modalized version of this argument. Natural desires imply there can be something that satisfies them. Not that there is something, but just can be. But we have a natural desire for things only God can satisfy. Well, then there can be a God, and then we're off and running. If there can be a God, there is a God. So there is a
God. Well, no, I mean, so, okay. Natural desires imply there can be something that satisfies them. Yeah, well, maybe not. Like, it seems like we can have a desire for, like, it seems coherent for a person to have a desire for something that's impossible. Like, a person might have a desire for dialetheism to be true, but that wouldn't mean that dialetheism can be true. We have a natural desire for things only God can satisfy, so there can be a God. Well, so I would reject two. Like, so I would reject two. So if God is being defined as being necessary, then like it seems like there are lots of desires we could have. Like all the desires we could have that a necessary God could satisfy could also be satisfied by a contingent God, or by just differences in the history of the world. So I think two would be false. One would also be false. So yeah.
Have a natural desire for things only God can satisfy. Well, then there can be a God, and then we're off and running. If there can be a God, there is a God. So there's a God. Proust's argument from the motivational center of lives. Similar, if X can be the motivational center of many people's lives, that is evidence that X can exist. It's obvious that God is the motivational center of people's lives, so that's evidence God can't exist. If God can't exist, God does exist.
Okay, well, so I would reject that same argument. Can. I think that, like, you know, lots of people gain their motivational center from libertarian philosophy. That doesn't mean that it's true. And if that libertarian philosophy is supervenient, same thing with like Kantian philosophy. It's true of all philosophies. So, but even contradictory ones. So that just seems obviously fun.
From the nature of love, this is Jerry Walls' argument in the 2,000 or so volume. Our richest and most profound displays of love strongly suggest that they are not just evolutionary byproducts of kin selection and reciprocal altruism. Well, if that's true, then that's
I don't know why we would accept that.
strongly suggests that there's a deeper, non-naturalistic source of love central to reality, and so we're justifying believing there is, and God's the best explanation for that.
Yeah, I don't know why we would accept that. I mean, maybe love is slightly more plausible on naturalism on theism than on naturalism. There are also certain features of love that seem more plausible on naturalism than on non-naturalism, or than on theism. So, like, you know, love leaves lots of people heartbroken. It seems like you could imagine love just not making people like be very, very sad when they're out of love and driven by, like, you know, there are lots of people who are driven to suicide when they by things like divorce. That seems much more plausible on naturalism than on theism.
Objective meaning. Our lives are objectively meaningful, but that can be so only if God exists. So God exists.
It also seems like people, like, to the extent that one holds the view that like gay people being in love is immoral, which I don't, obviously, but lots of theists do. That the fact that gay people can be deeply in love would seem more plausible on naturalism than on theism.
And here's a way to actually make that argument more clear. Something has meaning only if it's endowed meaning by one or more personal agents.
I don't think that things only have meaning if they're endowed by personal agents. It seems like, yeah, I mean, it seems like for something to be objectively meaningful, it would have to be meaningful not just in virtue of certain of endowment. Like it seems like brutal torture could not be meaningful regardless of what people endow or try to endow it with.
requisite authority and control. So if our lives have objective meaning, then that means they are endowed objective meaning by an agent with the requisite authority and control. But the only sort of agent that has that sort of authority and control is God.
By the way, I just decided what I'm going to do. I'm still catching my breath. What I'm going to do is wait, because we got, what, 15? I think we've got 15 more arguments. So I'm going to do 20 push-ups at the end to kind of cap it off. So I'm not going to pause at the 10 mark, which is coming up soon. So I'm going to wait until we get to the last argument. I'll put in my 20, and whoever's following along, you'll do your 22. And then, we'll get to the really, really, really cool stuff, which again, super excited about. I haven't even seen it myself. I only saw the setup of it right before we started. So I'm really...
Yeah, so on this point, my point was just that there are certain features of love, such as the fact that people just get really, really heartbroken about it, that seem more plausible on naturalism than on theism. You could imagine, love being quite good, but people not being as heartbroken as they are on theism, and it's not clear why people would be as sad as they are. And then in terms of this point, well, but to the extent that you think that there are some types of love that are immoral, then it's sort of hard to give an account of why God would make people fall deeply in love in ways that are objectively immoral.
Really excited to see this. Okay, here we go.
We have meaning as narrative. Our lives can be objectively meaningful only if they form a narrative, but they can only form a narrative if there's an author or narrator.
I don't think that meaning requires a narrative. I also don't think that narratives require some author. I also don't know if I would accept there is objective meaning.
This is an argument that's being defended pretty well by Joshua Sechrist in recent writings. From the naturalness of belief in objective meaning. Look, belief that life has objective meaning is natural to us. We'd expect that if theism is true, but not if naturalism is true. So that can...
I don't know. I mean, it seems like that on theism, we would expect nearly everyone to have this belief. Or on theism, rather. And so the fact that lots of people don't have this belief intuitively would seem to cut against it. It's also not clear why the intuition of objective meaning is that implausible on naturalism or that plausible on theism.
Confirms that life does have that confirms theism over naturalism, which confirms life does have objective meaning.
And also, lots of people have this intuition, are driven to misery by the sense that life is meaningless. That seems way more plausible on naturalism than on theism.
Okay, happiness and life after death. What makes life worth living is happiness. But if that's true, then it's rational to forego happiness in this life for the sake of moral duty. Only if there's an afterlife where happiness and morality perfectly align. Well, that can only be so.
Well, no. So I think that what makes life worth living is not just happiness, but also is not just your happiness, but also opening the happiness of others. I think that it can be rational to do what makes your life less worth living in order to help others.
If there's something like God that makes happiness and morality perfectly aligned, so God exists.
I feel like I heard Baggett argue that too. Baggett.
Political Authority, published by Tyler McNabb and I forget the other guy. Well, he's...
That's funny. Okay, so I think that consequentialist theories can provide adequate justification for political authority, given that political authority plausibly results in good outcomes, and if it didn't, it plausibly would be bad. And I think that if we were deontologists and we accepted that it wasn't justified, then we would just reject political authority.
It's going to be referenced here shortly, but political authority is justified. Anarchism is false. But the leading theories of how political authority is justified, contractarian theories and consequentialist theories, don't seem to really justify it. But if it is justified, that means the best explanation would be that it has to have its justification in an extra mundane source, which the best explanation of which is God, so probably God exists. A cool argument, it's unique.
Jeremy Neal.
From free will, we have free will. If naturalism is true, we can't have free will. Naturalism is false. Theism is true. It's not improbable.
Well, so I would reject that we have free will, but lots of people think that we do, and we can provide plausible and naturalistic accounts of how we can. Though I think that free will is that the sort of sense that we do have free will is more plausible on theism than on naturalism. That is a little bit of evidence for theism, I think.
Well, we have free will, so free will confirms theism over naturalism. Actually, Field Papers is a survey that's sent out to all professional philosophers, and one of the most, the dominant response is that naturalists, 90-something% of naturalists all reject libertarian free will. But something like 80% of theists all accept libertarian free will. So the intuitions here are very, very ironclad.
Interesting.
Well, and most philosophers are naturalists. So overall, most of the philosophers were contractarians. And I think no free will was more common than libertarian free will. But maybe libertarian free will is more common. I don't remember exactly.
Pascal's anthropological argument, humans are morally bipolar. That's kind of my own term to get at the concept he's talking about, which just means that at times we can be saints, at times we're so wicked. What explains how we're so morally one way or the other? Well, Pascal thought that the best explanation was found in the Christian doctrines of the fall and original sin. So
I don't know why that's true. It seems like there's very plausible and naturalistic explanation of why we change over time. Seems like if anything, why would God make it so that our moral character fluctuates so dramatically over time, and is so contingent on things outside of our control? Like why would God make it so that we're more likely to act immorally if there's lead in our water?
it's reasonable to believe in those Christian doctrines.
I really like this argument for a lot of reasons that I can't get into.
Yeah, I have some quotes that kind of bring out the idea of moral bipolarity, but we won't read them. That's Pascal on what I'm calling moral bipolarity. Man's greatness and wretchedness are so evident that the true religion must, and I love this quote, consensus gentium.
Okay, widespread belief is prima facie evidence. Yeah, sure. Okay, I agree that widespread belief is some evidence, but I don't think it's decisive. And the fact that there's also somewhat widespread belief in atheism would similarly be evidence against theism. And the fact that it seems like smarter people are more likely to be atheists, philosophers are much more likely to be atheists. Studying philosophy of religion makes people more likely to be atheists. Now, most people who study philosophy of religion are theists, but the people who go into philosophy of religion are also mostly theists. But philosophy of religion does reduce people's does make like people are more likely to be atheists at the end of it than at the beginning of it.
Justification for belief in God, just based on how widespread belief in God is, and this is not an argument to be dismissed lightly. It's defended by the most sophisticated epistemologists writing today, including Zagzebski, who we referenced earlier, and Thomas Kelly, who's leading philosopher on testimony and common sense. So there you go. Let me go through this one. Belief in God, belief that God exists is a majority view throughout human history. Well, false beliefs are essentially the product of cognitive malfunction. It's more probable that malfunction occurs in a small number of times in few people.
Okay, so this has trouble explaining why so many of the different accounts of God existing are false. There have also been just obviously false beliefs throughout most of human history, in both moral beliefs and factual beliefs, and in particular religious beliefs. The Greeks and the Romans had disastrously wrong religious beliefs. And even if it's prima facie more likely to be true, I think other considerations are decisive.
That great many times in many people. So belief in God exists is prima facie evidence that theistic belief is true. And also, by the way, that atheistic belief is the result of cognitive malfunction. Okay, a bit more modestly, we could run a consensus gentium argument this way. We don't need to appeal to widespread belief in God to justify God's existence, belief in God's existence. We can just appeal to...
But most philosophers and such reject belief in God. According to
whom we regard as epistemic authorities on the question of God's existence. In the same way, we cite experts on things to justify our belief. A common one is, 99% of people scientists believe in climate change, and so that's supposed to justify belief in climate change. Well, it all depends on who you regard as an epistemic authority on these questions. That's going to be the sort of deciding factor on this argument. But if you regard someone as an epistemic authority on the question of God's existence and they believe in God, well, that's evidence that God exists.
Pragmatic. We are finally
all right. Pragmatic arguments. I'm out of sequence because I changed the order.
Okay.
Sorry, let me find
Pascal,
pragmatic in my notes.
I think you've got Pascal's wager as the first one. I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, there are two ways of running pragmatic.
Okay, so a couple of problems with Pascal's wager. One is that it's not clear that God is significantly more likely to be sort of tricking us than tricking us. If we have reason to think that the probability that God is perfect is as low as I think we do. Second, we don't choose what we believe. Third, it seems like God would be more likely to reward people who are epistemically virtuous and who sort of form beliefs on the basis of the best evidence rather than people who believe things because of divine blackmail, so to speak. Fourth, this runs into problems with Pascal's mugging, which I didn't have time to get into, but sort of the separate domain and somewhat reductive to Pascal's wager. 5, this would also plausibly result in us throwing out Christianity in favor of other religions that say that there's a more horrible God who will torture people more in the afterlife. They don't believe in him and worship him. 6, it's not clear what God we're supposed to believe. 7th, it's plausible that there are some plausible naturalistic stories of how we would have infinite well-being by having a subjective eternal experience of pleasure. That seems less likely if we sort of don't reason well and accept theistic precepts. So yeah, there are some more considerations.
A classic Pascal wager style argument. sorry, let me. All right.
No
And,
worries,
the first is
up your notes.
yeah. Sorry about that. The first
Yeah,
is sort of a classic version from infinite expected value. If the expected value of belief in God is infinitely good, but the expected value of disbelief in God is either finite or infinitely bad, well, it's rational to believe in God. And so we just say, well, the expected value of belief in God is infinitely good, but the expected value of disbelief in God is either finitely good or infinitely bad, however you want to think of that, whether you want to bring hell into the picture. So belief in God is rational. We can make this a little bit more modest by eliminating infinite utilities, which is a very problematic thing in the literature, just by talking about greater expected value. Okay, and then we have Liz Jackson and Andrew Rogers' wager argument. And Liz was kind enough to work with me on how to formulate her argument. We have this: you should maximize expected value. Sort of principle of decision theory there. Wagering on believing, practicing the most probable religion that posits an infinite afterlife maximizes expected.
Yeah, so I think that the things I just said sort of can.
And part of Radha's argument, which makes it unique, is he goes through all of the benefits, not just the expected afterlife benefits of believing in God, but all of the benefits in this life that come with believing in God. Let me just mention a few, very, very brief.
Also, these just prove that it's good to believe, not that belief is rationally justified.
If you believe in God, you're likely you'll live longer, and studies have borne this out. You'll live longer. You'll have stable marriages and families. You'll have more social support and contacts. You'll have higher self-esteem. You'll be happier. You're more optimistic, more hopeful, greater sense of meaning and purpose in life. And interestingly enough, there's a lot of studies that suggest that if you're religious, you believe in God, then you have greater satisfaction in your sex life.
On that note, let's keep chugging along. We've got two more arguments to get through, and then we.
I mean, these studies are sort of somewhat suspect, a lot of them, and also there are plausible other ways by which religion has really negative effects, like tolerating factory farms, which are one of the worst things in the world, undermining secular morality, which I think is more justified and would result in us caring more about more important things, etc.
We are done.
We have James's wager from William James. We have a technical term here of being a genuine option. P is a genuine option when
we should believe true things.
Can't suspend judgment on the belief. So if belief in God is a genuine option, there you go.
This one is super interesting. If for someone like me who's interested in epistemology and stuff, that one, Jamesian, like you're calling it a wager, but I don't know, his thoughts on the genuine option and whether it's rational, it's amazing. It is amazing. That's all.
Yeah, and a book like defense of this argument is Jordan's book, inaptly titled Pascal's Wager, because it's a defense of James's wager.
Interesting. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Now this is an argument I just recently found, which I like. Okay, so rationality of devotion to God. Here are some principles here. The greater the good, the more rational it is to hope for it, so long as it's believed possible. The more rational it is to hope for something, the more rational it is to devote your life to it. Okay, so here's some examples to illustrate those very quickly. Suppose we're searching for a missing girl suspected of having drowned. It would be a great good if she hadn't drowned. So, and let's just say that I believe it's possible, though unlikely, that she's still alive. So it's rational for me to hope that she's still alive, and so it's rational for me to keep searching for her. All right, that's an example. Now, what happens when we maximize the good in this example? The greater the good, the more rational it is to hope for something. What if something is the greatest good? Well, P3 is your principle here, the combination. If S believes X is possible, and X is the greatest good, it's maximally rational for S to hope for X, and so maximally rational for S to devote S's life to X, regardless of how improbable X is. And we have an argument. If God possibly exists, God is the greatest good. I believe God possibly exists. So it's maximally rational for me to hope that God exists, and so maximally rational for me to devote my life to God, regardless of how improbable God's existence.
That's interesting, and I wish we could spend more time on it, but we can't. Is that
Okay.
it? Wait, did we get it to all the way to the end?
I don't
let me
think so.
keep that up. Okay.
We have, from personal to world benefits. If a
I
religion's
thought we
central
ended at
teachings-
150, but we got more.
I've got 5 more arguments.
Oh my gosh.
If a religion's central teachings dramatically transform people and the world for the better, it's rational to commit to that religion. Well, Christianity has done just that and continues to. So
Yeah, these arguments
have-
seem the same, so we can sort of.
transcendental arguments is twofold. One, their history isn't associated with very strong scholarship. 2, those proponents of transcendental arguments, they like to expand the definition of what counts as a transcendental argument. And so a lot of what they'll point to as transcendental arguments are arguments we've already covered. So I just wanted to throw that in there just in case, if there are transcendental arguments that I haven't looked into them very much. So I just wanted to sort of booknote that.
Fair enough.
Okay, we have 2 ways of doing cumulative case arguments, transcendental arguments. Then we have Arbor's cumulative credence raiser argument. The more independent arguments there are that P is true, the higher one's credence should be that P is possibly true. Now, obviously, we're talking about arguments that aren't like invalid or have obviously false premises.
But if X is possible, then X is true. If X is about something necessary, so the more independent arguments, but I would just reject P2, obviously.
About arguments that rational people can accept. So there are more than enough arguments for the conclusion God exists to justify belief that God possibly exists. So if we're justified in believing God possibly exists, we're justified in believing God exists. So we're justified in believing God exists. Okay. I threw that one in there at the end. Just my numbers were off, and I wanted to get to a round number at one point, so I just threw that in there. Hey, look, it's possible that there be a sound theistic argument. But if it's possible there to be a sound theistic argument, well, God exists.
Well, no, it's only possible if God exists. So P1 is basically God exists, and then P2, if God exists, so God. God, all the talk about possibility and necessity is just attempting to pull one over on people who are not familiar with possibility and necessity.
Did you make that up or what?
I was inspired by some cheeky remarks in Proust's and Rasmussen's book.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let me explain Boyle's. Yes.
This has to do with your the probability assessment right at the end.
Yes.
Force. Should we keep this up or should I? What should we do?
That's well. We can. Why don't we just go ahead and screen share?
Okay. While you're doing that, it's time for the last round of push-ups, and I'm going to do 25. If I can do it.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
I can see it, but yeah, I don't know if you can alter the numbers.
Let's see. Let's see if it works. All right. I'm just sorry, guys. I'm doing this like as we're going here. All right. So let's see if we can alter the numbers and get some magic to happen. So what should I start with?
Okay. So let me just. Okay.
My software crashed again. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Software crashed again. I wish I had an answer for why that happens so often. I apologize. I want to see if you can share your screen again now that I've restarted the software. Let's see if that works now.
I've been trying, and that share button is not lit up for me. I suspect it is some kind of permissions issue.
Okay. Okay. No worries. All right. Let's try it with the software that I've got. I think it might work. Okay. So what should I do? And you can go ahead and start to.
If you can alter the numbers, put a number 1 in that first 0 box. Can you do that? Okay. Good.
There it is. All right.
All right. So here's the explanation of what's going on here. We're doing. Let me explain to you the earns, likelihood ratios, and so forth. If you want to know how the brutal details of the math works, just look at Ted Poston's paper, The Argument from So Many Arguments. I'm just using the math as he sets it up. Those are the equations behind the Excel. Okay, the earns. Suppose we have 2 earns. One has all white balls, and the other has all black, or half black and half white balls. And we draw a ball from an urn, but we don't know which urn, and it's random. If we draw a white ball, well, that's some evidence that we're drawing from the urn with just white balls. If we draw another white ball, well, that's even stronger evidence that we're drawing from the urn with just white balls. If we draw a third white ball, well, now we've come to what's basically universally agreed upon as being strong evidence, which is a likelihood ratio of 8. So 3 white balls gives us a likelihood ratio of 8 that we're drawing from the urn with all white balls and not the urn with both black and both white. So that's what the likelihood ratio means there. And I was talking to my wife, who's a doctor, and she says, oh, yeah, likelihood ratio, we use that all the time in medicine. It's just that our diagnoses are very often based on likelihood ratios much lower than 8, not 8. Wow. This is a pretty standard, 8's even high. It's good evidence. Okay. So what we're going to do is we have strong, medium, and weak arguments. If the likelihood ratio winds up being above 8, that means, well, it's a really strong argument. But we also have these other boxes here. The total likelihood ratio, the equivalent of how many balls that is drawing out of the urn. We have starting probability that God exists, and the total probability that God exists. Okay, so just to illustrate, if we have one strong argument, let's just say we have one strong argument, and I give it a strong argument a likelihood ratio of 5, not even 8. So it's less than the universally agreed upon figure for strong evidence. So let's just say it's 5. If our starting assumption is that the probability of God's existence is 0.5, it's as likely as not. If we have one strong argument, then the total probability that God exists is 0.8. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of drawing 2 white balls out of an urn. Actually, a little bit more than 2 white balls out of an urn. Now let's decrease the strength of a strong argument down to, let's just say 4. There you go. And let's see if we have one good argument, starting assumption that God is as likely to exist as not. Well, 4 or a strong argument with a likelihood ratio of 4 still gives us 0.8 for God's existence, which is more than that's pretty darn good. 80% chance that God exists. Okay, so let's say that we have no strong arguments at all, 0. But let's just say we have 5 medium strength arguments, which I just put the likelihood ratio at 2. If we have 5 medium strength arguments, then again, if we're starting out with the assumption that God's existence is as likely as not, then that pushes us almost to 1. That's almost certain that God exists. Now we can toy with these numbers. So if you see how this works, Cameron, what assumptions do you want to change and work in? What do you I
want to change the prior probability lower. So someone who is very convinced that the problem of evil is a serious problem.
Yes, great. Yeah, if you're convinced that the problem of evil makes the prior probability of theism very low, let's put the prior probability of theism, I don't know, what would you say? 0.1% chance that God exists?
Yeah, let's say 1% chance.
Okay. Yeah, so even if we have 5 medium strength arguments, that doesn't even get us close to being as likely as not. But let's say that we have, in addition to 5 medium strength arguments, 5 strong arguments. Let's see how that works.
Oh, wow.
You see, I mean, what you see here is the power of how multiple independent arguments come together, and it multiplies exponentially. Now, the key assumption.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is just, one, I think that our prior, if we just consider the vast totality of evidence of just the sheer strength of all of the evidence against God, and then we compare it to the evidence for God. Like, it seems like our prior probability would be incredibly low, and most of these arguments, if we reject one of them, we would also reject vast swaths of them. So really, there are only like 8 independent arguments that are like pretty weak, I think, and then the rest of the arguments are just different tweaks of them. or like just obviously false arguments.
The assumption here is that the arguments are independent. Some of them aren't. Okay, a lot of these arguments are not going to be probabilistically independent. But if they are, and you have multiple of them, their cumulative evidential value increases rapidly. Okay, so let's say we don't
let's do a prior probability with that's not as favorable to the atheist. So maybe something like something like 0.5 agnostics are going to be around in the middle, right? So how about someone who just sort of leans toward atheism? Maybe they don't have a good argument for atheism, but they just kind of lean that way. So what they'd be at like 0.3
or something like that.
0.4.
Yeah, 0.35 or something. Yeah.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's change some of these numbers over here.
Yeah.
So what should we?
We can either. Okay. Let's say we have no strong arguments, 0.
Okay.
We have no medium strength arguments. Okay. Now the value I put at weak arguments, 1.1. That's basically almost no evidential value at all. That's almost the lowest evidential value there could be without it being not any value at all. It's basically 10% increase in the likelihood of something. So let's just say we have 10 weak arguments. What happens?
A 10% increase in evidential value is like still reasonably strong.
Okay. Well, look, it still pushed the probability that God exists over 0.5.
Yeah.
That's if we have just 10 weak arguments.
10 weak ones.
Something's happening with. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's like we drew. That'd be the equivalent of drawing a little bit more than one white ball. Which, if we draw just a little bit more than one white ball, then again, it's going to be a little bit more likely than not that then we're drawing from the room with white balls. So the result is
James Fodor and Nathan from, I think Ormond is his last name, from Digital Gnosis, did a video where they presented 500 arguments against the existence of God. That would bring the cumulative case against God to very high.
This is accurate.
All right. How should we mess with it further?
Let's decrease the strength of weak arguments. Instead of 1.1, let's go 1.09 or no 1.07. Say. All right. Now it's going to drop a little bit. So it's still more likely than not that God exists. It's basically the equivalent of drawing one white ball from an urn. Let's say that we have 20 weak arguments whose LRs are a little bit over 1. Boom, you're all the way up to almost 75%, right? 72. So that's the equivalent of drawing a little bit less than 2 white balls. Let's decrease the strength of strong arguments even more. Again, the universally agreed upon LR of strong evidence is 8. Let's say a strong argument is only worth has an LR of 3. Yeah. And let's say we have 10 weak arguments. And let's see what happens when even we're starting out at above 0.5. Let's just see what happens if we add one strong argument to 10 weak arguments. Yeah, it's going to push it up almost to 80%.
And the likelihood ratio, we've already dropped it down to like 3.
Yeah, we've already dropped it. I mean, you could drop the likelihood ratio. Well, you started at what, 0.1 or 0.01.
So let's get serious though. I was going to say we just gave like 150 arguments. How about we these are rookie numbers we're using here.
We got to pump those numbers up.
We got to pump these numbers up.
Yeah, and again, look, if the LR of a strong argument is 3, that's ridiculously conservative. But that's what we're doing. And again, that just goes to how powerful of a cumulative effect multiple independent lines of evidence has.
So what should we do now?
Let's drop the starting probability of God's existence to 0.2. So only 20% chance basically that God exists. Well, again, if we have 10 weak arguments, one strong argument still makes God's existence more likely than not. Let's drop. I mean, the challenge here is to have a result that doesn't confirm God's existence. So let's drop like you did.
No, so I mean, there are hundreds of very plausible arguments against the existence of God. So our prior is just going to be like ridiculously low in God. I think that there are like many dozens. Like there are hundreds of very strong arguments against the existence of God. Many different types of evil are very strong evidence for the existence of God. Hiddenness seems to be strong evidence. The fact that the mind seems to be influenced by things that affect your brain, that seems to be very strong. And there are just so many things that are such strong evidence that I think our prior, if our prior includes considering all the evidence against God, but our prior in God just starts out at near 0.
The starting probability of God's existence even more to just 0.05. So it's got 5% chance of existing.
I was at 1%, I think. I was at 0.1.
Okay.
0.01.
So if we're at 0.05, that does make God's existence less likely than not. So now we're at 0.2 with 10 arguments and one strong argument. How many more? Let's just say we get 2 medium strength arguments in there. See how that changes things.
Wow.
Okay, it pushed it right over 0.5. Yeah, and again, that's equivalent to drawing 4.5 white balls.
Yes.
Let's keep the starting probability of God exists at 0.05. We have no strong arguments, 0. No medium arguments, 0. 10 weak arguments. Okay, that's not very good. But now, what if you put in 150 right there? I'm curious. It's basically confirms God's existence.
But that's if they're independent. They're not independent.
If you got 150 weak arguments, assuming they're all independent. And that's
which they're not.
With a ridiculously low prior probability of theism. And a ridiculously low
that prior probability of theism seems way higher than what my prior probability of theism would in fact be. I mean, given that, like, as we were able to see, for nearly every argument they gave, there were countervailing considerations of phenomena that are way more likely on atheism than on theism. And so it seems like in this video, we may have produced like 100 weak arguments against the existence of God. Then if we combine the many related problems of evil, we just get an incredibly low overall probability of God's existence.
Estimation on the likelihood ratio.
Likelihood ratio.
Yeah.
And we're being very generous to atheists and saying that all these
Very,
arguments are
very
weak.
generous. I mean, you see how the power of these arguments magnifies so quickly when you put them together.
So, all right, one of the things that people are saying in the comments in the live chat, and we even talked about this a little bit, is that an atheist could equally make a list of all of these arguments for atheism, and even Felipe Leon has, I think, a list of about 100 on his website for atheism. So, shouldn't we try to calculate that in with these numbers? How would that interact with what we've done today?
Just offhand, I'm not sure how I would factor that into the actual calculations that we're doing, but let me just make a few points. Now, Philippe is going to disagree with me. I know other people are going to disagree with me too. I was talking to Joe Schmidt about this. He disagrees with me. I just don't think you're going to get that many arguments. Especially, look,
Felipe Leon has like 150, and they seem to be like much stronger on average and much less related than these are.
I have restricted attention to only arguments that have been published in peer-reviewed scholarly venues. So there's a numbers issue here. And if you think about it, the arguments for atheism, you have two main courses. You have arguments from evil, and you have arguments against the coherence of the concept of God. Now, if you have planning against free will defense and some workable version of skeptical theism, well, that takes care of arguments from evil. And if you have Nagasawa's maximal God thesis, that takes care of coherence arguments. What's left for atheistic arguments? There are some kind of soft arguments like, oh, why is the universe so big? No, I'm being a little cheeky here. There are arguments. What if abstract objects exist and that means God is?
But okay, so the free will defense is not able to explain the existence of natural evils. It's not able to explain the existence of natural horrors where people's lives are not worth living. Like it seems like the Holocaust would be more strongly predicted on atheism than on theism. The fact that that our brains are designed such that we can endure truly like horrendous suffering for weeks on end, suffering so immense that the people who are suffering, that I'm thinking of a particular case, begged to die as a result of the suffering that happened. And it was so disturbing that a jury hearing about it broke down, and they had to stop the jury deliberation several times because many of the jurors burst into tears mid-trial. The fact that people can have that extreme form of suffering, it's not clear how the free will theodicy justifies that. It's not clear how children getting brain cancer and dying at the age of 5 is justified by the free will theodicy. If a person thinks that life begins at conception, it's not clear how the free will theodicy explains why most fetuses that are conceived don't end up becoming a life. Most of them end up being killed off in the sort of internal biological processes prior to being born. It's not clear how the free will theodicy is able to take care of that. It's not clear how the free will theodicy is able to take care of natural suffering. It's also not clear how the free will theodicy is able to explain why we're not just happier most of the time, why we suffer mental health issues like depression and anxiety, or why there are animals in nature that reproduce there's a particular type of wasp that reproduces by, I think, stinging, I don't remember the organism, maybe a toad, implanting its eggs in its brain until the eggs grow, and it blows up its brain and then releases its babies. That doesn't seem like it would be part of some perfect divine plan. It's not clear why the perfect divine plan would have so many R strategists. The vast majority of sentient beings give birth to enormous numbers of offspring, very few of whom will survive. Salmon, for example, lay something like 6,000 eggs. Tuna lay 10 million. Only 2 will survive for each parent to reproduce. It means that just the lives of the vast majority of sentient beings consists of being born and then dying after hours or days. It's not clear how the free will theodicy is able to take care of any of this. And it's certainly not clear how the free will theodicy is able to provide a case against this cumulative case on the basis of all of these forms of suffering. Tens of thousands of children under the age of 5 die every single day. Isn't that more expected on atheism than on theism? Tens of thousands every day? Surely God could make it so that there aren't diseases that kill tens of thousands of people a day. How does the free will theodicy explain why we were super hungry? And if we don't have food, why we starve to death in incredibly painful ways? Same thing with why we need thirst. Same thing with why we can suffocate to death. The free will theodicy is in no way able to get out of all of these sort of related and clustered problems of evil. And the problem of evil is by no means the only argument against God. The general inefficacy of prayer, which has been borne out by studies, that's another argument against the existence of God. Divine hiddenness, the problem of inconsistent revelation, the problem of just imperfect design. Nearly everything in the universe does not seem to be like, take a thing. It seems like there are ways of designing it better. I mean, like, consider the Earth, for example. There seem to be lots of ways of designing the Earth better, which would just result in higher quality of life for sentient beings, not making tectonic plates bump into each other in ways that cause earthquakes and result in children suffocating to death under the collapsed ruins of earthquakes. For nearly everything in the universe, it does not seem to be perfectly designed. And if there is a God, then everything in the universe is designed perfectly. And so just there's so many things that provide a pretty decisive case against the existence of God. And for nearly all of these things, I mean, there's a sort of very simple hand-wavy hypothesis that's able to explain away the vast majority of them, which is just modal realism. Everything that's possible actually exists. And so, you know, if modal realism is true, that's able to explain things like fine-tuning. It's able to explain a lot of these things. And so, you know, modal realism is able to explain a lot of these. So you could similarly say, like, well, we could just assume modal realism and it explains all of these. But they still have to grapple with the problem of evil, the problem of hiddenness, blah, blah, blah. I mean, the fact that there are sort of vague, hand-wavy explanations that don't work very well that you can use to explain away a lot of the other pieces of evidence, I don't think it provides a very adequate response. Yeah, I think all things considered, this defense is not very persuasive.
It's not say. Well, again, you have Nagasawa's maximal God thesis ethics in there. So I'm just not convinced that there are that many arguments.
Also, the contradictions intrinsic to God don't seem to be very good arguments against God for the reasons described. There seem to be much better arguments.
I mean, let's see. Show me the money. I want to see all these arguments, and let's play with the numbers just like we're doing, and give them ridiculously low likelihood ratios. And
well, here's one thing. Here's one thing.
I mean, Fodor did that.
I'm thinking about that. This may not be mathematically kosher, but what? So let's assume that the arguments, because we've got 150 here that we outlined today, and there's 100 I think on Felipe Leon's website. So let's move the starting point.
Can I say something about that real quick? If you look at those arguments, he's not referencing arguments that are like peer reviewed or in journals or books or anything like that. These are just like arguments on his blog, and that's not an argument.
There are some arguments. Yeah, I actually looked at that list, and I just I wanted to take a case study to see like what one of these arguments was. So I picked one at random, and it was some random argument that was on some blog that was really bad.
That's not an argument against the soundness of those arguments, but
yeah,
we have to have standards in that. You know, there's a reason why I'm restricting our consideration to arguments that have been published by people who take them seriously, rational people take them seriously. But yeah, I'd love to see. I haven't looked carefully at that list. I think I've seen it, but I think there's a quality difference here.
Well, what I was going to say,
but also there are a lot more motivated theists than motivated atheists. So it's not surprising that the majority of publications involve new weird arguments for the existence of God. I mean, the number of arguments for moral anti-realism is probably much higher than the number of arguments for the existence of moral realism. That's just because the arguments for moral realism, there's sort of fewer of them, like just like the intuition ones, and like sort of partners in crime arguments, other similar ones. But I don't know that like the number of arguments doesn't seem to provide a very good gauge of how strong the case is for a belief in something. And no, I mean, I think that there also probably are hundreds of atheist arguments. If you scoured all the publications, you could find them.
I mean, if it's just a numbers game, pure numbers game, is if he's got 100 and we've got 150, then I mean, assuming that those guys like sort of cancel out, then maybe if we plug in 50 here.
Yeah, well, it depends on the strength of the arguments too.
Sorry, my screen just like went down on me. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that those 100 arguments would cancel out and there would be 50 left over. But in something like this, if there's still 50 weak arguments, in addition, if the arguments for atheism and arguments for theism could cancel out in that way, then a number of 50 arguments that are still weak would still highly confirm theism. And what I'm doing is I started the probability at 0.5 because I would assume that someone who wants to lower the probability of God's existence would have to do so on the basis of some kind of argument for atheism. But we're assuming that those are things that we're plugging in afterwards. So I'm starting.
I mean, I mean, I wouldn't do this in detail, but so I think that our prior in God should be pretty low. And by prior, I'm not saying prior after we consider all the evidence against God. I'm just saying before we consider any of the evidence. If we just consider God based on theoretical virtues, I'd say that God probably starts out at maybe 0.5%. That seems reasonable, given that God is sort of less simple than the sum total of all explanations that are not God. Probably less, actually. But I don't know. Let's say it's 0.5%. Then we conclude, and then we look at the fact, okay, all of the existences of horrendous evil and horrendous suffering that exist. So we have thousands of children dying a day. We have mental health issues. We have the fact that there are just not obvious improvements that could be made in the world. We have the fact the sheer horror of certain forms of existence. We have the fact that the Holocaust happened. We have the fact that people's lives are not just much better than they are. That people get hungry and starve to death. That they're thirsty and that they die of thirst. That like half of our lives are wasted sleeping. I mean that just seems like a weird design. If you were a god, why would you make people have to sleep half of the time? There just seems so many that it seems to provide a very strong cumulative case against God. Then you can also consider the inefficacy of prayer, the absence of mind-body dualism. I mean, like, okay, I look around me. I see a wall in front of me. There seem like ways of improving on this, like with just mundane objects like walls. They're sort of like of one's room. They're sort of nice the first time you look at them, but they sort of become less enjoyable to look at over time. But why would God make it so that our appreciation of the objective beauty of the world decreases over time? And that's just looking at the first thing that's in front of me. I mean, I look to my left and I see some writing that I scribbled out. Why wouldn't God make it so that we could write more efficiently and more neatly so that I could actually read my handwriting? If you were making beings from scratch and you wanted to make things as good as possible, it seems like you would make them have good, fine motor skills and be able to write more quickly than they are, in fact, able to write. I see that there are books that are on my bookshelf to the side. Many of them are philosophical or books about philosophy. If you were designing these from scratch and you thought philosophy was really useful, why didn't you make books more enjoyable to read? And these are just like looking at the things around me. They just seem to have better designs that are possible. And so to think that all of these were designed by a god, but there's no improvement that could be made on any element of the world, just is absurd. The odds of that are so low, way lower than the odds, than all the cumulative case for theism. And then you conclude just the sheer inadequacy of elements of the world, the fact that thousands of children die every day. You have a very strong cumulative case for atheism.
At 0.5, so I'm not like doing it in favor of theist or the atheist. So I'm starting at 0.5, and then I just put 50 arguments, weak arguments in. So if it's purely just a numbers game, then the total amount of, and I think that's kind of like some of the point here is that this is how the cumulative effect of all of these arguments can play together. So that's one way to look at it. And you could argue at that point that these arguments aren't independent, which I think would equally apply to the arguments that someone like Leon is linking on his blog. If the arguments for theism that we've outlined today are not independent.
I think there are a lot more independent arguments for atheism than there are for theism. Look at the ones that were on James Fodor's blog.
Then the same.
That Fodor made YouTube video.
True of the arguments that he's outlined. So so it depends on like what the strength of the arguments is, how if these arguments do cancel out. But as it stands, just from a pure numbers perspective, we do have the more numbers, the higher numbers. So
and if we leave just the pure numbers game and we talk about the strength of the arguments, and we say we have a bunch of like pretty weak arguments. I mean, it's just so easy to top 0.5 to get over to argue that God's existence is more likely than not, even with weak arguments. So it's very clear to me anyway that given these arguments, sorry about glare, given these arguments, belief in God is justified even if they're all weak, very weak, exceedingly weak, almost more than nothing.
Last thing that I want to point out before we end this marathon, which has been a marathon, and I'm surprisingly I'm feeling really good. Maybe it's because of all these push-ups. But I wanted to say that, okay, so what we're doing right now, what we just did with all the arguments and plugging in numbers and stuff, that's kind of fun, that's cool. But really, ultimately, I think what it will come down to is whether or not you like one of these arguments that we looked at today. I'm convinced by several of them that they're good arguments. And so that's ultimately what it would probably come down to, I think, for most people, is that it would be a matter of looking at will be a matter of looking at like, yeah, the different arguments that you're actually convinced by. So this kind of thing, where we're playing with numbers and the cumulative effect of all of these different arguments, I think that's cool, and it can have some evidential force. I think that it would probably require really doing a serious investigation in how many arguments are on both sides, and if we could find out some way of like canceling them out, that to me seems possible to do something like that. But I think ultimately, it still can come down to just like, which of these arguments do you think is plausible? If you don't think it's plausible, why do you think it's implausible? I think that many of these arguments we discussed today are plausible, even though we weren't able to give a real rigorous defense of any of the premises. So I think that it can still be very, very valuable, despite what we just did with the numbers and the urns and everything. Just accessing all of these different arguments, or being, a lot of these arguments I wasn't even aware of, and so now I get to go and investigate these arguments and see if Richard, not Richard, but all of these names are coming together right now for me. Was it Smith, who's now 51 or was 51%?
That's what he said, but he was kind of an eccentric character, so we don't know.
Yeah,
he
was.
admit that.
Well, I guess the point that I'm making is that these arguments, if we give them a fair hearing, could potentially sway us one way or the other. And so I think there's immense value in just being aware of these arguments and then doing your due diligence and investigating them and seeing if they're true.
I want to say one last thing. If you go back to the slides,
okay,
there should be one last slide, a secret slide I put in there.
Oh, that sounds intriguing. I think I may have actually exited out of that, so I've got to. You give me a second.
You don't have to pull it up. I can just explain it. There might be a theistic argument against the argument from so many arguments. Hear me out. Pascal famously said that there's enough evidence for those with an open mind and heart to see, but not enough to compel belief in those who don't. God is interested in a genuine, uncompelled relationship with us. And so it makes sense that he would create a universe that's theistically ambiguous. It's not overwhelmingly obvious that God exists. On the other hand, if naturalism is true, there's no reason to expect the universe would be theistically ambiguous. So we have an argument here against the argument from so many arguments, but it's still an argument for theism. Premise one, the universe is theistically ambiguous. The fact that the universe is theistically ambiguous is more likely if theism is true than if naturalism is true. So the fact that the universe is theistically ambiguous is evidence for theism and over naturalism. Here's an argument for why God might allow agnostics, in other words.
Well, wait. So one, the universe is theistically ambiguous. I don't think it is. I think that it's pretty ambiguous in favor of atheism. I also don't know why ambiguity is more likely on theism than on, like, it seems like on naturalism we would expect there to be decisive considerations in favor of atheism, and it seems like that's what we see.
Agnostics, the existence of agnostics is evidence for the existence of God.
All right, I think that is going to do it for us in this marathon. I'm more, I got a workout today. I feel good. This was awesome. I really appreciate all the work. I'm getting away from the mic because I'm tired. I really appreciate all the work that you've done on putting all these together. And this.
Thanks for having me on. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. I was watching the live chat. I couldn't watch it the whole time, but I did notice some people saying that they'd love to see you back on. So we've got to do something else. And I'm sure we'll talk about what that could be, or maybe on the man. I can't think.
Probably think of the phenomenal defense. Is that it?
whatever you said. Like, was it an argument that you came up with?
Yeah, at the beginning, my defense of the possibility premise. Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay, there was something. I'm like so out of it.
Welcome to how I've been feeling for the past 2 months cramming for these.
Every single day.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh man.
I wanted to put together a document that's a little more user friendly for all these arguments. Awesome. So if you could just hold out on posting the slides for me to give you something that might be a little bit more user friendly. Sure. In fact, it has links to the PDFs of a lot of these papers and things like that. So I'll give that to you, which I'm sure your viewers will be interested in too.
Sure, and we can make it like we could maybe put it in a Google document, and that way we could update it later on if we like find some more and want to add some more.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, by the time we finish this video, this list is out of date. So this argument's being published on God's existence so fast, so frequently, it's hard to keep up on.
Yeah. All right, that's gonna do it.
Well, thanks for your stamina, the entertainment. 4.5 hours, that's impressive. And we just blew through it. I mean, if we had gone through all the arguments with the amount of notes I had, you're right, we would be into tomorrow.
Yeah, I would have actually loved to do that if my body.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts to go to not give a lot of the arguments like the respect that they deserve. But
that did.
Life is finite.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. This has been awesome. I am like ready for bed, even though it's only 4 p.m. Where I'm at. But thank you guys for tuning in, and we will see you soon on Capturing Christianity. So until next time.
Oh, by the way.
Oh. You gotta say it. You started it.
Christianity's true.
All right, there you go. By the way, Christianity's true. See you guys later.
Yeah. So by the way, Christianity is false. Just thought that would be useful to know for everyone. Okay, wait. You ask. So what is the difference between an omnipotent and a super intelligent AI? Well, the omnipotent and omniscient being would be more powerful, could violate the laws of physics, presumably, and also would not be an AI. I mean, I don't know. I don't have anything too profound to say about that. Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't think that these arguments were especially compelling. Most of them seemed to, it seemed like they were just not at all independent. And it seems like the many somewhat related problems of evil just provide very strong evidence against the existence of God. And the arguments on the basis of just the universe not being perfect. They're just being like billions of just obvious improvements. Whatever you like, anytime you go outside and look around, it's very easy to just imagine an obvious improvement to how the world could be made better, which, thanks Lucid, which would be quite implausible if there were a God, but would be pretty likely. If there were a God, you wouldn't expect there to be just all of these things that us as limited humans could obviously improve on. If the world were perfectly designed, then why would there be just obvious ways of making improvements to the world? That doesn't seem to make any sense. So in terms of the arguments against God, if you're interested, go watch James Fodor and Digital Gnosis's 500 plus arguments against Christianity, or maybe it was against the existence of God. I don't remember. There was one argument for. So one argument against the existence of two that I think are worth pointing out. One of them is the problem of moral uncertainty, that if there were a God, you would expect moral disputes to be resolvable. You would expect, if God writes a moral law on our hearts, you would expect the moral law that's written on our hearts not to have errors in it. But the fact that there are contradictions between different people's moral systems means that many people's moral systems are just off. And so that means that the moral law that probably was not written on our hearts by God. That's one argument against the existence of God that I didn't mention earlier. Another argument is what I call the problem of maximization. So whatever God's goals are, you would expect them to be. So beings maximize their goals. If God exists, God is a being. Therefore, if God exists, God maximizes his goals. However, if God maximizes his goals, then God's goals would be pursued in either infinite quantities or in near infinite quantities, but God doesn't pursue his goals in either infinite quantities or near infinite quantities. Therefore, God doesn't exist. So the basic intuition here is if God is omnipotent, whatever he wants, he could do in great abundance. So if he wants to have a personal relationship with lots of people, there are easy ways of doing that. Like making more people would be one way of doing that. Making it so that more people have strong revelations where they feel like they are in contact with him. That would be another way of doing it. There are just lots of ways of achieving God's goals better. But if God exists, God would achieve his goals maximally well. A third argument is the argument from evolution. If there were a God, you would expect there not to be evolution. Evolution just seems like a uniquely crappy way of getting about the existence of humans who we wanted to worship him, both because of all of the suffering that they cause naturally. Seems like there's almost certainly more suffering than well-being in nature. And given that it's just not a good method of designing things. If you were designing a bridge, you wouldn't do it by just throwing together a bunch of bridges until some stuck, and then keeping the ones that stuck, and then the ones that didn't stick fall down, and then copying the ones that stuck, that stuck. That's a weird way of phrasing, that held together. And so a perfect being would almost certainly not use evolution in order to design his world. So the fact that evolution is how we get complex life is quite implausible. It's quite improbable if there is a perfect being. I don't have too much more to say. By the way, atheism is true, and by the way, Christianity is false. Thanks for watching, everyone.